we don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent-pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
Stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
This further only takes it from there. You have an Activate Provider Org ID. Select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel IAMAI, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement
चेक वन चेक अंशु आ रहा है क्या तेरे को? अरे भाई मेरी स्क्रीन दे दे यार ये वाली.
मुझे 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 आवाज आ रहा है.
तेरे को आ रहा है ना? ठीक है. एक बार ये वाली स्क्रीन डाल दे यार. स्विच कर. चेक माइक टेस्ट 1 2 3 चेक.
इसके अंदर ये नहीं होएगा ना, मल्टी स्क्रीन नहीं हो जाएगा ना?
अभी मेरे को ये बताओ, ये गंदा दिख रहा है काला, क्या कर सकते हैं अपन? ये जो काला काला दिख रहा है उसके बदले कुछ कर सकते हैं अपन? एक तेरे अपने एक टेम्पलेट में डाल देना. एक फुल स्क्रीन होएगा ना?
अबे अभी तो मैंने फोन से ज्वाइन किया, इसके लिए तेरे को लग रहा है.
हाँ अरे वो तो ठीक है. अपना मैं क्या बोलूं मनमोहन भाई, वो टेम्पलेट पे अपना जो ये वाले पीपीटी वाले टेम्पलेट पे ये स्क्रीन ग्रैब कर सकते हैं हम? नहीं कर पाएंगे. अच्छा सर एक बार आप लैपटॉप से ऑन कर सकते हो लिंक? अंशु तू अंदर आ जाना एक बार. ऑडियो बंद कर क्या? ऑडियो बंद कर क्या? ऑडियो बंद कर क्या? फोन घुमा दे. बाहर जाके बोल दे. चल बाहर जाके बोल दे तो स्क्रीन सेट करते हैं हम लोग. क्या हो गया? इंटरनेट तेरा बंद हो रहा है क्या? ये जाना बाहर जा. हाँ ठीक है ना, वो तो ये स्क्रीन आ जाएगी ना. स्क्रीन आ गई ना तेरे, टेढ़ा कर दिया तो तूने. अरे हाँ तो तू इसलिए बोलो या तो लैपटॉप से कनेक्ट कर दे फिलहाल के लिए, टेम्पररी देखने के लिए कर देना एटलीस्ट कनेक्ट. चल आवाज आ रही है ना उसके अंदर, माइक के अंदर तो क्लियर. हम लोग स्टेज भी तेरे को क्लियर दिख रहा है. बस अभी लैपटॉप कनेक्ट कर दे.
हेलो हेलो
बंद कर दे. अभी लैपटॉप से कनेक्ट कर फिलहाल. चलो डन. ठीक है. हाँ ठीक है रुको.
जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान. जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट.
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 90% of the money you're spending on acquisition campaigns wasted. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain, more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate provider org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel IAMAI, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and IAMAI, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications, and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy, driven by personalization.
So I'm very excited to be part of Intersect 2022 and looking forward to Intersect 2023, and thanks to IAMAI team and all the sponsors who have actually put in so much effort to put together this team. Really looking forward to the next year, the Intersect 23.
We are a primarily offline brand, as we would like to call it. So it was a great learning experience for me, to learn what's happening in the online industry, the digital industry. Met some great people, learned a lot.
As we are bottled up in our daily BAU life in the office spaces, Intersect really helps us unwind, meet the right set of people, get to talk to the right set of partners who will obviously help us in getting us incremental business. The three adjectives: invigorating, hyper-localized and hyper-personalized, digital plus plus. That's Intersect for us.
Networking. I have got to know so many people from finance, like cross-category, cross-function, many learnings that I get to do. That's the benefit.
It is fun. You get to know, a lot of people in digital space.
IAMAI event has been one of the most fab events I've ever attended. Lots of knowledge, lots of fun. It's been an amazing experience. Intellectual,
great.
Enjoy at the same time. So thank you IAMAI for giving us the opportunity to work with you guys.
This is Arnav Mitra from Liquid Asia. Intersect is to, I think, bring people together. I'm very, very happy being at Intersect. I mean, if you guys can look around, you will understand. I think it's absolute electric, the way things have happened over here.
The entire setup was really bold, and at the end of the day, it really helped us because it got a lot of people together. You're sharing your experience and having a great time, right? So, the IAMAI, amazing. It just can't get, actually, it just keeps getting better, right? So I think the overall setup, the overall process, the structure was just amazing. It was just immaculate.
I majorly use self-reliant networks, right? Out of which Facebook and Google. So these are the biggest ones that I'm trying to, and the newest channel that I'm trying to exploit we have been using, I think.
DB360, that is what we will be doubling on. The second is obviously Google and Meta platforms.
Best part I liked about Intersect was the breakout sessions. Everyone was so open to share their learnings, talking about hills, talking about context, talking about things like how to invest. So it was from everywhere, their professional lives, their work lives. So it was a pretty amazing event.
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message, have a big laugh, or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल। वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 9 users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate provider org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your start.
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel Ameo, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and Ameo, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications, and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
Strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy, driven by personalization.
So I'm very excited to be part of Intersect 2022 and looking forward to Intersect 2023, and thanks to IAMAI team and all the sponsors who have actually put in so much effort to put together this team. Really looking forward to the next year, the Intersect 23.
We are a primarily offline brand, as we would like to call it. So it was a great learning experience for me, to learn what's happening in the online industry, the digital industry. Met some great people, learned a lot.
As we are bottled up in our daily BAU life in the office spaces, Intersect really helps us unwind, meet the right set of people, get to talk to the right set of partners who will obviously help us in getting us incremental business. The three adjectives: invigorating, hyper-localized and hyper-personalized, digital plus plus. That's Intersect for us.
Networking. I have got to know so many people from finance, like cross-category, cross-function, many learnings that I get to do. That's the benefit.
It is fun. You get to know, a lot of people in digital space.
IAMAI event has been one of the most fab events I've ever attended. Lots of knowledge, lots of fun. It's been an amazing experience. Intellectual, great.
Enjoy at the same time. So thank you IAMAI for giving us the opportunity to work with you guys.
This is Arnav Mitra from Liquid Asia. Intersect is to, I think, bring people together. I'm very, very happy being at Intersect. I mean, if you guys can look around, you will understand. I think it's absolute electric, the way things have happened over here.
The entire setup was really bold, and at the end of the day it really helped us because it got a lot of people together. You're sharing your experience and having a great time, right? So the IAMAI, amazing. It just can't get, actually it just keeps getting better, right? So I think the overall setup, the overall process, the structure was just amazing. It was just immaculate.
I majorly use self-reliant networks, right? Out of which Facebook and Google. So these are the biggest ones that I'm trying to use, and the newest channel that I'm trying to explore is DSP, which is DB360, and we have some huge inventory.
This is DB360, that is what we'll be doubling on. The second is obviously Google and Meta platforms.
The best part I liked about Intersect was the breakout sessions. Everyone was so open to share their learnings, talking about hills, talking about context, talking about things like how to invest. So it was from everywhere, their professional lives, their work lives. So it was a pretty amazing event.
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message, have a big laugh, or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent-pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip with the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 90% of the money you are spending on acquisition campaigns wasted. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate provider org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel Amail, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and Amayo, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications, and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
Strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy, driven by personalization.
So I'm very excited to be part of Intersect 2022 and looking forward to Intersect 2023, and thanks to IAMAI team and all the sponsors who have actually put in so much effort to put together this team. Really looking forward to the next year, the Intersect 23.
We are a primarily offline brand, as we would like to call it. So it was a great learning experience for me, to learn what's happening in the online industry, the digital industry. Met some great people, learned a lot.
As we are bottled up in our daily BAU life in the office spaces, Intersect really helps us unwind, meet the right set of people, get to talk to the right set of partners who will for us.
Many learnings
in digital space.
IAMAI event has been one of the most fab events I've
Their customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate provider org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel Ameo, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and Ameo, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications, and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
Strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpagi enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards, and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpagi, driven by personalization.
So I'm very excited to be part of Intersect 2022 and looking forward to Intersect 2023, and thanks to IAMAI team and all the sponsors who have actually put in so much effort to put together this team. Really looking forward to the next year, the Intersect 23.
We are a primarily offline brand, as we would like to call it. So it was a great learning experience for me, to learn what's happening in the online industry, the digital industry. Met some great people, learned a lot.
As we are bottled up in our daily BAU life in the office spaces, Intersect really helps us unwind, meet the right set of people, get to talk to the right set of partners who will obviously help us in getting us incremental business. The three adjectives: invigorating, hyper-localized and hyper-personalized, digital plus plus. That's Intersect for us.
Networking. I have got to know so many people from finance, like cross-category, cross-function, many learnings that I get to do. That's the benefit.
Lot of people in digital space.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल। वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल। वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं, और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 90% of the money you are spending on acquisition campaigns wasted. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel IAMAI, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and IAMAI, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
Strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards, and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy, driven by personalization.
So I'm very excited to be part of Intersect 2022 and looking forward to Intersect 2023, and thanks to IAMAI team and all the sponsors who have actually put in so much effort to put together this team. Really looking forward to the next year, the Intersect 23.
We are a primarily offline brand, as we would like to call it. So it was a great learning experience for me, to learn what's happening in the online industry, the digital industry. Met some great people, learned a lot.
As we are bottled up in our daily BAU life in the office spaces, Intersect really helps us unwind, meet the right set of people, get to talk to the right set of partners who will obviously help us in getting us incremental business. The three adjectives: invigorating, hyper-localized and hyper-personalized, digital plus plus. That's Intersect for us.
Was networking. I have got to know so many people from finance, like cross-category, cross-function, many learnings that I get to do. That's the benefit.
It is fun. You get to know, a lot of people in digital space.
IAMAI event has been one of the most fab events I've ever attended. Lots of knowledge, lots of fun. It's been an amazing experience. Intellectual, great.
Enjoy at the same time. So thank you IAMAI for giving us the opportunity to
I think, bring people together. I'm very, very happy being at Intersect. I mean, if you guys can look around, you will understand. I think it's absolute electric, the way things have happened over here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us for the day 2 of 17th IDS. That being said, we're about to get started with our very first session in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm going to humbly request all of you to please keep your mobile phones on the silent mode. Thank you.
The overall process, the structure was just amazing. It was just immaculate.
I majorly use self-reliant networks, right? Out of which Facebook and Google. So these are the biggest ones that I'm trying to use, and the newest channel that I'm trying to explore is DSP, which is DB360. We have been using it.
This is DB360. That is what we will be doubling on. The second is obviously Google and Meta platforms.
Liked about Intersect was the breakout sessions. Everyone was so open to share their learnings, talking about hills, talking about context, talking about things like how to invest. So it was from everywhere, their professional lives, their work lives. So it was a pretty amazing event.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all of you. In fact, welcome back to the day 2 of 17th edition of the India Digital Summit. My name is Kavya R. Chavali, and I welcome you back again to another power-packed agenda that we've curated for all of you for the entire day. That being said, I was pretty curious to understand from all of you. I'm sure so many of you were part of the sessions that we've had here, along with the parallel tracks. Did you all get to experience the parallel tracks and the topics as well? Did you all get to head to the other halls, the Regal Hall and Regency? Superb. That being said, how many of you are eager to be part of the sessions that are taking place today? Are you all excited? Then my final question is, are you all hungry? No? All right, so it looks like we all enjoyed some good breakfast, but I think we're all hungry for more insights, more knowledge coming in from this side. So I'll ask you that question one more time. How many of you are hungry now? Many of us are. Super. Thank you for that smile, and thank you for that participation. That being said, we do have some really interesting topics lined up. Again, we have it in the form of leadership talks, fireside chats. We've got some really interesting names who will be joining us today as well. So let's look forward to all that and more. Before I invite our very first speaker, I'm also going to take the opportunity to once again thank our phenomenal set of partners. I'd like to thank them for partnering with us and for the phenomenal support. Our associate partners, Google and MessageBird, growth partner, Paytm Ads, Lanyard partner, Kalera, conversation media partner, Bobble AI, agenda partner, Disney Star, track partner, TCI, digital transformation partner, Accenture India, digital media partner, Jagran New Media. We'd also like to thank our silver partners, CleverTap and AWS, our bronze partners, Hexa Webini, Mool1, Exotel, Notify Visitors, PacePrint and True Balance. And we'd like to thank our conversation partner, Value First. With that, we're about to get started with the very first session, and joining us this morning, we have one of the most dynamic names in the world of logistics and supply chain. He in fact has been involved in projects encompassing strategy as well as growth initiatives within the areas of tech, as well as innovation, brand and marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the August and Chairperson, Supply Chain and Logistics Tech Committee, IAMAI. So can we come together and have a collective round of applause? Please let me welcome our very first speaker, Mr. Raj Kiran Kanagala.
Good morning. So pleasure having all of you here. Primarily we're going to cover what the Logistics Tech Committee does, but just to begin with, it's actually a sales pitch for all of you to join us to the US. So Abhyudaya, Latika, who are actually from us. So just wanted to know who all want to join us. Just a show of hands, who all want to really go on an immersive trip to the US? Yeah, there are few hands. I think it takes time to really believe. That's the problem. So there's a asterisk, conditions apply as usual. But that's what we wish to do. As a Logistics Tech Committee, we invite all of you to join the committee because we want to build transparency and not depend on conditions apply. So that's the single motto of this committee, and we believe the members who are present here would like to join and make it inclusive. So to let you know what the committee is all about. So I'll not read the slide, but primarily the objectives are very clear. Today, without digitization or the tech aspect, no work is going to get done, whether it is on the passenger side or on the cargo side, and that's what the tech wants to do. It wants to enable technology intervention at all levels, primarily not only at corporate levels, but also bring in the MSMEs. So that's one of the main point, and how it will go about. We are a two-member team currently as a chair and co-chair. Varun is from Shiprocket and I am from TCI. So as you can see, the team itself has got a legacy company as well as a new age company, which is a startup. So this is what we believe, that a combination of legacy and new age is what we are going to bring to the table as far as the logistics tech is concerned. The areas of work are like any other committee, but the most important part is if you look at ULIP, which has been announced by the government under the National Logistics Policy, and if somebody is already working on it or has worked behind, it's a great platform, and all businesses, whether physical or digital, will have to go through ULIP, and that's something going to be the next game changer like UPI. So if you wish to be part of this entire journey where we're going to digital initiatives, please do join us, and that's what we're going to do in terms of advocacy. And I did mention about the US trip. I was not joking, but that's something which is being planned. The whole idea being, how do you learn through the international exposure? So some of the things what has happened is that we have made representations on EFOS. We made representations on the Vande Bharat freight side, that is the freight movement dedicated, and a lot of new areas we are focusing. We are looking at the leads. So if anybody is not aware, leads is the report which Niti Aayog brought in to identify the competitiveness as far as logistics is concerned at a state level. It's a wonderful report, very long report, but I'll request people to have a look at that. It's something which will give you a lot of data at a state level, which is very critical when we are doing any planning work or any network optimization. Finally, as I said, please do reach out to us in terms of any questions, any aspects of being members. But at the same time, the another benefit what we see is that across learning with other tech committees in IAMAI, which is the D2C, the AdTech, the FinTech, the digital transformation. So it's a place where you actually can gain a lot of knowledge, learnings, and also get out with great deals. And this is what we would invite you to really get the benefit out of all these committees. So please do contact IAMAI team or us, and we will ensure that you get the most out of these platforms. So once again, thanks a lot for being there. We believe we will have a great journey along with you joining us. So look forward to the next sessions. So thank you once again to IAMAI, and thank you all of you to listen out to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanagala. And I guess I'm going to urge members of the audience to connect with the IAMAI team in order to gather more details on the same. That being said, while that was the opening address setting the tone for the rest of the day, we're also about to set the stage for a very interesting panel discussion around creating a symbiotic relationship between banks and fintech. But that's about to begin only the next couple of minutes. So I'm going to request all of you to please be seated. Thank you.
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel IAMAI, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and IAMAI, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
Strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interactive targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy, driven by personalization.
I'm very excited to be part of Intersect 2022 and looking forward to Intersect 2023, and thanks to IAMAI team and all the sponsors who have actually put in so much effort to put together this team. We're really looking forward to the next year, the Intersect 23.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is about to begin. We're going to request everyone in the pre-function area to please come inside the hall and take your seats. Thank you.
In a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get started with a very interesting panel discussion. around building a symbiotic relationship between banking and fintech. Now, if you take a look at the fact that customers these days are expecting a lot more from banks today, because somewhere or the other they're actually anticipating a full digital experience. While banks on one hand already have the infrastructure advantage, or for that matter an inherited brand experience, and also providing that kind of tailored products and services. So this is where we arrive in terms of understanding where can we build that symbiotic relationship between fintech and banking. So to help us understand more on this, we have a very interesting panel discussion and even more interesting set of speakers lined up. So let me go ahead and invite them on stage. Firstly, to spearhead the session, we have with us Mr. Abhishek Arun from N2P. He's the President, Platform Strategy and Commercialization with N2P, who will be spearheading the session for us. Joining him, we have with us Mr. Soparno Bakshi, who is the Chief Operating Officer, True Balance. We have with us Mr. Hemant Vishnoi, Founder, Cash, Mr. Naman Kapoor, Head Cash Business, Citibank, and Mr. Anuj Kakar, Founder, Freo. So while I invite all our speakers on stage, can we also have a symbiotic round of applause? Let's bring that energy back in the air, and let's gather a little more about this balance that we're trying to draw between banking and fintech. And thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. I'm going to quickly hand over the proceedings to Mr. Abhishek Arun. Over to you then.
Hi, good morning. I think we're starting the day with an interesting topic around symbiotic relationship between fintechs and banks. Easy answer for this: banks need fintechs, fintech needs bank. But we've got a esteemed panel today, representing both banks and fintechs. I think it's slightly underrepresented on the bank side. Anybody want to take a guess who's a banker on the table? If you've not heard, who's come in is the guy with the suit. So and that's the one change which you start off with. But on a serious note, I think it's an important time, and the phase of the economy has changed for a time where fintech were small companies who just kind of questioning how things are in the financial services space, to today being an important part of the financial services, with some companies even getting listed. And fintechs are now getting into the regulated space, applying for licenses, and banks increasingly, if you hear their narrative, they talk about them as fintechs or techfin, so to speak. So the lines are blurring. Banks becoming fintechs or techfins, fintechs becoming like regulated entities, or increasingly the regulator wanting them to look at license or to operate in businesses. So you had PPI, then you had NBFC, today you have PAPG, each of the licenses coming in, and the fintechs trying to get into that space. And the fact of the matter is that RBI today even has a fintech department. So I'm going to start the session by, posing this question, which is that are banks becoming fintechs or fintechs becoming banks? When I say banks, meaning financial, regulated entities, and how do they see this space kind of evolving? Starting with Suparno.
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having me here, and again, thanks Abhishek for it. The way I look at it is like, yes, the banks and the fintechs are coming closer, but does that mean that the lines are blurring in terms of their core DNA and identity? I guess not. I can tell from my own personal experience and journey. I spent the first 20 years of my career in the enterprise and in the banks, and now I'm in the fintech space. So the DNA remains different, and that's what matters, and that's where is the core source of the leverages of collaboration, leverages of partnership. But I do agree to the point that there are areas where, let's say, the space and the spectrum where the banks were operating, they're coming towards an overlap area of the fintech, and vice versa. There were certain constructs and contours of the fintechs operating, like for example, the licenses, etc., their ability to work with the regulators. The fintechs are also getting into the space and the spectrum of in an operating style and model like the way the banks they do it. But if you just double click on the core competencies, if you double click on what's actually the DNA in terms of what fintech can provide, and for example what a bank can provide, I still there is a core identity which needs to be leveraged in its own merit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Naman, why don't you?
So
Supana, I think primarily agree that there is a core DNA, there are core strengths that the banks and the fintech provide. But I would, if you look at what is happening with the banks and fintechs, right? If you look at the banks, then Abhishek started with TechFin, right? So the banks, just from a technology and a digital tech stack, going on a public cloud, microservices, all of that piece, right? Banks have started really upping their game in terms of the technology and the digital aspect, as well as things that the banks would have never done earlier and would just have let the fintechs play in it, right? Like the ONDC space, a very evolving ONDC space. A lot of banks are very, very active in that space, working through seller apps, buyer apps, the entire settlement mechanism. A few years back, banks would not have played in that space, right? Another piece, as we were speaking to Frio, was that from a bank's perspective, APIs and the open banking and the API tech stacks, these are things that banks have traditionally not been so focused on, but these are all things where banks have started moving towards. But beyond that as well, right, balance sheets and the balance sheet aspect on liabilities and deposits used to be where the banks used to play in, and we have players already on the both sides of it, right, including investments. So I would say that there is still a core DNA and there are still some lines, but gradually and with the progression of time going forward, the lines are blurring, and there will be more and more blurring as we go ahead, but still some intactness of the DNA and the strengths of each would remain.
So, you know, you've kind of built a great model on corporate cards and corporate expenses, and this was a space where banks have always been very strong in. So, could you share your experience in terms of can operate independently? Where do you see this?
No, I think. So I think, you know, I kind of, you know, want to take a little different view. I think, you know, both fintechs and banks can't replace each other, and there will always be a line between banks and fintechs, definitely, right? Essentially, you know, whether it's a thick line or a blurry line, but there'll be always a line, right? Essentially, the reason is very simple, that, you know, who controls the money, right? Control is with the banks, right? What fintechs are, right? I mean, if we go by the definition of fintech, it's financial technology, which is used to deliver financial services, and who provides that financial services? It's bank, right? And essentially, you know, we were talking about the licenses part as well, right? Especially around PAPG. And then payment space is a great example, right, to just strengthen this case. Essentially, you know, payment gateways were always provided by the banks, right, essentially. And then what fintech came up with about the experience, right, the customer's experience. Then, you know, came this licensing regime, which, you know, talks about the framework around payment processing and fund flows. But ultimate control is with the banks, right, in terms of money. So I think, you know, in my view, you know, fintechs can play the role which banks certainly can't, and banks can play the role which fintechs certainly can't. So that's the key difference which is there.
Sure. I think I agree with my esteemed gentleman colleague here, but let me try and add a little bit of a different perspective, all of them. Let me try and add a little bit of a different perspective here, which is, if you view it from the lens of a customer, he or she thinks that the lines are getting blurred and getting blurred massively. And that's why the regulator needs to step in to protect customer interest, right? I don't know, is Frio a bank or is a fintech? And today so many new models keep coming up. I have not heard of certain bank names for that matter in my lifetime. So they are regulated entities. So from a customer's perspective, I think there's a lot of blurring. If you look at the ecosystem players, banks, fintechs, and all the other people who partner the ecosystem, we are very clear, tum us taraf ho, main is taraf hu. And like he said, there'll always be a line that you have to be in a regulated entity or you have to get attached to a regulated entity, because otherwise it becomes very difficult to govern, right? And keeping the customer's interest in mind. So there'll always be the line. But I think that, to achieve our goal of the next, to get to the 5 trillion economy, Amrit Kal, to get all of that, I think both of them need each other, right? I think one keeps the other honest. So I think there was a period where fintech innovation went through the roof, some good, some bad. I'm not going to get into that judgment right now. And then the banks felt threatened. And then the RBI stepped in and said, this product is allowed, this product is not allowed, etc., etc., etc. But suddenly a new channel of products came open. Now the banks have realized that, for me, longevity is far more important and regulatory stability is far more important. So let me get a license, but that does not change my DNA of being a tech company and moving very fast and trying to experiment and push the boundaries. So I think both banks and fintechs keep each other honest. We both want each other. It's that happy marriage, or however you
love it relationship.
It's a love-hate relationship in some ways. We did a recent marriage. So I think that is where, at least the way we think about it, beyond just the fact that how are each other playing with each other, but I think they both feed into each other. That's the key part.
But in your case specifically, you were a fintech and then now you also have an NBFC license. So how do you see these two worlds? Is it very easy to kind of move between these two worlds, or are you internally, as talked about the DNA aspect of it? What's the DNA? The DNA is a fintech DNA with an NBFC license to serve customers better, or that is a different world?
No, it's clearly a fintech DNA with an NBFC license to serve customers better. I can't say the other way around to please anybody and then be untrue to myself, and I will just run the company to the ground if I just keep having these split personalities. So we'll be very clear about what you are. That does not mean that it's something bad. It's not a bad word to be a fintech from that perspective. Today, there are 90% of fintechs who don't have a regulated entity license or whatever else. They are doing very well. They are the need of the hour. You want to take financial inclusion to the last mile, you need all the fintechs, the LSPs, the TSPs, and so on and so forth. Not just the regulated entity. If that was true, I don't think we would have had such poor credit card penetration in India, if that was true, right? Or for that matter, even regular credit penetration in India would not have been that poor if only we were dependent on the regulated entities. So everybody plays a role. So we are very clear that we are a fintech first, but we are very well aware of our responsibility towards customer data, the laws of the land, what's the right way of doing it, and we believe that's the right thing for all of us. The bad players get weeded out and the good players continue. So all the regulations that we spoke about, our business is not impacted. Yes, there's some headaches in terms of more compliance issues and regulatory filing, but that's probably the right thing for the industry, because the bad apples get weeded out and the people who are still standing are probably the guys who will be standing for the next 20 years, and that's where I'm here to build a business for the next 20, 25 years, and I want to be around when we hit that 5 trillion economy, contributing to it. So I think it's important, but I'm not going to lie and cheat with my DNA.
So now I'm going to ask the next question to you in terms of, as a banker representing a bank, what frameworks do you consider while partnering with any fintech? Be good for the audience to also kind of know what are the various things which you consider. Is it distribution only, or is it something else? What are the kind of stuff which the bank kind of looks at?
Sure. I think a lot of factors, Abhishek gone to it, but some of the key ones, right, just the top 3, 4. So first would be the underlying client need or the problem statement, right? That how big is the ecosystem, what is the end client need, pain point, problem statement that the fintech is trying to solve. How does that turn out into a profitable business model? How does the product or the capabilities turn out from a perspective of the whole tech stack, right? So the product would be one part of it, the business use case would be one part of it. Then I think whether we look at strategic partnerships and I think the whole investments or any of those things with a fintech, we also look at the whole team behind it, right? Some talented co-founders on the stage itself, and what is the entire experience of the team behind it, who are the co-founders, what's the experience, all of those facts come in. And another last key component that comes into play is the whole target segment. That what is the client target segment that those fintechs would play in, what is the client target segment that bank would play in, and how the two strengths of the fintech and the bank can come together to finally deliver a better product or a better client experience. So those will be 4 or 5 factors.
So Anuj, in your experience of working with banks, how did you partner with banks, or was it you needed a bank, so whichever bank said yes, you moved ahead with it, or what framework did you apply when you were looking at the other side from a marriage perspective?
When you are starting out, you are like that only. You can't be choosy. So beggars can't be choosy, right? So at the start, that was what it was. Honestly, we were very, very lucky to have partnered with RBL Bank. They continue to be our partners today. We launched with them. They are one of our largest partners, and we have a great relationship because they co-created the product with us. So it was a great meeting of minds, great meeting of products. Probably rare to happen, but it just happened and clicked in the right people at that side. Was great. But today we are a little bit choosy. Today we are a little bit more picky than we could be because for whatever reason we have set a certain cadence in our business and a certain, we need a certain enthusiasm plus technology from the other side and or the nimbleness to problem solve because there will be problems once you integrate. So I think you end up looking at those things. When you are young, when you are just starting out, you will do everything. We went and told the banks, we will build it for you. You don't worry. And you just take my quote, doesn't matter. Today I will not do that, and so I will, because I have a choice. So it's just a matter of supply and demand. At that early stages, nobody wants to partner with you, so you'll pick whatever. Today people want to partner with you, you'll be choosy. It's really about that.
No, I think, I kind of, agree with what Anuj said, right? I mean, in the beginning, you try to, form a relationship or partnership, whosoever is coming in your way. But effectively, you also need to understand that, over the period of time, both the parties, right, need to understand where they actually stand, whether, they all want to be in the same game or have the same objectives, right? Essentially, the objectives are around customer or product, right? And then over the period of time, you also realize that you don't want to be treated as inequally, right? Essentially, there is a typical mindset which is there, right? Where any fintech is kind of treated as a vendor, right? And I'll be very truthful here, right? And then subsequently, as we move along, that treatment has to go away and essentially to form a deeper partnership. If that is not happening, then obviously you need to choose your path. You need to move away from the relationship and figure out a new relationship which can be foster on two primary aspects. One is obviously on the customer side, and the second one is on the product innovation side. Alongside, obviously, revenue and monetization is important for both the parties, right? Both for banks and fintechs. So I think, it's a journey. People actually realize over the period of time. But effectively, what turns out as a best partnership is where both the partners are equally treated and there is equal opportunity to earn revenues out of it.
Maybe I'll just add on and totally agree to that, and again extending on Anuj what you were referring to. If you would ask me this question 2 years back, it was more of transactional, more of sales. And again, the connectivity or let's say the leverage which we had on the bank side and vis-a-vis fintech, that aspects of inequality was like quite evident, and that was the reality for us also. So what used to happen is like then the entire partnership is becoming opportunistic. And that also translated in some of the learnings maybe both on the fintech as well as the banking side. If you ask the question today, not just about the evolution of the particular entities coming into play, but overall the appreciation of what fintechs can add value to it, and as well as the banks also. So when we are into a conversation or when we are forging an alliance, the conversation is more strategic. And the participation from both sides are at a different level. It's not like, hey, how do I just maybe use fintech as a channel or push my card or just see is like, can the fintech just help me in origination? Now it's a lot more about co-creation. Now it's a lot more about like, hey, if we forge a strategic partnership, the conversation is going to that extent that what it means 4 years, 5 years down the line. The conversation is going also to that extent like even in the banks in their, let's say, digital pro forma, they are fitting in saying that, oh, these are my partnerships in the fintech space, and can they add value in the journey in the next 3 years, 5 years? So it's a big amount, if you see like it's a paradigm shift, right? Is it a sales call, is it a transactional call, or is it a pure strategic play with the fintechs? And there is appreciation that there has to be coexistence and it has to be for the longer term.
So you're saying basically it's just not a distribution game alone?
It's no more a distribution game alone.
It's a larger strategic play.
That is right, that's right.
And Abhishek, if I can just acknowledge one of the things over there and the point that Hemant made, right? I think 5-7 years back, whether we were doing a fintech partnership, strategic alliance, But in the last few years, 3 to 4 years, I think banks also have evolved to the point that everybody was making, right? That there are different treatments, different processes, different collaboration, different strategic mindset between a vendor and a fintech, and they should not be treated the same.
So, out of the people on the panel, you work on the corporate banking side of it, and at least in the Indian context, D2C takes precedence. It's in your face. There's lots of action around it. But on the B2B side, corporate banking side, how are you seeing the space evolve? And there is another context to it that you're representing a multinational bank. So as a multinational bank which has limited presence but dealing with all the top tier corporates, how are you seeing fintechs and work with your piece? You could share some examples or experiences, it'll be good.
Sure, maybe I'll give a few examples and we'll start with Encash, right? So one of the products that we have for our corporate clients is the corporate commercial card, right? But then we spoke about commercial card acceptance and also linked to Abhishek your point on B2B payments. I think right now with the massive universe of B2B payments, there's a minuscule percentage of spends that actually get carded. So right now we are speaking to Encash and looking at alliances where it's a clear win-win, right? Corporate clients who want to pay their vendors not accepting B2B payments, not accepting cards, then that's where the real strengths of an organization like Encash and a foreign multinational bank comes in, which can really digitize that whole B2B payments through cards. So that is one example. I'll give you another example. A lot of our MNC clients, maybe in the FMCG space or in the pharma space, are looking through their supply chain for last mile digitization. That if they have the smaller retailers, how do we bank them and how do we make and digitize the supply chain till then in terms of the fund flow, in terms of the inventory flow. That's where I think the banks can again partner with a lot of fintechs for the last mile digitization or even payment banks. We have precedents of partnering with payment banks for this last mile digitization for some of our corporate clients. That's the second space that we can see. The third space would again be from perspective of one of the things around B2B invoice reconciliation. I think invoices, bank statements and ERP, those three-way reconciliation is a forever pain point for a lot of our clients, right? So similarly, being a foreign bank, we did a global tie-up on that with a fintech globally, and that we are able to take to our clients across the network, 96 countries and in India as well. So that is again an example of tying up with a fintech, which is a common problem statement for all corporates globally. That problem statement in India is no different from how it is in US. So that would be another example of a fintech partnership of how we're looking at it in the corporate space. Maybe I'll give a last one which has a different use case to it, which is that in India from a liquidity management perspective, MT 940s, 942s, a lot of intraday statements, reports coming through, right? Then a lot of the ERPs, SAP, Oracle not being able to serve for that in terms of liquidity management solutions. So we tied up with a local fintech in India based out of Pune, where again a lot of these intraday account statements, reports, receivables, payments can get digitized, directly read by the ERP and completely automating that end-to-end liquidity management solution. So 4 examples, and for each the motivation is different, the purpose is different, but very varied in terms of the bank and the fintech partnership.
Super. Suparna, you want to talk about what your company is doing in terms of partnerships with banks and where do you think there is interest?
Sure. So we are into payments and as well as we are into lending. So we are a fintech NBFC, and on the other side we are a PPI license holder. Our main partnership is focused on the lending side of things. And if you see from there, that standpoint, again, it's pretty clear in terms of the entire value chain, like what we can offer, be it in terms of the cohort of customers or the serviceability, the cost of service, how we can come into play and help out on those lines. Whereas though we are a fintech NBFC, though we are licensed, that gives that assurance and comfort even for, let's say, a bank and a large wholesale NBFC and us to come together, because there is assurance. It's like you might be driving a bus or a car, but you know both the drivers have license. So there is a strong assurance and comfort which come in. But I'll also accept we are not the guys who are the real guys who needs to manage capital. So when it comes to, let's say, in any sort of partnership, things around co-lending, it's obviously the banks who can really kind of help us on the sides of the capitals coming in and the accessibility around it. Whereas we come in from that aspect of not just from a technology, but the serviceability of the market, pushing the horizon around the financial inclusion mandate around it. So that's the way it kind of pans out. It's a very, very strong collaboration in areas of co-lending, in areas of other partnerships as well.
So Anuj, in the lending space, lending is the talk of the town with almost everybody in the lending space, and that's where the monetization is happening. Separately, the regulator's marriage, the role of the regulator and what the RBI is kind of coming up with. How are you seeing that space evolve, and what's the impact from a lending per se?
Sure. We do lending under the brand name of MoneyTap, which is where we do credit lines, personal loans, etc. And Frio is the mother brand where we have savings product, spending product, and now credit as well. From a regulator perspective, listen, I think, like I said before, it's good that the bad apples get weeded out. Okay, when there any regulation that comes in, there are two things that the government or the regulator wants to do. Wants to protect the customer data, and wants to ensure that there is no, money movement that's happening outside of the regular laws, which is probably hawala or anything going outside the country and so on and so forth. So these are largely the two broad things. Of course, there are sub points. But the customer is protected, customer data is protected, customer complaints are protected, and money flow is regulated and it's not going in the wrong hands. These are the two large objectives. So if you are doing if you are following the law in letter and spirit, broadly you are okay. Now what happened is over the last few years, and obviously because of COVID or whatever else, suddenly they became a glut in the market in terms of saying that, there are a lot of people wanting money because they wanted money. And there were people who were probably taking advantage of this situation. And that pushed everybody onto the wrong side of the law. And for that, the government had to step in and clean it up. Okay. Now, that's probably good for the industry because all the bad apples get weeded out and people who are still standing, like I said, will have a better thing. Now, of course, it has some negative impact on us as well, wherein, generally the industry people will ask, okay, we'll wait for this regulation, we'll wait for that regulation before doing any kind of partnerships. Approvals take a little bit longer. The bank partnerships are going to ensure that everything is checked on the document. So a little bit compliance time, partnership time is taking more time. But those aside, it's generally good for the industry because the good players continue to act. Now even as, let's assume that, I also represent an industry body, DLAI, Digital Lenders Association of India. We have about 100 members. About 95% of them were not impacted, right? 5%, and I'm talking about larger industry now, the entire industry, but 5% people were impacted. Out of that, half of them were probably not the right guys, and the balance half were somewhere pushing the boundary, and then they got regulated, they pulled back in. But it's probably fashionable to only write about that 2% people and not the balance 95% of people who have been doing business in the right manner, right? Now, doing the business in the right manner means that you might be growing slowly, you may not be having those headlines coming out every day, but that does not mean that the business is not sound, it's not growing, it's not doing well. But we all know only the 2.5% of the people that got badly beaten down and so on and so forth. And I think that is something that we need to be careful about as we evaluate this space. As and when there is more regulation, as and when there is more, there is more innovation, regulation will catch up, and some people will be on that side of the law, either they will push back in or it will be shut off. But net will be a positive move forward. I think we are in the period of flux right now, little bit, that you hear more on the regulation side because the previous years were where you did not hear about it, so they are also playing catch up. Maybe the next 5 years will not be like that. And there will be at least stability from a perspective of all what we were supposed to do is done. Please follow this law. If you're okay, you're fine. If you're not, you should be out. And there'll be stability. I think from a fintech perspective, the stability is probably what we want from a circular perspective. That's what your question was.
There is another narrative to this. A young, engineering grad who's coming out wanting to start something. Today, he has to look at multiple regulatory aspects of it.
Sure.
It was at a point of time, probably raise a seed fund, go out on the market, try something new, reach out, try and cater to a larger market. Today, that space, when you talked about DLI, these are established players.
Yeah.
So think about 10 years back when you had started, if there were these kind of restrictions, would it have been easier Or would you say that because of these regulations, at least there is clarity and they know what they can play in? Will this hamper innovation in some form?
Yeah, this is a common byproduct of any industry that gets regulated. But like I said, that they were regulated on top of that. It's a catch-up game that will keep happening. So I don't see it such a big deal. Also, by the way, whatever our conversations as a company or as an industry body is, that the regulator likes to see this innovation, and it will look at saying innovation, then saying, okay, you know what, this is not the right way. Please have a dialogue with me and I'll tell you that this is not the right way of doing this, maybe you can try this out. So they're very open to doing that. But maybe the young founder who's just about to start may not want to get into that hassle. But he or she should be able to run their business. If you're doing the first 1 year to prove product market fit in a small area, it's okay. You know, it's not such a big deal. You can push the boundaries a little bit and then you start seeing scale, please go check and then you'll know how to tweak it out. But knowing from day one that what you're doing is wrong does not matter whether you are a young founder, old company, new company. If you know what you're doing is wrong and you still go ahead and do it and you are validating that idea by giving cashbacks, today or tomorrow you're going to go down. So I don't know, I don't think that's a starter anyways.
Yeah, so just wanted to add here, right? I think, you mentioned about a young founder who is coming, right? I think, it's also important that, if you don't have that and essentially you start, you do a startup, right? The very fact is that, you will always be focused towards scale, growth of the business, right? Which essentially means that, someone who is not having a subject matter expertise, somewhere or other way, right, compliance, risk, information security, data privacy, all these things will, go under the carpet, right, which essentially means that somewhere or other, right, if anything gets burst, right, the entire ecosystem is going to suffer. So essentially, on that side, I firmly believe that, regulatory frameworks are required for everyone so that, you actually tick all boxes to take care of data privacy, information security, compliance, risk side before you get into the startup or do any kind of a business, right? So that's kind of my take as far as the framework is concerned, and the essential part is that everyone needs to understand this is also an important part, equally important as your growth and scale is.
Yeah, two things. One is there has to be a clear acceptance. We are talking about bank, fintech, separate DNAs, etc. The first thing first is we have to have a clear acceptance that fintech is different from high tech and fintech is different from consumer tech, period. Now if fintech is different, again going back to the point, then what it means from a subject matter expertise standpoint, and we have to kill in our mindset the false binary that, hey, regulation is actually going to be an impediment. We need to kind of have that kind of a pure, clear, let's think through, maybe apparently it might look like, you need to kind of take care of 5 different variables. So it's not about the local optima. You have to kind of see like, globally, whether you're able to take care of regulations, whether you're able to take care of data, etc. But that's reality. So if I have to put it in Hindi, yahi satya hai. So you have to accept it. So even if you're a young founder, get charged about it, that you're solving fintech, with all due respect to other sectors, come on board. Let's have fun. So that's the way I'll put it. One pointed on the other point, second pointed on regulation, what's happening. I think the lowest common denominator is very clearly getting called out. The fact that regulation is there, the fact that the fintechs also are like now with licenses, etc. It's very, very clear that as a fintech, you operate at a different risk spectrum. As a bank, you operate at a different risk spectrum. But non-negotiable is, let's say, for example, compliance. So if you are regulated, if you have a license, the banks know that, okay, the compliance part is taken care of, and vice versa anyways. So I think it's getting a lot more deeper, it's a lot more clearer, and the assurance factor is getting a lot higher. So the trust between a bank and a fintech is going to just go higher up, again, thanks to the regulations.
Thank you so much. I guess we're just kind of getting out of time. We have about 2 minutes more, so if there are some questions, if the audience has, probably take a couple of questions.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for that amazing session. My name is Ushpinda. Just 2 quick questions, while I think Anuj and Hemant touched upon this. So we've seen the journey, right, where there was a animosity between the fintechs and the banks, and we've kind of come together to collaborate and work together. But are there any specific shout-outs to the bank and the regulator where you still feel there's some help and some support that fintechs need? That's one question for anyone. Second, I think hopefully winters are over, and I mean funding winters, right? Do you feel that geopolitics also plays a role when it comes to funding for the fintechs? Thank you.
Is that question for me? Okay. Okay. So I'll try to answer the first question, right? We ask the second question. No, that's into the closed loop, but any which ways. So the first one, essentially, you know, when we are talking about a special ask to the ecosystem and the regulator is obviously, as you know, he mentioned about that, you know, it's not a IT, it's fintech, financial technology. And then if we are kind of, you know, bringing regulatory frameworks, there should be a kind of, you know, incentives also to be given to the fintechs in terms of, you know, going their path. For example, you know, there is always an opportunity for a payments bank to become at a universal banking license. But if someone is doing a good job in fintech area, right, what are the incentives that are there, right? Essentially, you know, that somewhere or other, you know, regulators have also need to think around. If someone is compliant, you know, doing the right things, appropriately, you know, fintechs are to be, you know, incentivized over the period of time. If anyone wants to add.
Yeah, I think I'll add on to the regulatory part. And do we have an ask as fintechs? Yes, for sure we do have. So there are two parts to it, right? The hard part of regulations, in the sense like what is put in black and white. And the other part of is the softer regulation, in the sense like how do you actually cross the journey and arrive at a regulation, and once the regulation is there, how do you operate under a framework? So for sure, in a country like India, and especially if you look at in the lending space, still digital lending is a sunrise space. So we do need SROs, we do need self-regulatory organizations. That way what's going to happen is there would not be a shock factor. We'll also have an anticipation that's okay, how the journey is moving. We also have a better understanding working with the regulators. There should not be any assumptions. By and large, it will be like a working together to arrive at a regulation. And once the regulations also is there, the regulators also will have a lot of comfort if they know there are like, you know, one or two SROs. If you see in the West, there are quite a few countries who have self-regulatory organizations. So that becomes an intermediary in terms of a very healthy regulation, and the shock factor will be taken away, as Anuj mentioned. The uncertainty also in many ways will be taken away in terms of interpretation of regulations. That's for sure one. Second is it's already happening. If you see even in RBI in terms of technological co-creation and innovation, right? So there is also participation in RBI IT kind of a thing. I think a little more of an expansion and more participation around that, those lines also will be helpful in terms of when even for young founders, right? The question which was there, like as young founders, how do you do it? So they should also be able to feel that comfort. Okay, it could be a port of call where I can use a sandbox and co-create and test it out, and the other guidance I will get either from the regulators or the ecosystem players. So these are the two asks.
I think on the geopolitical question which you asked, it's a very simple situation. It's like your 12th standard exam. You went for an exam, you thought, and there is something which is completely out of syllabus. Then you think this out of syllabus question applies to everybody. Now how do you deal with it? So you just then manage that particular situation there and then, because I don't think any founder or any company can figure out what tomorrow's geopolitical situation would be and kind of factor in that particular piece. I'm sure in our B schools you studied scenario planning, but there is just so much to do. You would rarely do scenario planning around the geopolitical situation. I mean, I'm just speaking on their behalf, but is this a fair thing to say? So you just, things change, then you change your direction and you see, okay, what best can I make out of it? The only good part is that this change is applicable to everybody. So it's just not applicable to you. So everybody is grappling with it and you figure out your way through it. Any other questions? Probably the last question that says time's up for, monitor says time's up for us.
Yeah, so in last 2 to 3 years, especially the regulatories and Indian governments have launched various initiatives like OCAN and account aggregators. And in fact, last year's this digital rupees, in fact, a few months back, digital rupees was launched. So how do you think, what are the use cases? So I have two questions. One related to digital rupee. So what are the different use cases you think which fintech can play in digital rupee? So that is question number one. Second question is related to OCEN. So there is a lot of buzz around 2020 about this OCEN, but last year nothing much, you can say that use case which are profitable use case which are there with respect to the lending space or OCEN space. So how do you think the future of OCEN in the next 2 to 3 years?
So I'll answer the first one and leave the OCEN one for the fintechs to answer. So I think from a CBDC perspective, the RBI view is around the replacement of the physical cash in our wallets, right? I think from a corporate space, we believe the real use cases would be in the whole B2C landscape. So when business to consumer collections, there are a lot of benefits that a UPI or an IMPS provide. I think CBDC can still play a role in it from a financial inclusion perspective, from a tier 2, tier 3 perspective. There is still the overall cash value post demonetization has got doubled. So that is again a play where CBDC can help us to increase the efficiency and the whole cash and check handling. So those will be the two key use cases that we would see from a corporate banking perspective for CBDC. Now the tougher OCEN one for the other panelists.
I mean, on the first question, right, I mean, if you are talking about OCEN, right, your question was around, you know, we are not seeing much of use cases, right? I think, you know, that is the system or an ecosystem which is getting built up over the period of time. There are, you know, LSPs, there are, you know, market players who are actually, you know, integrating at the moment as well. There are certain inherent frictions which are there. But OCEN and we all, I mean, whether banks or fintechs, everyone is going to get benefited out of it.
So I think on the OCEN side or some of these other players, there are frameworks which are getting created. Those frameworks, people have to figure out how those frameworks work for them. And you do need to understand this particular piece. There are large dominant players in that setup. There are incumbents. When it came up, people really didn't come into it. A couple of people picked it up because it was something different from what others were doing. And then as it scales, it is democratized, it is, you know, involving a larger pool of people. So there is a lot of benefit in all of this, especially from a financial inclusion perspective. But if you look at from a company perspective, each company needs to figure out what is the play in that and how do they want to kind of approach it, because each one of us would have our own strategy around it. But the fact of the matter is this is a common framework, or so to speak, a highway which is getting created or is created. Now, how do you want to use the highway, or you want to crib about the fact that the tolls are higher, or, you know, I don't have a restaurant on the side, there is, this facility is not there, the toilets are not yet made. All of those things will come in, the highway is created. If the highway is created, for sure cars will come in, trucks will move, things will move. It's just going to take some bit more time.
So, in current year or in next year, are you thinking OCEN has one of the strategy to build a business from your line of business perspective, especially the fintech space?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay. Last question.
Hi, my name is Prakhar. You talked about blurring of lines between fintech and the banking sector, right? Now, if you look at the neobanks, they are offering banking-like services, but they are backed by an actual bank, right? Like maybe SBM Bank, Federal Bank, RBL Bank. So, what's stopping those particular banks from launching a service like this rather than partnering with the said neobank offering the credit card? For example, one card is a metallic one card service rather than partnering with a fintech like one card who is not as regulated as the federal bank is by SEBI or Government of India.
My take on this particular piece is, I'm sure in some, you will see this year a couple of banks launching their own, you know, 811 equivalent, so to speak. You will see some of them happening. The names of the banks which you mentioned are not possibly doing it because their strategies is about something else, their focus area maybe of something else.
they're kind of working or supporting a fintech today to try and reach out to that market, spend that money in terms of not just the brand but the infrastructure to make it happen. Maybe tomorrow the banks will themselves do it. So it's a natural progression. I don't think it's a mutually exclusive situation that if you're partnering with somebody, you can't do it yourself. It's also a learning curve for them that is this a segment they want to do it completely digitally, or should they partner with somebody today? Horses for courses. It is not relevant for everybody. I don't see today possibly a large bank, one of the top 3-4 banks, partnering with a neobank. They will try and do a neobank themselves. But the next set of banks may not want to do it today. They would want to kind of focus on some other core things for them today and partner with the bank. So it's horses for courses situation. And this new banking space is also evolving.
So maybe
some of the other international markets.
So maybe I can add, maybe we're not doing a good job of marketing, but Frio is the largest neobank out there, by the way. But anyways, we partner with Equitas Small Finance Bank, so we do have a partnership. We are not allowed by the law to have our own banking license as such and accept deposits, so we work with the bank at the back. Likewise, the other players that you mentioned, they work with Federal Bank, for example, and because they have to work with the Federal Bank. Now, your question is whether they can do it themselves. Of course they can do it themselves. And it's not that they've shut down their banking product, right? You can walk into a Federal Bank and open a branch. You can walk into Equitas and do it. Or for that matter, any other bank. You can go to their website, go to their app, and you can get it. But I think there's certain, like we discussed in the initial part, we bring our strengths to the table, right? We have a large, we've been in business for about 7 years. We started our journey with credit. We got pay later. Now we're doing banking. So we have a large customer base who we're able to offer the banking product to the savings product essentially. And that is something they cannot do because probably, we are able to create a product which is far superior on the app. It is digital. I'm able to bring in all the other aggregated products that I launched over the last 7 years, which is credit from MoneyTap or the Frio Pay, which is the pay later business cards. I can bring all of that onto the same app, which might be difficult for them. Not to say that they have not stopped getting their own customers like through their own branches or anything else like that. Book My Show, for example, sells tickets on their own website, but they also power it for many other websites. That does not mean they cannot do the ticketing themselves, the other people that they power with. So I don't think it's a question, as long as you can play on your individual strengths and expand the market, it's a win-win situation.
I'll just give you one more example of this in my past, role. I used to work with Paytm Payments Bank, and when we launched, this is a mobile app bank account. You never launched net banking or desktop banking. Now, if I was a large bank, net banking, I'll have app, I'll have everything. A new age player might just say that, okay, today the customer is on the mobile and possibly will not go to a desktop and do a www, whatever, retail net banking portal. But could be different for a larger bank. It's also some of those choices, some of the time when you started, and as Anuj rightly mentioned, also it's the ecosystem which has got created. So customers don't think of a bank, they think of their use cases or their life, and the bank has to kind of support, or the bank account has to support in their life. So I think that's some of the other elements which kind of play while taking some of these decisions.
Yeah, if I may add on. See, here is the deal, right? We say money has no color. Same way technology also has no color. So a lot of white space was created because possibly the technological forefronting was not done by the banks. Now it's happening. So that's the reason you are saying like, the lines are blurring. They also can do what, let's say, fintech can do. But at the end of the day, tech is only one part of it. It's also about like the product, the placements, the consumer understanding, and how actually you want to kind of go to the customer. And what possibly you'll also see, especially in the neobanking space, it's the consumer. Today, if you see the neobanking target consumers in some ways is also a transitory customer, in the sense like if I'm a banking customer, what it takes for me to get into neobank. But another 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line, you will see the large part of customers are actually neo-native customers. In the sense like their first port of call will be a neobank and possibly not a bank. So that will also see a different kind of attraction in terms of product and user experience expectation from the consumer, which possibly the banks might have to take the second seat and the fintechs will continue to actually drive the show.
So I think we're just out of time. Thank you so much, panel members. Thank you, audience, for a wonderful time. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you very much, Abhishek, and thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I guess another very invigorating session. While we call it a wrap, I do hope all of our members of the audience also take some time off to connect with our speakers in case of any further queries. That being said, we also have a special address coming your way on artificial intelligence and how India can take the lead, featuring none other than Mr. Suresh Prabhu. And let me inform you that this is going to be a session wherein they're joining us live virtually. So this session will also be spearheaded by Dr. Virginia Sharma of Google Cloud. So just stay with us because we're trying to do a little bit of a tech enablement here in order to get both of our speakers online. So stay tuned and we'll have Mr. Suresh Prabhu addressing the audience.
Integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no. Your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent-pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bubble has made conversations human again.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पढ़ता, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट। The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 90% of the money you are spending on acquisition campaigns wasted. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill transition dollars that continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate Provider Org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पर्दा, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give
That's why you need New Age Media Solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media, with solutions for fluid world. That's why you need New Age Media Solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media, with solutions for fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need New Age Media Solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media, with solutions for fluid world. That's why you need New Age Media Solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media, with solutions for fluid world. Jagran New Media, fluid solutions for fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need New Age Media Solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media, fluid solutions for fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need New Age Media Solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media, fluid solutions for fluid world. why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media, fluid solutions for fluid world.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पर्दा, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
Highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पर्दा, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to
right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. And I'm sure all of you are eagerly looking forward to a special address on artificial intelligence and how India can take the lead, featuring none other than Mr. Suresh Prabhu. And we were awaiting their presence joining us live virtually, which is why we managed to occupy a little bit of your time. That being said, I believe yesterday those who were part of the track sessions here also saw how one of our speakers, Lieutenant General retired Dr. Rajesh Pant, when he saw the term IAMAI and said it's a palindrome, but it also says I am AI. So the session today is all about how India can literally take the lead when it comes to artificial intelligence. Now joining us this morning we have Dr. Virginia Sharma of Google Cloud and also the chairperson Digital Transformation Council IAMAI, and she will be spearheading this special address featuring none other than the Honorable Mr. Suresh Prabhu, who is a founding Chancellor of Rishihood University and also guest professor of London School of Economics, former Union Minister. So firstly, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Virginia Sharma and Shri Suresh Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining us at the 17th edition of India Digital Summit. I'm going to quickly request a particular session. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're having a great day too at the conference. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce our esteemed guest. Someone who I've followed and admired for many years in my 24-year career in digital and IT. Suresh Prabhu is actually currently the Chancellor at Rishihood University as the founding Chancellor, but has a lifetime career as a parliamentarian, as a minister, and of course what he's currently a renowned leader and visionary who has made immense contributions to overall development of India in several sectors. He is the former Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Railways, and Civil Aviation, and has been instrumental in shaping the policy landscape in these sectors. Truly, this is a list of contributions to the development of the nation that is unmatched. And as a champion of digital transformation, Suresh Prabhu has also been on the forefront of driving the digital agenda of the country. And throughout the last couple of days, we've been hearing from many industry experts about how the India stack is really setting us up for the next wave of success for the country. Under his leadership, India has made significant progress in building the digital infrastructure and has been propagating the use of AI for good governance. His presence here today is really a testament to his commitment to promoting digital innovation and development in India, and it is really an honor to have you here, sir. Thank you for making time for this group, and we look forward to hearing your remarks, and I'm sure the audience is going to take a lot out of your address on the future of the digital industry in India. So if I can ask the audience to give a round of applause to welcome Shri Prabhu, sir, and I will turn it over to him to share his insight. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much for these very kind words and also a bit of an encouragement, so that I think what you said will motivate me to do something more in my life, wherever is left another old man. So thank you very much. And let me congratulate all of you for organizing this very interesting event. Our world has always been changing, but nowadays changing so fast that we normally don't have time to look around. Because there's so much happening that you are just swept by the changes around you, and therefore don't really sit back, think, relax, and then rethink again. It's not possible. So something like this is very important to deliberate upon and talk about it in such a forum, bringing together very different kinds of people to talk on the same issue, providing different perspectives. So I really need to thank you and congratulate you. As you know, the reality has dawned on us that our evolution of human beings now has reached a very critical stage. This so far what we think was an exclusive domain of all the living species on the planet. We thought we possess more intelligence. But that question itself is very contentious, very doubtful, because so many other species are far better intelligent. But they show it in the right way. Because we show it in the wrong way, we people take note of our so-called intelligence. Because when it manifests in the wrong way, it has very adverse consequences, and therefore people have to take note of it. Whereas probably elephant has more intelligence than us, but he will never behave or misbehave, and therefore we normally don't take note of it. So he also lives within himself, with the confines of whatever his domain is. But human beings have really decided to go beyond their own remit, and therefore now they are getting into many areas. And therefore I would say the intelligence was thought to be, at least we believe as human beings, that is our exclusive USP. And now the human beings themselves have decided to, like they run so many other outsourcing, they decided that let's create another entity which can possess a similar or probably better intelligence, and therefore though we are the creator, will be governed by the creation. And actually speaking, it has always been the case. We have been a part of a creation, but we've always been governed by the creator. So that's a superior power, which always controlled, ruled, and managed the larger environment, larger universe, and therefore we have been part of it. But today, we have a very serious issue to debate on, deliberate on, as to what we have created. Would it remain under our own control? Would we still have a remote in our hand? Or would we really be now, what we have created after some time, we will rather feel, oh, did I did the right way or the wrong way? So this is at the crossroad that we are at, and therefore we have to really debate on that. So let me just say one or two more sentences on this, and then we'll come to the opportunities for India. So I think at this particular time, I've been saying this for the last several years, that particularly for all these emerging technologies, particularly AI, we must think about globally, think about some sort of an ethical protocols that will really be necessary, helpful, and then it will not happen that marrying in haste and repenting at leisure. And therefore I think we should really work on that very carefully. Now coming to India, I think it's a great opportunity. I always seen that we have been more or less at the receiving end of technology. So technology will develop somewhere. After some time we'll keep fighting, and as a minister of several portfolios, 11 portfolios in last 26 years, I've always been saying international forum that India must get access to technology. So this is what always has been a political statement that we have been making, that we need technology because you have created it, you must give it to us. As you said, right, it's good for humanity, good for everybody. And particularly in the climate change space, we have always been saying that if you give technology, you can address the climate change, so you must give finance as well as technology. So that has been a normal political overtones of our political discourse all over. But today, it's not a case anymore that we are not at the receiving end, but we are probably at the cutting edge of technology. We have been able to develop more technologies, we have been able to not only basic technologies, but applied part of it, we have been able to do a significant contribution to that. And therefore, today we are at a stage wherein we should not just be going and using the same old rhetoric, give us technology, give us technology. We should be thinking differently. And therefore, in case of AI and all these emerging technologies, I think it's a time we should think about how do we become, if not a leader, at least a very important player into this whole space. Now, technology has two components. One is we develop a technology. Of course, then the application part itself I will put into one box of development. And the second part is when you actually use the technology. So now, on both ends, India can play a significant role. Use of technology, obviously, because we are such a huge population, now the biggest actually, we have surpassed China. And now, we also have an economy which is far more diversified than what it was 75 years ago. 75 years ago, we only had agriculture. Now, industry, though, still 14-15% of GDP, still more than what it was. And services have grown substantially, almost more than 60%. So in that scenario, we have an application for AI in each of these areas. If you look at agriculture, if you use AI properly, you can actually do many things. So cropping pattern is not a big problem for India. Now, where should we actually grow a particular crop? We grow it because first, one of the reasons is historical. Secondly, we grow it because we don't have any alternative, nobody has taught us. We now can actually bring in the entire transformative ideas into entire value chain, the entire life cycle, agriculture using AI. From the very basis of soil inputs, whether they're agriculture input, agrochemicals, that's what you normally call crop protection, and water, very important. How do you use water and how much you use and when do you use? And as you know, almost 85% of the water in India is used for agriculture. And we only focus on the water of the world. So just imagine if you can actually make AI use properly in agriculture, entire value chain as I said, including the subsequent post-harvesting. So pre-harvesting, post-harvesting, and also in terms of making sure that the kind of value-added products one should make out of it, it can actually change the entire lives of people of India. And this is the biggest problem, that so far the technology and farmers interface has not been as much as it should have been. So we talk about biotechnology, and therefore we actually work some part of that in agriculture. But barring that, the technology has somehow not really reached the farm as much as it should have. So it's a great opportunity now to actually work on it. Now take industry. This again has a huge possibility. AI itself will become an industry. That's a different matter. On its own it will grow, it's a different matter. But again, it cannot just, any industry cannot just grow on its own. You need customers, you need consumers, you must users. So actually the rest of the industry can be actually revolving around the AI as a very critical and important aspect of their entire operation. Make is that India has a great potential for use of technology. And therefore each of these sectors are crying for such a transformative idea. As I said, agriculture in particular, 2/3 of the population. And you can bring that about and can bring about a value chain. For example, no agriculture can be divorced from animal husbandry. There's an interrelationship. You need animal on farm, but also animals can provide the necessary key inputs which can actually bring in a lot of nutritious value to the soil and therefore can change the entire life. Just imagine how to really bring about, we use traditional wisdom and knowledge. That's far more important, of course. Nobody can substitute it. So AI can probably have intelligence, but the wisdom and knowledge, and particularly the traditional knowledge coming out of billions of years of living on this planet will be useful. But still, if you can bring these ancillary activities on the part of agriculture, bring them into a sort of a unified product, an idea, which can be used by farmers for their own use, you cannot imagine the kind of impact it will have. The second part, not just agriculture, but AI should be used very effectively for natural resource management. One of the problem with natural resource management is we have very finite resources and infinite demand, and that's a big problem, and therefore we are actually running out of resources globally. Just imagine the optimization of this, utilization of these resources can be made by some sort of a proper structured idea on climate change and many other things as well. So that's actually a spin-off benefit. So I think in India, the use of AI for multifarious purposes is an opportunity, is huge, immense. Because the penetration of technology in the past has not been as much. So therefore we actually start on a little bit of a cleaner slate, so the sort of potential is huge. The second part, as I was saying, development of AI. So one, as I was saying, was use of it. The user of it, that's for India is an opportunity. And secondly, development part. See, one good part is an average Indian is hugely intelligent. I don't want to run down any other country, no other geography. I will tell you from my personal experience. The kind of intelligence our common people have, just my politics, I was 6 times in the parliament, and I have seen personally incredible intelligence. So the people, how they think, how they operate, their mind is just unbelievable. And therefore, and because also they face a lot of adverse situation in which they have to live. So therefore automatically the natural response system they've developed, and therefore the intelligence also comes to fore. So I think this is the opportunity in India to develop AI, significantly using this brain power, this mindset, this ability of the individuals to think differently in different situations, adaptability of their own human instinct to various challenges. So I think this is a great opportunity for India to develop it. Now the question that will be on this second part, the development part, how the education system in India can now be aligned to this possibility. Can we still want to study the old way, the old dictums? Yes, there is something like universal truth, which has to be taught at all times to come, because that's the foundation of human survival. So like when I know you are much younger than me, and that I'm sure your parents have told me, my grandparents told me too, like my parents, that speak truth. That fundamental truth will never change. So education of any kind at home or in schools or in colleges must teach those fundamental and the universal part of it. But other education, the so-called modern curriculum, has to be aligned to this new reality. How to take advantage of this development? How to train mind to be attuned to the possibility of development of new ideas? How to actually the education should create creativity, promote creativity, and not kill it. The regimentation of education is a root cause of people thinking the same way. We want the best education is that I create a uniform thinking. This is a nonsense. Every individual is born with different ideas. He has different abilities. So why we should not actually, the education should not be able to bring that instinctive creativity to fore, and that can actually help in AI in a very significant way, because they would be the creators of new ideas, new products. So I think that is one thing we must actually keep in mind as to how the education will respond to this, and not education will lag behind as it has always been in terms of, no, I think I have been 30, 40 years back I have made some curriculum, I cannot change it anymore because that's very sacrosanct for me. So I think this is another thing, is how to now create new educational platform so that this will create a new way of people thinking differently, and therefore the AI and other products that will come in, all the emerging technologies, they will be able to be promoted and developed in our country. So I think, in my opinion, I know there are many other speakers to speak, so I won't take too much of time, but three things again. One, I was saying broadly, you must think about protocol, ethical protocol, because artificial intelligence should not again become a monster to be created, and when the genie is out of the bottle, I don't know how we are going to deal with that. One. Secondly, use of artificial intelligence in sectors where the sectors are crying for help, like agriculture, rural development, water management, natural resources. That's the second part. And the third part, I was saying, how to actually create possibilities, building blocks, wherein we'll be able to actually use our real, well-developed intelligence in Indian mind to be the developers of new technologies, so that they will develop themselves, and ultimately where you bring the ideas, which comes from your own experience, it comes from your own vision, and that's what the individual in India has so much of it. So actually bring that to fore in an institutionalized manner, create some structures where this can happen properly, build partnership, like for example, when you say blockchain, the blockchain needs actually, blockchain by definition is actually different blocks to be brought together and chained together. So actually, how do you make Indian mind, which in a way is individualistic, to make work in a societal form in which they will be able to build alliances, partnerships, work together, share ideas, share knowledge, and actually take it forward. I think these are great times that we are all in. This is actually good times and the bad times at the same time. I am sure we'll make it in a way that will leave the bad behind, take the good forward, and develop this for a mutual benefit of society and the nature at the same time. We should not forget that we are a creation and we are there only because nature is there. Don't destroy it, work on it, work with it, whatever new technology you develop, you should always keep this in mind. There is a much superior power, and that's a nature which has actually we are created by nature. If there is no nature, we would not be here today. So I hope we always keep this in mind, developing any new technology, new idea. Anyway, thank you very much for bringing me in, the person who lacks both natural intelligence as well as artificial intelligence. But still I could talk to all of such intelligent people like yourself. I really look forward to learning from all of you, though from a distance today, because I'm not there, part of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we keep you for a few minutes to ask that, where I can ask a couple of questions? I think we have the opportunity, if you're okay, for me to engage maybe for another 4 or 5 minutes on a couple of areas.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. So this was really enlightening. I think that what I really appreciated is when you zoom out, you know, from all the things that are happening, the universal truths that you were talking about, right? Really anchor, everybody's sort of strategy needs to anchor on what is universally true. And then there's moments of our digital transformation as a country that creates opportunities for developers and users alike. I'm curious to your point of view about whether you see how this will drive more inclusion of underrepresented communities. I know we spoke about industries, right? Agriculture and, you know, resource management. But from a citizen point of view, how do you see AI creating perhaps opportunities to drive greater inclusion of underrepresented communities, if you have a point of view on that?
I'm sorry, I'm speaking from my mobile because I'm traveling. So I think there's a call coming, so I missed out because I disconnect the call. Sorry. I'm really sorry.
No problem. It gives me an opportunity to clarify my question as well. I'm curious if you have a point of view. You spoke about sectoral impact and opportunities for AI, whether it be agriculture or natural resource management. But I'm curious about your point of view about underrepresented communities and whether AI is an opportunity to drive greater inclusion. I know that, you know, mobile penetration really drove a lot of inclusion of underrepresented communities into the foray of the country's digital transformation. I'm curious whether you think AI will have a role to play to bring more people along on economic progress and our digital progress in the country.
So you are absolutely right. In fact, I would feel that this is a great opportunity to leapfrog and actually bring all of them at a very fast pace. Hold it with both the hands with a particular purpose of actually doing this in a best possible manner. So I think you are absolutely right. This is a great possibility. For example, just say traditionally, we have been working on, say, every year I will do, say, 100 or 200. I'm just giving some number. And now it's possible that is 100 and 200 can become 100 million and 200 million without much of a difficulty. So that's a possibility. So scaling up something, trying to bring in at a much pace the change that we desire, all that is really possible. And therefore I'm saying it is a great opportunity, and every opportunity has a possible pitfall. So I think we should use wisdom to find out how do you take the bad behind and try to use the good part of that and take it forward. So you're absolutely right. I fully agree with you. This is a brilliant opportunity, and I'm sure people like you who will be doing it for a future, because I will be gone, I'm an old man, but you'll be there, and I'm sure I would really be wishing you all the best for making it a reality soon.
Great, thank you for the good wishes. Last question for you. As the Chancellor of Rishiyoji University, you did talk about overhauling the modern curriculum to create space for the next generation of leaders, bringing more creativity and being really the creators of the use cases. I'm curious, what kind of anything that you're currently working on at Rishiyoji University that you'd like to share with us that would be ideas on how to bring this to practice for those in the education sector looking at this topic? We have a lot of edutech startups, for example, and founders in the audience as well.
Well, I think you are right that we have to now that we have created in the past. So one structure is education as a structure. We can say other is the governance as a structure. The third one you can say the social order as a structure. We can see the fourth one is international economic order as a structure. All of these are going to go about a sea change. And I think this one will happen sooner than what we expect or what we think. And therefore, each of these structures have an existential threat in terms of the new technologies pervading and invading the day, pervading on them. So I think we should therefore try to take this in as a response mechanism. We should try to find out how to respond it in a positive manner. What is that we really need to do? I think each one of them will have to conduct a very insightful exercise to understand the consequences and also therefore a positive response to make it a win-win situation for them.
Thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate you taking the time and sharing your thoughts. So if I can ask the audience to give a round of applause for Suresh Prabhu, thank you so much for spending your time with us here with the talk.
Thank you very much and all the best. And I think I will continue to remain engaged with you wherever you think I could help and contribute for the process. So I will be more than happy to do that. Thank you very much. And thanks once again for all of you to invite me. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Virginia, and thank you very much, Sri Suresh Prabhuji, for joining us, albeit virtually live, but thank you for sharing your nuggets of perspectives and your thoughts with us. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of us are also geared up for another very interesting fireside chat coming your way. This is all about building the Indian digital services ecosystem, and we have an Indian internet pioneer who is joining us. We're about to get the fireside chat started in just a couple of minutes. Kindly bear with us. Please be seated so that we can invite both of our speakers on the stage and indulge in this this particular fireside chat is being spearheaded by none other than Mr. Manish Vij, who is the managing partner of Smile Group. In fact, he is one of the founders of leading companies in digital media and advertising industry. And joining him this afternoon, we have one of the pioneering stalwarts, someone that we look up to across the generations, and for the work and for the entrepreneurial spirit that he always holds. We have with us none other than Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, founder and executive vice chairman, InfoEdge. So please put your hands together to help me welcome both of our speakers on the stage, Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani and Mr. Manish Vij, to spearhead this very important fireside chat for us. And thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Manish, for joining us this morning. Thank you very much, sir, again.
Hi. Honestly, sir, I see these sessions with Sanjeev as honestly my own learning sessions. More than anything else, last time you were on this stage, I got this honor to host you for this fireside chat. And Sanjeev has been my mentor since like 20 years now. Each important decisions that I've taken, starting up or exiting, I've always reached out to Sanjeev for this. So this session, today's session, which is Bridge Over Troubled Waters, it's an apt time and with an apt person, because I think, sir, you would have seen what this, 4 or 5 downturns probably?
So I quit my job and became an entrepreneur in 1990, and we launched Naukri only in 97. So पहले 7 साल मैं कुछ और चीजें कर रहा था. Must be sixth or 7th downturn, maybe 5th or 6th. I forget. But 5-6 तो हुए.
Right, 5-6 तो हो गए, बिल्कुल. And so how we have structured this session is. So Bridge Over Troubled Waters is a very, so we all go through downturns and so mostly this could be targeted to entrepreneurs, but we will probably have a lot of people listening to you here and on the web, which are entrepreneurs and people who are working as leadership positions. So I think this session is very relevant for people in general and as probably principles of life, more than just principles of running businesses. As I would like to divide this session into 2 phases. One, how to not get to the troubled waters, and secondly, how to, if you are in the troubled waters, how to manage it. So we'll try and divide this session to you. And The first division, of course, I've done. I was reading about Charlie Munger, and the famous quote is, let's try it. I will potentially not go there where I know I have very high chances of die. So the idea really is that if you know things that could probably get you to the troubled waters, let's try and avoid that. So we'll take the first part of this session, sir. I would point down to you a few things that I believe are areas that people should really have principles, and then I would like you to kind of expand over that and take examples. The first and foremost brings me to corporate governance and governance in general, honesty and governance in general. So do you think it's an important,
Look, I think for any company to succeed, for any entrepreneur to succeed, you have to be able to create trust across the table with your co-founders, with your employees, with your customers on a sustainable basis by being dishonest. Because sooner or later you'll be caught out. Right? So apart from the ethical and the value-based thing, which I think is very important, it's a very practical thing. You can't succeed by being dishonest on a sustainable basis. And therefore, it's a good idea to be honest, apart from the fact it's the right thing to do. So I think corporate governance is really important, and corporate governance really begins and ends in the founder's head. You can have all sorts of trappings around you, independent directors, statutory auditors, internal auditors, all sorts of things. But ultimately, a determined crooked founder can find his or her way around that, and we have seen that happen in the past, both in private and public markets. Right? And therefore, it's important that the founder thinks this through and understands the importance of true and fair accounting, speaking the truth, giving bad news early, not window dressing the numbers, not disguising the unit economics by putting something below the CM1, CM2, CM3. Such bollo. It's much easier.
And मेरे को ऐसा लगता है सर, it also combines with sometimes between storytelling, because as an entrepreneur and generally everyone is also trained to be a salesman from a storytelling standpoint to either investors or employees or people in generally they work with. So I think it's a thin line between storytelling and being dishonest.
I think my first job was in advertising. In 1984, straight out of college, in a company called Lintas. Right. And the first thing we were told is advertising is not telling lies. Advertising is telling the truth well. So if you are selling, please sell well, but tell the truth. So sell the truth well, but ultimately you're selling the truth.
Nice. This is great. The famous things comes between profit and growth. And I would love to, in today's environment where growth is the ultimate truth, and high growth, of course, and there are reasons for higher growth. There are business models that actually survive on higher growth. How do we balance out? You have built profitable businesses, but you have invested in businesses which have actually looked at growth most importantly and then profit. So would love to hear.
Yeah. So look, Naukri grew fast and grew profitably.
Correct.
We were fortunate. We had a business model. We had hit a hot button with the customer, both on the job seeker side and the recruiter side. We were market leaders, and therefore we had hit a virtuous circle which really worked for us, and therefore we could be fast growing and profitable at the same time. Not everybody's like that.
Correct. Right? And not every business model is also like that, probably.
So I'll tell you one thing. If you're in a network effect business and you have a superior differentiated product and the network effect going for you, you will hit that flywheel of fast growth and profit at the same time.
Okay.
Okay? The customer better on figuring out the unsolved problem, innovating in a defensible manner to solve that problem, and then you will find that maybe you can grow fast and profitably at the same time. But in this environment, I would prioritize profitability over growth, because fast growth without profitability means you need lots and lots of money coming in from external investors, and if you don't have access to that capital, you will run into trouble. You will build up large costs, large overheads, and then if the money runs out, you're in trouble. So I would say, don't chase valuation, chase profitability and survival unless you have figured out, unless you have access to capital, or you figure out how to grow fast profitably.
Understood. But you famously also said, sir, that companies actually go wrong when they raise more capital than required. But what about raising capital whenever there is availability? And how does one entrepreneur or people deal with it?
So look, first of all, you must figure out how much capital do you need.
Understood.
Right? So at least try and raise that much. If you can't get that much, then change your plans so that you need less. Okay.
Right.
But still, you're building a business. You're hopefully building a business for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, right? Because business 5 साल में नहीं बनता है.
बिल्कुल.
Right? Then maybe you want to at least raise slightly more than you need because insurance, rainy day, something goes wrong. 2 साल बाद पैसा नहीं मिला, चाहिए अगर और चाहिए. Right? And then obviously it has to be available. Right? Now, it's a combination of these three things. You may also be stuck in a situation where competition is raising.
Exactly.
And if competition is raising, you have no choice but to raise. And several of our portfolio companies have had to do that. And that's why they moved from being low burn companies to become higher burn companies chasing growth because competition was raising and chasing debt, and that was the flavor of the month then as far as investors are concerned. Right? And that's fine. You don't have a choice really, So I would say, but I would say that companies that tend to raise too much money too soon, too easily, tend to spend it suboptimally.
Yeah.
Money burns a hole in your pocket if you have too much of it. You become careless in throwing it around. You build up costs and overheads and salaries and marketing expenditure, and you don't focus enough on unit economics. So what I always tell young entrepreneurs, people are starting out, early stage, is that the customer's money is better than the investor's money.
Right.
Because if you are getting the customer's money and you're getting it repeatedly from the same customer, then chances are you are creating value for that customer. And if you're getting that money at a price that's higher than your cost, then chances are you have a viable business so long as you can get enough customers.
Is it
and
mostly...
I'll give you the complete
Yeah,
right?
sure.
And अगर आपके पास customer का पैसा आ रहा है on these terms, आपके पास investor का पैसा जरूर आएगा. You may say no, we don't need it, but the investor will want to invest because investors love to invest behind companies that are getting customer money, and actually companies don't need the money, right? Because that's the safest investment for them.
Yeah.
Right? But if you get the investors' money first, right? You may or may not get the customer's money. There's no guarantee, and there's no guarantee of viable business because the customer is not going to do you a favor.
Yeah.
The customer will give you money the second time only if your product worked the first time, right? And getting the investors' money is about making a good PowerPoint. Getting the customer's money is about a good product, a good offering, a good value prop, a defined need, unmet need, and then good communication and delivery. That's much harder, but that is much safer if you achieve it.
It's safer, 100%. Is it more true to B2B businesses or even true for B2C businesses?
Well, how would you describe Naukri?
I would say you are a hybrid because your revenue comes from B2B versus you are facing the consumer.
Yeah. So, and what is Google?
I would still say
Same, right?
It's a hybrid, right?
So listen.
But let's say, I don't want to name, but it could be, let's say, high growth companies like, let's pick up a industry vertical, let's say e-commerce or fast delivery, like 10-minute delivery. Because they're also taking money from customers and they're creating newer categories of 10-minute delivery.
Yeah. So there are some business models which will require substantial upfront investment and burn before they get to profit, if they get to profit.
Yes,
okay?
Exactly.
If you're building out a network of delivery, and you're operating on 10, 12% margin, right? And you're stocking inventory, right? There will be, capital required. But your execution has got to be rock solid and to get efficiency. So, what we say internally, there are businesses that work on the left-hand side of the decimal place.
Left-hand side?
Of the decimal point.
Okay.
And there are businesses that work on the right-hand side of the decimal point. Right? What we classify as left-hand side is कि भाई margin मोटे हैं, So Naukri, 93% gross margin.
Right.
There is zero variable cost.
Right.
In only variable cost is sales commission.
Right.
There is no variable cost. It doesn't cost you money to save one extra resume in Naukri or put one extra job on Naukri. Right? The only variable cost is sales commission. So Naukri, 65% EBITDA margin. Naukri operates on the left-hand side of the decimal place. We got such fat margins.
Right.
That हमें गलती भी हो गई ना 5-10% की. We are okay. I mean, profit will go down, but we are okay. Survival is not a question. Right? Then there are businesses that operate on the right-hand side. You know, people always ask us, "Hey, Naukri is so big. Why don't you start a staffing business, okay, where you supply people who are on your rolls, but they're working in some other company?"
Yeah.
And we always say we don't have a competency in operating a business on the right-hand side of the decimal place. Because in those businesses, your margins are 14%. Right? We are not that capable. हमारी काबिलियत नहीं है that we can be so precise in managing cost, efficiency and margins कि 1-2% इधर हुआ तो हम loss में चले गए. हम उतने we are not that good.
Right. And you would rather invest in those businesses?
No. So we don't invest in a staffing business ever.
Right.
Okay. The point is, sort of reduces a bit.
So there are businesses which can be capital efficient at the starting of their businesses, and there are businesses that ought to have a lot of investments going in to kind of, because they're creating categories or creating market categories. And
Naukri also created a category, but उसमें competition नहीं था.
हाँ. Right.
और हमारे पास पैसे नहीं थे.
Right.
Right. You know, so we had no choice but to break even. So we broke even. When there's no choice, ना आप बहुत चीजें कर सकते हो.
Understood. I fully agree. So we talked about corporate governance, we talked about profit versus growth. Talk about some culture around the leadership team, because again, very high growth businesses need a lot of culture development in the leadership team, at least. You know, people talk about purpose, people talk about mission, vision, etc. Can you talk about that?
You know, when we started, I'll take our own example.
Yeah.
We did not have a culture strategy. We did not have vision, mission, kuch nahi tha yaar. You know, we simply got 29 newspapers. This is 97, April 97. There are only 14,000 internet accounts in the country. On 14,000 internet accounts, you can't have a vision. Okay? We thought it was a nifty small idea. We'll put up jobs from newspapers around the country. एक बारी job डाल दिए, तो traffic आ जाएगा.
Right.
एक बारी traffic आ गया, तो अगली बारी we'll charge those companies.
Right.
Right? And that's how it panned out. Right? Our goal was, so I was running a small company out of my house. We were doing salary surveys, some databases. महीने साल का 12 लाख turnover था. Company break even हो रही थी, मैं salary नहीं ले रहा था. I couldn't take a salary because company couldn't afford to pay. Right? And I said, अगर हमको 1000 कंपनियां मिल जाए हर महीने जो 500 रुपए दे दें एक जॉब लिस्ट करने के लिए, तो महीने के 5 लाख हो जाएंगे. तो साल का 60 लाख, तो कंपनी ग्रो 5x. Right? If you can do this in 3 years, it will be big victory.
Right.
वो विजन नहीं था, वो सेल्स टारगेट था.
Right.
तो शुरू में विजन नहीं होता है. Right? शुरू में सेल्स टारगेट होता है. Right? अगर विजन होता है पहले ना, तो you spend too much money. अगर सेल्स टारगेट होता है, तो you break even first year.
Nice. So capital efficiency के ऊपर आप काफी, मतलब I think you're mostly talking about profitability, capital efficiency.
The time that is, just go back to your childhood years, when you were growing up.
Yeah.
What did your parents teach you?
Yeah.
पैसे बचाओ, खर्चा कम करो, live within your means.
Right.
So those 3 values are back in fashion. A few years they weren't because there was too much money in the environment.
Yeah, so I was thinking, just switch to this time where hundreds of, I mean, just about a year back or 2 years back, when there were $50 million or $100 million, or, you know, for SaaS companies, $10 million were easy to raise, and people had money. So in those times, so that we don't get it wrong, what culture should we have, right? For example, let's say if there's a SaaS company, I only need 2 million, but investors gave me $10 million. Now what?
Don't spend it.
Don't spend it.
Okay? If somebody is, I mean, don't spend money, don't spend more than you need to spend.
Got it. So your culture needs to still be capital efficient.
So, see, क्या था कि, you know, most of us in this room are from middle class background, right?
Yeah.
Right? So salaried parents, not so much money at home when growing up. Okay? Just live like that, pretend you're the same, and don't spend that money. So raise the money, but don't spend it.
Understood. Do you think it's okay to raise secondaries, very large secondaries by entrepreneurs at a very early stage of the...
Personally, I don't think so. I have tweeted about it. You may have, may have seen my tweets.
Yeah.
So when we raised money from ICICI Venture in April 2000, agreement clearly likha hua tha ki you can't decide your salary, we'll decide your salary, because you can't get rich on our money, so you get a modest salary. I was okay with that. Us time my salary zero thi, so any improvement is good for me, right? Second, you can't sell any shares without our permission, and that permission will not come, because in order for you to get rich, you have to make us rich. And they called it alignment of interest. And we will get rich when we sell our shares, not when there's an up round. So till...
No mark to markets.
No mark to markets. I mean, mark to markets book mein hota hai, but you can't in cash. And we were just clear about that. And they called it alignment of interest. And it worked out.
Got it. And so these were all bull market times, and when large...
See, what has happened since 2008, well, anytime there was trouble, right? For the next 14 years. Or 13 years, okay? And this massive increase in liquidity found its way all over the world. Public market, private market, all asset classes, right? And now that they've reduced the size of the balance sheet, and they increase the interest rates, you're seeing the flip side play out.
And so people and companies with these kind of values will sustain.
It's not just values, yeah, it's about, see what costs have you built up, what's your business model, if you're selling below variable cost, what will happen when you raise the price, how much cash do you have in the bank, are you able to raise more money? There are several variables, but in general, it's a good idea to have a good unit economics, enough cash in the bank, right, and a frugal mindset.
Can you give us an input around, let's say, investors' role? For example, I have seen businesses in my portfolio companies, and I'm an investor side now. When investors say, go get a good growth. Second, we have to raise another round. We have to raise another round. Just go capture the growth. Should the entrepreneur, how should the entrepreneur behave in the boardrooms? Because boardroom becomes the most important aspect in entrepreneur's life. So any advice on that?
So listen, to the founders, it's your company. Right?
It's your?
Company आपकी है.
Right.
So आपको 30 साल चलानी है. Investor चलाएगा 5-7 साल में. Right? Now, while the investor is on your cap table, obviously they're very important, and you have to look after minority shareholder interests, and you have to be ethical. But understand fully well it's your problem. It's your company, and ultimately it's your problem and your solution. So if you're not comfortable with anything, with something, say so. Right? Because ultimately, यार investor के पास portfolio है. अगर आप fail हो गए, कोई और succeed, he's okay, he succeeded. आपके पास portfolio नहीं है, आपके पास एक ही company है. उसी को कामयाब बनना है.
Yeah.
So you have to be more responsible and the most responsible person on the cap table.
Right. In fact, I learned that you also famously said that some investors are probably think it's like their dream to run the company by using the investor.
So I think we were very fortunate. We had ICICI Venture as an investor. There was complete role clarity and role consensus.
Right.
They knew they were investors. They would suggest, not impose. We knew we were the founders and we knew what to do. So it was a great partnership.
Right.
So I think it's really important that founders and investors have role clarity and role consensus.
Right. So, now before we just move to the other side when somebody is already in the troubled waters, so Sanjeev talked about, corporate governance, which starts at the founder's head, profit versus growth in terms of being capital efficient, a profit mindset. He talked about culture first or sales target first. I think I really love that. Use of founders' time in terms of making the investors rich first versus making us rich first. and the role clarity between investors and the entrepreneurs. I think these are some great pointers in my opinion. I'll keep that in my mind also, that companies should actually work on so that they don't get to the troubled waters. So now very important, some people or some companies have got to the troubled waters. I know a lot of companies and portfolio companies as well, some of them, where it's very tough to raise their next round. Companies short of cash. How should what are some of the areas that he should look at?
Look, cut cost fast. Now, some of these cost-cutting decisions are painful, right? But if the company is going to otherwise go out of business, okay, and be a messy shutdown, it's a good idea to anticipate stuff and cut cost fast. If you somehow get to break even, at least you'll survive and you'll live to fight another day, right? And examine your costs very well, examine your unit economics, your overheads, your marketing kharcha,
right?
Your salary bill. But founder should lead from the front. अगर आप लोगों की तनख्वाहें काट रहे हो, लोगों को जाने दे रहे हो, first make your salary ₹1.
Right, right. So,
so you can explain to your people, look, we are going through tough times, and I'm cutting my salary to ₹1, right? And we'll take it from there. And yes, some people may have to be let go, if they have to be let go.
Right.
But you've got to downsize with a human face, if you're downsizing.
And is it okay to think about, maybe the business model doesn't allow you to kind of just continue. Is it okay to pivot, okay to shut down, okay to...
Yeah, so there is no one size fits all. Obviously, each situation is different and each company is different, each business model is different.
Right.
But, you know, if you just have no time left and there's no money, it may be that you'll shut down. But that may also happen.
Right, right, understood. And let's say the biggest problem comes here when, you know, business is running. Some businesses actually, even if you cut growth, cut down profit, probably competition just takes over because they have cash. And becomes a
that becomes a problem unless you innovate and do something different and build a moat and can somehow find levers of growth that don't cost that much money.
Nice, got it. So guys,
just to tell you something, we had raised 7.3 crores in April 2000, and we had a competitor who had raised 28 crores at the same time, right? We survived and we grew. The question is how good you are at execution and how good you are at innovation, and do you have that customer insight? And that's what worked for us. So it's not impossible.
No, I can absolutely feel that, because we raised, in our media business, we raised 12 crores and our competitor raised almost like 300 crores. And as time would have it, because we continue to save, and time has have it, we bought them out. So, so the principles and the value system actually worked in our favor as time was ahead.
Yeah, you see, it's about focus on the customer insight, innovation, execution, and you know, while capital is important, if capital is your only strategy, you know, you have a problem.
Right. Guys, thank you very much. The time's up. I will tweet all the points because this should remain in my, I should actually keep going back. I was chatting with Sanjeev sir yesterday and I was saying this is like Sanjeev's almanac. These points are very, I would say, very precious. It's 33 years of his experience and combine a little bit of mine. So I will tweet them all with Sanjeev's permission, and just let's keep them as very precious points in our journey. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manish, and thank you very much, Mr. Bikhchandani. If I could request you both to please come together for a quick photo op. And every session with Mr. Bikhchandani is nothing short of a masterclass, and I think, yes, we'll eagerly be looking forward to those tweets from Manish as well, considering all the pointers that have been covered in the session. With that, ladies and gentlemen, what we're now going to do is take a lunch break, and let me inform you that on the other side of the lunch, we're going to have our next trilogue featuring none other than Aman Gupta of BOAT and Manish Chaudhary of Wow Skin Science. So we're going to have a very interesting repeat 2:05 p.m. So please really quickly grab your lunch and do come back so we get our next session started exactly at 2:05 p.m. Thank you.
Have an Activate Provider Org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel Ameo, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. AI capabilities. It is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and Ameo, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications, and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
networks with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policy, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards, and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Personalization.
It's a beautiful thing. Change. Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Force to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है।
आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान।
जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent-pending innovations in areas of content tech language tech and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Babbel has made conversations human again.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 90% of the money you're spending on acquisition campaigns wasted. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate Provider Org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel Ameo, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes, and devices.
At Exotel and Ameo, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications, and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
Strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. If you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpage, driven by personalization.
Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth. And help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world. We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in just a couple of minutes, we're about to get started with a very interesting trialogue coming your way. And I hope all of you are equally excited as much as I am. Our speakers are already here, so they're going to join us. And in just a couple of minutes, we're about to get started. Thank you.
We live in a new world. That's why you need new age media solutions from Jagran New Media. Jagran New Media. Fluid solutions for a fluid world.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message, have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, let me inform you that our next session is all about the next wave of retail, featuring some really amazing speakers. We've got Aman Gupta of Boat, we've got Manish Chaudhary of Wow Skin Science, and we'll also be having Praveen Sharma of Paytm Ads to spearhead this session. That's what's about to take place in the next couple of minutes. So I'm going to request everyone to please be seated, and a humble request to once again please keep your mobile phones on the silent mode. Thank you.
आपकी स्क्रीन के अंदर 3 मीटिंग होना चाहिए, देखिए, और यहाँ पे एक ग्लास और पोस्टर यहीं पे रखो, यहीं से हो जाएगा। हाँ हाँ, इसको फाइनल कर दो, यहाँ पे हाथ पे देखो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for another very exciting trialogue right here at the 17th edition of the India Digital Summit. a phenomenal summit that's featured more than 140 speakers and having the presence of more than 2,500 delegates. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us back in. Now, we're about to deep dive, finding out more details about the next wave of retail. And this is where we're going to interpret the evolving landscape of digitally native brands. First up, we have with us someone who in fact got hooked to music and the ideology of the legendary Bob Marley with a quote saying, "Love the life you live and live the life you love." While on the other hand, our next speaker is someone who's known for his curiosity levels and also believes that if you fail fast, fix fast. And at the same time, the one who's spearheading the session over here is someone who's held leadership roles across industries such as fintech, adtech, and consumer verticals. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, we have with us Mr. Aman Gupta, co-founder and chief marketing officer both. We are also joined by Mr. Manish Chaudhary, co-founder, Wow Skin Science. And to spearhead this fabulous session, we have with us Mr. Praveen Sharma, COO, Commerce Services, Paytm. Let's have a melodious and a beautiful round of applause, everyone. Let's welcome all our three speakers right here. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to request you to take your seats, and I'm going to quickly hand over the session to Praveen. Over to you then.
Hi, this is the afternoon edition of this fireside chat. So delighted to have both these very sterling founders here from the industry. My first question as we kick off, Aman, is to you. I read your tweet in the morning about fake products and how that doesn't work for the consumer, the brand, and for the overall industry. And as we go along, a large percentage of fakes are being manufactured and sold in the market. So, specifically, like, how do we resolve it? Is there a way to address it? How should the industry sort of think about addressing this issue?
Hi everyone, glad to be here. So, straight to the first question of the first tweet, of the morning tweet. I don't know whether you've seen the tweet. So there is, we are going through some fakes which are happening, and every day there are, there are a lot of consumers who are buying boat products from fake websites. So I just put a tweet that, guys, please be careful. Don't buy it from these fake websites. So, when we started off a few years back, we were very happy in making the brand, right? पहले तो हमें भी लोगों को बोलते थे कि अरे ये तो इसका प्रोडक्ट इसका कॉपी दिखता है, ये इससे इंस्पायर्ड है, और फिर धीरे धीरे हमने अपना ब्रांड, you guys are comfortable in Hindi also, right? So धीरे धीरे हमने अपना, we made our brand, and then the fakes started coming in. And when the fakes started coming in, I started feeling nice initially कि यार हमारे fake बन गए, मतलब brand में कुछ तो दम होगा, right? तो शुरू में अच्छा लगा, लेकिन धीरे धीरे जब वो उतरा और फिर जब पता लगा कि भाई ये तो menace है, so it's very difficult to manage it. But now, thanks to the industry, in fact, I called up Vijay Shekhar Sharma in the morning because the guy doing fakes is doing it from UPI Paytm ID. So
if I had known, maybe I wouldn't have asked.
No, I knew you would ask, right? So I called up Vijay Shekhar Sharma कि भाई ये देखना जरा आपके ये क्या हो रहा है. Then he's helping me, and I met him because of the industry. So IAMAI. So I think it is something which we are managing, and it is something which we have to live with, right? जो एक लाइन नहीं है, जिसका नाम है वही बदनाम है, right? So हमारा fakes है तो है, क्या कर सकते हैं? But we'll have to manage it because consumers buy it because they think it's bought, but it's eventually not bought, and then it comes in for warranty, and then we have to tell them we can't service you because we can't. Unfortunate. It's a weird situation to be in.
Manish, anything from you?
Yeah, same like Aman. We used to be very thrilled when knockoffs were then said. People would say the brand's arrived. We've done a survey. 10 to 12% of our products are fake, right? So it's a menace, and at the end we have tried doing so many I mean, we did technology also. Each bottle of ours has a unique QR code which we embedded into the bottle, but we still see enormous amount of fakes which come online. We see it even offline pretty large today. Do remember we're not in electronics like how Aman is, we're in personal care. A lot of our formulation has been developed over years, but the fakes are really dangerous to use on your face as well as on your hair. But we've tried everything possible. I think it's a lay of the land. Consumers need to be a little bit more cautious.
So do you actually deploy resources in your organizations to specifically to address this issue?
Yeah, so at our end, we have an average of 1 raid every quarter, and those raids are expensive. You really go with law enforcement really going in there. But I can just imagine, and I would request consumers to be a little bit cautious more. I think it's more of the price where they get enticed over buying this, but it's how it is. We have to factor it in.
Got it.
We can only over communicate with our consumers to really address these issues. Address these issues.
Got it. Okay, so let's move on. My next question is around. Let's talk a little bit about distribution. So every time I read anything about D2C, I mean, it's hard for us to ignore one fact that increasingly there are more omni-channel D2C brands. A lot of, I'm guessing, and I'm not sure of this, is that both of you also started online and then transitioned to offline as well. So my question is, how do you see this evolving? Point one. And I think a related question would be, we also read a lot of stuff about tier 3, tier 4 growing faster than the metros, etc., etc. And is there an interplay between those smaller towns and whether you're doing offline or online? Like, so how does this, like, how do you want to comment about this distribution and how does it evolve?
Yeah, see, at our end, tier 2, tier 3 is real India. If you really see at our end where we have close to around 60% of our sales coming. Loyalty in those towns are much more stronger than where we can find in tier 1. One is accessibility of better brands, are not too many there, right? So I think tier 2, tier 3 is real Bharat, and that is something that we are addressing a lot more. Even our omni-channel over going towards offline has a lot of strategy towards what pin codes we address to consumers in those regions, how to get deeper, right? What is D2C today? I think D2C is a channel, it's not a brand anymore. What are D2C brands like us today? You have to remember that as a starting point. We are rule breakers. We do opposites than what traditional consumer brand companies do. Channel is critical, but when you have to trigger omni-channel is has a time, right? Your proof of the pudding of product, pricing, all comes online. Once you get a fit towards that is when you start moving into omni-channel. At least at our end, we continue to do that. We have obviously our mother brand, Wow Skin Science, Wow Life Science, and once you get a lot of pipeline towards it, that's when you go to omni-channel towards where it is. But D2C is online. It's the fastest way to get to a consumer. Fail fast, fix fast is the medium online. You'll get to know whether you're hero or zero really quickly there, right? And that's when you start going through the omni-channel playbook, at least at our end, but still our DNA is very, very digital.
Very, very.
So, people in Delhi, I always say this, people in Delhi have all moved in buses, right? नहीं, यहाँ पे तो क्राउड देख कर लग रहा है कोई बस में नहीं जाता होगा, बट दिल्ली में ना बहुत लोग बस में जाते हैं. वो बसेस होती थी डीटीसी बसेस होती थी, राइट? और जब पहले D2C का कोई वर्ड नहीं होता था, पहले वो D2C बोलता था तो बस याद आती थी. एंड हमें जब हम पैदा हुए थे तो हमें बोलते थे लोग ऑनलाइन ब्रांड्स. फिर ऑनलाइन ब्रांड से हमें शुरू में हम इन्वेस्टर्स के पास गए तो लोग बोलते थे कि कितना बिजनेस कर लोगे, राइट, ऑनलाइन ब्रांड. ओके, तो फिर हमने थोड़ा और साल बीते, लोगों ने हमें डिजिटल ब्रांड बनाना शुरू किया. दैट यू आर डिजिटल ब्रांड्स, यू आर बोर्न ऑन डिजिटल. फिर हमने ऑफलाइन बेचना शुरू किया तो लोगों ने बोला कि तुम ऑफलाइन में क्या उखाड़ लोगे, राइट, बिकॉज तुम लोग सारे ऑनलाइन ब्रांड्स हो, डिजिटल ब्रांड्स हो. बट आई थिंक आजकल क्या हो रहा है ना, देयर इज, यू आर अ ब्रांड. You may be born on different places. I call you know, and I'm using his word for it, it's called Doordarshan era, right? एक Doordarshan era के brands होते थे पुराने. So those brands were born offline. There was nothing known as online market. But if you look at the online market today, all these offline brands are coming online, right? There is no brand which is now only a pure play offline brand. All these offline brands somewhere are working on online or D2C. If you look at us, we were born on Amazon and Flipkart, right? Initially Amazon and then Flipkart. As a marketplace brand, we started our D2C journey 2 to 3 years back, but now we are killing it on D2C. D2C means our own website, and we are growing much larger on our own website than any other marketplace. Then third is we started offline. Offline means these retailers, mom and pop shops, and that is also growing like crazy. And if you look at India, 90% of India is still offline. They are not online. So the room to grow for brands is immense. Whether you're born on, I think he was born on his own website. He was like, yeah, we were born on Amazon. So I don't care where you are born. I think today the market is, if you have built your brand on X, you can go to Y and Z. So growth is huge on all channels. It's not that the marketplace is not growing. It's not that the offline is growing. And it becomes easier, right? Today, when we were born on, when we made our brand popular on marketplaces, I don't need to spend so much for customer acquisition on my own website, because people know boat now. People buy boat coming on boat as, I want to buy a boat headphone. Even in offline, I don't need to promote the brand, because people know about the brand online very well. I don't need to spend enormous money on offline. So I think, the lines are getting blurred, and all channels should be leveraged depending on the size scale where you are from.
I see. And so when you think about, I mean, this is generally, I'm trying to understand. So when you think about smaller towns, in the smaller towns, because your distribution offline will be pretty costly, I mean, do you still reach the, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, because in a small town you may get a store, etc. It may just be a little bit, so do you reach those people mostly, like when you grow there, are you growing through online or offline? Like the smaller towns, let's say in a tier 3 town, your faster growth will come through online channel or through offline channel?
So online is easy. We are already, if you ask us where do we sell online, wherever Flipkart, Amazon, or all these guys sell. If they are, it's not my job to cover pin codes there. It's their job, right? My job is to ensure that my brand is bought by people in the whatever town you want to call it at. They want to reach the whole India. They've already started delivering in 97 to 98% of the pin codes. So I am already there. Offline is a little difficult to crack, because you need to have your fleet on the street. You need to have people, you need to have, and it's a very different mindset. In online, it's very easy that I'm selling to the retailer who's selling to the consumer, right? Here you are selling to a master distributor, to a distributor, to the retailer who's selling to the customer. So it's got a chain. It's not like a direct chain. So it's a different mindset. And for me, I didn't have the money to go offline earlier, but now we've raised some money, and we're now planning to go offline.
Got it. So yeah, so I think that makes it interesting. So in which case, I think just moving on, I want to talk a little bit about the role of the marketplaces, and it seems like they're fairly central to your channel marketing and distribution, etc. How do you sort of think about, I'm guessing like most D2C brands, and I may be wrong here, but that's the assessment I have from reading all the stuff that we do, is that you want to rely less and less on a marketplace, and you want to rely more and more on your own channels, as that's fairly obvious. Do you see ONDC playing a big role in the future here? I mean, it just got started. Do you think the pace of acceleration there is good? Like in what kind of time frame do you think it will start becoming a little more meaningful?
Yeah, great question. We just listed on ONDC. I think we were one of the first personal care brands to list. I'm a big fan of UPI. same teams working on that project. It's the future. Let's be honest, your own website or your own distribution is very expensive, and your highest amount of investment comes from there. Marketplace is critical because it's a place where discovery of your brand happens. It also gives you a great fitment on the product stage point of view where you are. And as a brand, we started off first on our own website. When we started advertising, got a lot more popular, it had a lot of spillover effects on marketplaces. For marketplaces, it also had a lot of demand for us in offline. So it's a journey. Marketplace is extremely critical. Obviously, you don't have the data of the consumer. And do remember, that's a consumer who's also, your own website obviously controls a lot more towards building pipeline towards loyalty, new launches, what do you build only for your own website. But that's the funnel where we do it. But if you ask me, ONDC looks very interesting, could be winning in few categories, could be great in ours, could be great in electronics. Not too sure on food how it might disrupt, but at least for personal care and at least on day-to-day whatever essentials, it's a good discovery platform where at least where we are looking at. Haven't seen any good sparks on it yet, but I'm really excited to see towards the end of the year how do they really pick speed up there.
Aman? I'm a big believer of the India story, if you ask me, right? I remember a few years back when UPI was coming up, there were some people who said UPI won't pick up the way UPI has, right? And they missed, I would say they missed the boat there, right? So UPI has become one of the most phenomenal things India has produced. Yesterday I was reading that in Singapore, now India can do transfers from Singapore to the ambassador of India to UAE, he was there and he was saying they are also planning to do a UAE to India UPI transfer. Imagine, that is outstanding. If that happens, who believed that UPI could do it? There were so many naysayers, right? And now UPI is big. When people were saying, I'll tell you a small example, my anecdote. When we were not making in India, Make in India started happening a few years back as one of those, flagship programs of Mr. Modi and the Modi government. And look at what Make in India is doing. People like us got excited about it and we are all now making in India, right? People didn't expect that to happen, that we will be able to make in India. Nobody expected that. So I am saying ONDC has just started. And I remember, Mr. Modi one day, where was he? I think in somewhere he said, India is not like a flight which goes like this and goes like this. India is like a train. India is a big country and it moves like this. Right? And when it moves, it moves. So I think ONDC is here to stay, and we all feel that if that picks up, nothing better than that for the country.
That's awesome. Great deal of optimism there. Okay, so moving on. So, I think in the audience we might have some people who are either starting up now or may plan to start up anytime in the future. So one of the things that I was very keen to get from both of you is that you have been helming your specific industry verticals for a long period of time and you've been working in these industries and trying to grow them. If you were to start up today, right, and this is for the benefit of all the people, like I said, who may be thinking of starting up, etc., and wanting to pick, and you do not have the option of picking the categories that you already own, that you already are in, like what industry verticals would you start up in and why?
There are so many new categories coming up. If you look at any industry, like if you look at their industry, they were mostly selling shampoos and normal stuff. But now there are some brands who are now focusing only on one category called coffee. And they are making coffee shampoos and coffee products, right? This guy started with apple cider, right? Their biggest product. Mamaearth started from one small product category. So even in these big categories, I would say there are these smaller niche segments which are coming up, right?
I mean, the qualifier I have is that, look, every founder, when he or she start, they obviously want to become very big, right? So, and as you get very, very niche, the profit pool available to you is small. So So, I mean, taking that also in consideration, of course, you can make the best apple cider shampoo or whatever else, but there's only so many people you're going to get. So I think I get what you're saying, but also looking at, you know, the profit pools available you know.
I don't agree to what you're saying, because then to nobody will start up, right? And if you don't start somewhere small, you know, ye kya ukhad lenge, right? We were doing cables and chargers, small products, and then we started doing audio. People said, audio mein kya rakha hai? Where the whole world was, you know, even the VC industry was fighting for marketplaces. Then they started, you know, there is a rat race which happens in the VC world, where all of them run after one thing. And I also want to have a fintech. Then they went into health tech, right? And all of them went into health tech. Now all these VCs are having FOMO on D2C. Then they want to have a D2C brand in their portfolio. You know, I don't care. I don't think that is the right answer. If you ask me, there are profits. You have to build a brand somewhere. Wherever you get a space, enter. If the door is open, put your foot there and enter into that category.
So what's the door for you today?
What category will you be?
What is that door for you?
I will do shampoos.
I definitely will not do audio.
Okay. I mean, जहाँ दरवाजा खुला मिले घुस जाओ. अब अगर मुझे सब पता होता तो मैं खुद खोल लेता ना यार अभी. To answer the question, I don't know right now. If you look at space tech, robotics, if you look at health as a industry, where and what to do in health, I don't know. But these are some underlying openings in the industries which I feel.
Yeah, so our doors are open first. Let's start with that. Let's talk about the next 20 years. And first, I don't have a choice to change industries. I have got two large PEs with me. I have to give them exits whenever the time comes, but razor sharp focus on what I have. But any of you guys who are looking at starting a business or a brand, I think 20 years is what we are looking at least I am looking at. This is India's next 2 decades. We as a nation are very underprivileged on having great brands in this country. Right, let's start with that. I'm a consumer guy. I love interacting with customers every day, so that's my DNA. I don't think I can move from that at least in my lifetime, right? I would have loved to be in services, a product-less journey to a customer, but I have a passion for consumers. So any of you guys looking at starting a business first, I'm not going to be getting into audio for sure. Anything, at least on the digital side, any of you guys taking inspiration, product, gross margins is critical. 65 to 70% gross margin critical. Brands need a lot of marketing money, and I think that's going to be a moat for years to come. As a founder, as a brand, capital as well as brand building is critical. It's a painful and a tough journey. There's too much clutter in this Indian ecosystem that we have today, which is great to be a consumer, but not to be a great time to be a founder, if you ask me. And I think keep it very simple. Insight of a product category is critical. We are living in a digital era where you'll be able to get to know what consumers want and not want easily by a lot of data scraping. So I'll keep it very simple for any of you guys. Look at an opportunity where you can service consumers. When we started, I think there were a handful of people like us started digital. Today we have 4,500 D2C brands in this country, and I think Shark Tank is ruining everybody's CAC here. So I think the culprit's sitting right here. But you know, look at the bigger picture. It's great to be an Indian consumer today, and survival of the fittest is going to be the moat. You have to have a product differentiator, marketing differentiator as a starting point. I think then the doors are open permanently for long. So I'll keep it short. High gross margins, insight to something what consumers will want to have for a long time should be a moat towards what it is. Capital and marketing is going to be some big investments. Timing is very critical.
Okay, so some good advice here. So I must tell the audience at this stage that I spoke to both Aman and Manish, and both of them are quite open to taking questions from the audience. So if you guys have We will come to the audience, so if you guys want to sort of think about and articulate your questions, etc., we'll do the report. So are we done with the time? Okay, so we can continue for some more time, right? Okay. All right. So since you talked about all these industries and all the opportunity, I want to get a interesting perspective from each of you guys. Founders today, such as yourselves, are newsmakers, right? Are big newsmakers, right? There's you shape public opinion, lots of following on Twitter, on social media, etc., etc. Now, I want to ask each of you, what if you have to look at India ecosystem, what is the founder you admire the most, other than your co-founders, that you're working with, and other than the two of you for each other? Like, who would you say that I really admire this guy, and this is what he or she has done, and this is very interesting. So the audience wants to know.
So there are, I would say, I will divide that in two parts, right? One is a founder, who's coming from a business family. Then I would respect Tata's a lot, where, even after it being a generational business, they've been able to redefine how TCS is doing. They're able to redefine now on travel with Vistara, and we all have a trust on Tata that अगर Tata कर रहा है तो ठीक ही होगा, अच्छा कर रहा होगा और consumer का ध्यान रखेगा. Whether it's Taj Hotels, keeping up with the times. We know so many business families, where second, third, fourth generation have just ruined the family, right? So in that manner, I love Tata's as a company which is like strong on purpose, on ethics, on customer satisfaction. If you look at the new generation of founders, I like the Flipkart guys. I'll tell you why. Sachin and Vinny Bansal. I haven't met them ever, but if you look how they have, there was India Times shopping, there was Rediff shopping, there was Snapdeal, there was Amazon coming in, there were so many Nazara, Naptol, this, that. There were 100 shopping sites, right? But still, Flipkart was able to do something. Even today, they are able to fight an Amazon a few years back, and they are still surviving, and customers still buy from there. In fact, they are doing very well in some of these categories where they are existent, right? So, they are one of these poster boys of Indian startup world. And they give inspiration to a lot of founders like us that you don't need to worry about global brands. If they could do it in their category, so can we do it in our category. So I think for me, Flipkart guys, in that sense, I'm sorry, Vijay Shekhar Sharma also, yeah. So he's not bad in Paytm. But for me, they are among the top.
Awesome. Manish?
Yeah, I'll go with the usual. I think I admire the Zerodha founders a lot. That's a founder's journey, which is incredible. And I've found a new founder for myself. I think Aditya Chopra was mind-blowing for me as an entrepreneur. Was mind-blowing. I mean, just look at the detail of a founder. First taking a legacy ahead, going first day, first show, watching and seeing insights, when a audience claps, when they walk out for a popcorn, had a detail each movie which he went into. It relates a lot towards our journey as founders too, right? It was, I think, his first interview which he did. I think you guys should go and see that. It was mind-blowing, at least for me. So I've found a new fan following in him, which is spectacular. I think you guys should see it. It's off consumer as what we're doing, but the principles of building something is so spectacular. and also the journey of how he is planning to institutionalize a company. He's coming to a lot of phases to come and say, I had to come and bail out a lot of time to YRF, which is spectacular, right? I think it's a mind-blowing, Aman will like it, he loves his Hindi movie dialogues. He'll relate it a lot because that was spectacular for me to watch over the weekend, but awesome. That is something which I think is spectacular. You guys will take inspiration for anything you guys want to build in future.
Awesome, that's a great perspective. So, guys, what we'll do is we'll have a quick report launch, this IAMAI D2C report, which we'll talk about, and then we'll have the option of some audience questions. So, if you guys have any for the two guests, then we'll take them after that. Yeah.
Thank you, Praveen. That's right. I'm sure everyone's eager to also ask questions to all of our panelists. But before that, I'm going to request all of our three speakers here to please come together for the launch of the report. Now, this report is done by IAMAI and One Lattice under the guidance of Aman Gupta and Manish. And this report will also be available. First, let's have a round of applause. That's right. Now, let me also inform you that this report will be available online on the IAMAI website. And so, which is why I'm going to request all of the three of you to please come together for the unveiling of the report.
Oh, okay, this is the report?
That's right. Okay. Let's have you all unveil it. And then we can have you all come together for a quick photo op. I'll ask Praveen as well to join in. No, we need also to media photo as well. It's so nice to see Praveen being super nice to that wrapping paper. But we'll just quickly clear that out because I'm going to request all the three of you quickly to come together for a photo op. And then let's also have you pose for the media. We also have our friends from the media, so let's do that one more time. If I could request Aman, Manish, Praveen, one more time, if you could just pose one last time, because we also have our friends from the media right behind, so let's have it captured all across. Yeah. Well, let me inform you all that this report is available online on the IAMAI website for all of you to take a look, so please don't forget to do that. With that, I'm going to request you all to take your seats again because now it's time for the audience Q&A. Praveen, over to you.
Okay. It's working?
Yes, it's
working. It's working now? Okay, all right. All right, so any questions from the audience? Okay, there we have a lady in the black in the middle of the room. Can somebody give her a mic, please?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Manish and Aman, for lovely insights. Aman, I'm a big fan. I watch you every day. So, my husband's an entrepreneur, so I know the kind of sacrifices you've made probably to reach where you are. So, my question is, currently India is in a complete wave of raising investment, starting a company. What do you feel how important is to raise investment if I am a profitable company already? Is it necessary that I look out for investment or run the business myself with the kind of funds I'm making through the business already?
Great question.
So, thanks for watching Shark Tank. Keep.
I didn't want to promote Shark Tank, but you said it.
No, but I want to. I took that opportunity. Keep watching.
Yes.
So, if you ask me, question मैं भूल गया क्या था?
Question is that if I'm already profitable.
Well, if you can sit down, it's fine. So, raising, not raising is a founder's outlook, frankly speaking. If you are profitable, don't raise. I remember Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani of Naukri, he uses a line and he says that it's better to raise customer money than investor money, right? Because जब आप investor के पैसे raise करते हो ना, तो आपको उसे return देनी पड़ती है. You are anyway signing up for a treadmill, and you'll have to keep running on it. Now you could hear it in his voice. He was saying, मुझे अभी founder exit देनी है, तो वो stress है, वो stress आ जाता है. Sorry.
We are also in the same boat.
Yeah, we are in the same boat. So, till the time you don't need it, don't raise it. But if there are some industries, if there are some companies, and you start seeing the industry where probably there was a winner-take-all market, and if you can help supercharge your growth by taking funding, there's no harm. So for us, if we had not, when we took funding, it was more for, I don't know a lot of things. I don't know how to run a big company. When I went to Kaval, I raised at 100 crore valuation, and I went to him, and we were already doing 100 crores in sales, and he said, I will not give you a valuation. I said, doesn't matter, sir, why don't you come in and you choose the valuation, and I'm okay with that, right? And he said 100 crores. I said done. Then from 100 to 1000, he was instrumental in our growth because he was able to connect the dots. He was able to give us a vision of what to do, how to do. Then from 1000 we have Warburg Pincus and Qualcomm. Now Qualcomm helps us, apart from the money, Qualcomm is helping us make in India well. Warburg is helping us grow from 1000 to 10,000. So you look at what you need. It is not just money. If you need money to kill a competition, to maybe outgrow the competition, to run fast, because if you don't and your competitor does, you are anyways dead. Because he's going to buy market share, he's going to buy companies, he's going to buy better technology, better people. So it depends on the entrepreneur. If you ask me, keep it to the last May. Although we all raised, a lot of us have, but my personal view would be, don't raise money. Run it till the time you can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi Aman, again a very big fan, of you also. So I just want to ask this, like you also mentioned that you always wear a boat t-shirt, because everywhere I go, you say that, okay, boat, right? So someone who's running a B2B SaaS company, like for example, I'm building one of them, it's a very developer friendly market. The clients are B2B, but the users are developers. So if I wear my t-shirt, it's very good for the tech community, but I don't get sales from there, right? So how do you think can be a creative way of using this thing in a B2B SaaS way, kind of like?
Mat pen.
T-shirt. How to make it like?
Have you seen Laksh movie?
Yes.
तो लक्ष्य में क्या होता है, वो ऋतिक रोशन ना ऊपर चढ़ रहा होता है, ठीक है, और उसके साथ में ना उसका एक आर्मी का मेजर होता है, और मेजर कहता है, सर मुझे नीचे देख के डर लगता है, तो ऋतिक कहता है मत देख.
नहीं, सर we need to do branding as well, right?
अरे तो और ऑप्शंस है भाई, ब्रांडिंग के, दिस इज नॉट टी शर्ट ही पहन के ब्रांडिंग हो जाती है यार. Product works, mailers work, B2B में तो mailers and the community outreach works. You work with a lot of community guys, work with the technology guys, bring them to 5-star hotels, dinner kara, lunch kara, party kara. So I think that helps in B2B more than, your work will speak, your productive work will help. If you have a good product, then they will anyways come to you. You don't need to wear t-shirts for that. For us, it's, I love my brand and I wear it on my second.
Praveen, just before, I'd like to interject here because we also are going live, which is why we got some questions on Twitter. So before we pass the mic, and also ask some questions from the Twitter.
Okay, one question from Twitter before we go to live questions. Yeah, please.
So there's a question for Manish. The question is, how important is omni-channel marketing for your brand? How important is it?
Answer that.
That's omni-channel marketing. That's the majority of our burns, if you ask me, because that's ATL. That's where the investment of ours is over the next couple of years. But it's extremely critical. Remember, in our category, 90% of trade happens or commerce happens offline. And an online consumer and offline consumer, though, are almost the same, but are totally different genres. So that's most of our investment. But it's very critical to build that if you want to build a strong offline or an omni-channel strategy. Yeah.
Okay, the gentleman in the front seat, yes, please. Can somebody hand the mic over to him?
यहीं से बोल दो, हम बता दें.
No, I think the rest of the guys. Yeah.
A very simple question, Aman and Manish, both of you. So, when for the very first time, when you people went in for a funding, right? So, आपके माइंड में ना एक क्वेश्चन होगा कि एक इन्वेस्टर ना मेरे को पैसा दे रहा है, उससे मेरी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस होंगी, राइट? एक XYZ चीज़ें वो बताता होगा एंड ऑल दोज थिंग्स, बट do they live up to that expectations in the time when they fund you? Point number one. And secondly, who is a better investor, a strategic investor or a VC?
सर पहले तो फर्स्ट रो वाले VIP होते हैं, तो आप करते क्या हो सर?
Sorry?
फर्स्ट रो में नॉर्मली VIP बैठते हैं.
I am also a founding member of a startup.
Which one?
VSPAGI. It's
VC. You're a VC?
No, I'm not a VC. Founding member of a startup called VSPAGI, Personalized Interactive Video Platform.
Got it. No, I know. But there are no investors in this room, right? Are there? No, because then I can be frank.
Be frank.
Yeah. So, as I repeating the earlier question, if you money is has no color, value, whatever there is a saying, right? If you don't have an I got investment from another company when I was raising from Warburg. इसमें टाइम अप लिखा है, ठीक है ना? अभी थोड़ा देर कर सकते हैं.
I'm guessing these people will tell us here.
तो हटा दो यार. तो उसमें पता है, उसमें हमारे को ना बहुत Warburg के टाइम पे एक और ने हमारे को फंडिंग दी which had much higher valuation than what Warburg was giving in. So I did my research with my people like there is a person called Sri Rajan. He works for Bain. He was the head of Bain India, and I spoke to a fellow founder community, and they told me that Warburg is one of the best investors. They care about you. They are entrepreneurially friendly. They will be there. because क्या होता है ना, जब सब ऊपर जा रहा होता है ना तो सब सही होता है. जब खराब हो रहा होता है ना तो सबसे ज्यादा VCs और इन्वेस्टर्स जो होता है ना यही फाउंडर के बजाते हैं. सेक्वाया में अभी बहुत सारे केसेस चल रहे हैं. देयर इज सो मच डिलिजेंस हैपनिंग, देयर इज सो मच फ्रॉड हैपनिंग इन सम ऑफ देयर पोर्टफोलियो कंपनीज. वी ऑल नो हाउ इट इज हैपनिंग, राइट? They will keep quiet about it and they may not openly talk about it. But if you ask me, always look for Sequoia is a good company, and their people love Sequoia as a brand. But if you talk about a lot of investors as a community, you will talk to founders and get to know ये सही है या नहीं है, right? ये अब आप ये क्यों नहीं, ये जैसे शार्क टैंक में भी है, तो बहुत लोग अगर मैं अपने आप को इन्वेस्टर देखूं, राइट, तो आई ब्रिंग इन अ वैल्यू विच प्रोबेबली समबडी एल्स कैन नॉट, राइट? कई लोग वहाँ पे ज्ञान ज्यादा बांटेंगे बट काम कम करेंगे. कई लोग वहाँ पे किसी और चीज में फोकस इसका होगा, किसी का किसी में होगा, किसी का हेल्थ टेक में होगा, किसी का हेल्थ में होगा. सो इट डिपेंड्स ऑन अ फाउंडर लुकिंग एट समथिंग बियॉन्ड मनी. इफ यू आर नॉट गेटिंग मनी फ्रॉम एनीवेयर, there is only one investor who is ready to give you money, and you cannot survive without his money. Take his money because you have no option. But if you have more options, then choose between the better option. It's like that. It's as simple as that.
Manish? Yeah, so I'm an FMCG brand. Remember, I fight with a 90,000. I mean, our TAM is 90,000 crores. You know who's the largest player we are fighting with?
Yes.
I can't mention the name, but at least at our end,
I can
get this myth off, right? Nobody knows what a founder goes through. All founders here are here to make money. Let's be honest point of view. But there are investments and journeys which are painful, and you have to invest in it. It's compulsory investment. We were bootstrapped before I went, and I did a 250 crores top line with a 19 crores profit. Obviously, if you see our balance sheet over the last 1.5 years, there's a lot of investment gone in. At our end, at least, I was very clear. Valuation, at least at our stage, was not a big driver because I had 100% of the company. We still own 56, 57% of the company. Majority is with us. But we were very clear we'll get partners who have a great reputation. And touch wood, I can tell you I'm blessed with having two of the best PEs in this country backing us. And I would say that they're all weather. We've seen 2-3 tough quarters. We've seen great rises, and I'm always a strong believer. You'll always get to know your partners. In Hindi, you'll say you get to know where it is. I won't be able to connect and translate it properly, but tough times will really tell you who your partners are and not. But at our end, I was very clear that the partner or the person we are partnering has to be having, who should be an all-weather. So that was our criteria. It's not easy to raise money, let's be honest point of view where it is. And we are in a very, very competitive market. We also have a business in the US. I don't know, most of you guys know We are there in 3,000 Walmart stores in the US. The only first Indian brand to be there in Walmart USA. So some of the Indian investors don't understand the US journey. So we had to split our structures up a bit. So choosing a right partner is very critical. Early stage, don't think about that 5, 10, 15% extra going out. But know the right time when to go and raise money. One of the audience asked, we are profitable, should I go in or not? Everybody is here to make money, right? It's about how your ambition is to make it large. And we are all here to make something which is large and impactful.
Right.
Aman and myself have a decent, see, brands are built on momentum, remember that, right? How large can you make it as a company? And most of our investment is also, we had one thing very clear is that we don't want to be built as a founder-driven organization. Investment into a team is very critical, right? We have got huge investments there which should pay off in a year or two. So timing is very critical. Choosing a right partner is critical. As Aman says, if it's a last bullet, what you got, choose where it is. But don't bring your business to a stage where there's poor runway management, right? You should know when you should be triggering it. Don't have an ego of saying, you know, I raised it at the last amount and I should be there. It's a journey. Everybody will understand where you do it, and having a right partner is very critical.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Investor, founder dynamics. And guys, I can see a few raised hands, but unfortunately we're running out of time. We have the next session starting soon. I take this opportunity to thank both Aman and Manish, and for the audience, a very participative audience, and you listen to this conversation with rapt attention. Thank you very much, and that's a wrap here.
Thank you for the session.
Thank you very much, Praveen. Thank you, Aman. Thank you, Manish. If I could request you all to come together for a group photograph, one last drill. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request you all to please be seated. As I'm going to request everyone, please ensure you're all seated. We also have a protocol to take care of, so a humble request to everyone, please be seated. Thank you so much. All the attendees, all the delegates, if I could request you all to please take your seats. We're now about to get up for the valedictory address at the 17th edition of India Digital Summit, and we're about to begin that in a short while. So I'm going to request all our members of the audience to please be seated, and I'm sure there's always that hula-baloo that happens after a phenomenal session like this. So we're just going to wait for everyone to very quickly take your seats again. All the attendees, all the delegates, this is going to be a really quick request. Please take your seats. We have the Honorable Minister joining us, and that would be absolutely disrespectful, if I may say. So if I could request everyone, please very quickly take your seats. Thank you so much for your understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, We're truly honored to have the presence of Shri Piyush Goyal, Minister of Textiles, Minister of Commerce and Industry, and Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government I Divya Gokulnath, the co-founder of Byju's, and Mr. Sahil Goyal, co-founder and CEO Shiprocket. In fact, Shri Goyal's presence here today is a testament to his commitment to promoting digital innovation and development in India. So we are deeply privileged to have Shri Piyush Goyal with us today, and I'm certain that his keynote address will also provide us with valuable insights into the future of the digital industry in India. So with that, if I may please request our dignitaries, if I may please request Shri Piyush Goyal, may I further invite Divya Gokulnath and Mr. Sahil Goyal to please come on the stage. And can we have a huge round of applause to once again welcome them all for the valedictory address that we are eagerly looking forward to. May I also request Divya Gokulnath and Sahil Goyal to please join on stage. Thank you very much once again for joining us at the 17th edition of the India Digital Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the valedictory address, first up, we have with us none other than Divya Gokulnath, who is the co-founder of Byju's, the world's leading edtech company, and she's fondly known, most importantly, as a teacher and also a mentor to millions of students on the platform, and she's now scaling Byju's international business across multiple countries. So first up, can we have an inspiring round of applause as I invite Divya Gokulnath to present the welcome address.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, Shubha sir, and my dear friends, as a representative of not just the education and the startup community, but in many, many ways, the digital India business, I have to say that I stand here today as a very, very proud Indian. Proud of my country, proud of my government, proud of my Prime Minister. What Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has done with Digital India has not only enabled people to lead lives with greater convenience, but equally with greater dignity and the greatest hope as we march forward in this Amrit Kal. Ultimately, equity and equality are the pillars of democracy, and nothing is more democratic and more equal than the ability to access education of the highest quality, irrespective of your background or location, through the help of technology. Indeed, India's EdTech has been built on the foundation of Digital India and has been nurtured by Startup India. Our entrepreneurial courage is only getting stronger every year. Today, I look at this young audience, so many young people brimming with so much energy, the faces lit up, so many young people who have the courage, the conviction to start up, knowing that there is the strong ecosystem in our country that will provide them with the tools, the guidance, the support they need to have their best chance at success and impact. Not only that, we also have probably the largest and the fastest growing consumer base of any country in the world. Visionary initiatives like the JAM Trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile have ensured technology penetration to the masses, financial empowerment for every single person. And as we approach India's 100th as an independent country in 2047, everybody wants to contribute, wants to build, wants to take India to the world. The spirit of entrepreneurship is alive. It's kicking in India, which has the world's third largest and fastest growing startup ecosystem. I would be remiss if I didn't commend our government and forward-thinking leaders like Piyush ji for carefully crafting considered policies to create such an environment. Digital India is not just a scheme, it's not just a slogan, but a way of life for our 1.4 billion people. Whether it's financial transactions or education, more and more Indians are taking the digital route to unleash the collective potential of this great country. The digital revolution in India is transforming the way we live, the way we work, the way we teach, the way we learn, the way we travel, and of course, even sometimes how we survive. It is empowering every Indian citizen to reach their full potential. Thanks to all of this, and being a young and ambitious entrepreneur myself, and knowing how we think, I can assure you, Piyush ji, that there are many more Baijus waiting in the wings, and many more Divyas eager to contribute their best efforts towards India's forever success. I remember Piyush ji's address in the Startup Council where he said, let us dream to do 47 by 47, that is, let's make India a $47 trillion economy by 2047. We will do collectively our very best to make your dream a reality. India is today seen as one of the world leaders in using the power of the internet, the power of mobile technology, the power of digitization, but more than everything else, it is the power of making a vision become real, and that is why we are deeply proud of what India has achieved under this government and our Honorable Prime Minister. I do realize that we have miles to go, many dreams to chase, but no one had ever imagined that we will be on this incredible journey. Yet today, we are part of it. We are part of this huge national transformation, and all I have in my heart is gratitude. Thank you, and thank you. This is Divya Gokulnath, co-founder Byju's, and more importantly, a proud Indian. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Divya, for those pioneering thoughts. Education indeed is the bedrock of the economy, and we thank you for your entrepreneurial drive and for continuously inspiring so many people out there. So thank you so much for those thoughts that you've shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now on that note, we have the august presence of Shri Piyush Goyal, who is the Minister of Textiles, Minister of Commerce and Industry, and Minister of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. In fact, he is also the leader of House and Rajya Sabha and India's former G20 Sherpa. As a Minister of Power, Coal and New and Renewable Energy, he has led transformational changes in India's power sector, including the fast tracking of electrification of the nearly 18,000 unelectrified villages in some of the remotest and inaccessible parts of the country. At the same time, he is also known for his vision of a modern and digital India and has been instrumental in implementing several key digital initiatives. He's been a strong proponent of the startup ecosystem in India and has also played a key role in the development of several digital platforms in India. As I earlier mentioned, his presence here today is a testament to his commitment to promoting, welcoming once again Shri Piyush Goyal at IDS 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ms. Divya Gokulnath, Sahil, all the young entrepreneurs, startup techies, most of you would be techies, I imagine. I still remember at a series of engagements in Silicon Valley when everybody was introducing themselves. I am from IIT here, IIT there. And after several engagements, my colleague, who was also IIT but also IIM, when he had to introduce himself, he said, I am from IIT Madras. And he didn't talk about his IIM Bangalore. So I asked him afterwards, I thought he used to be very proud about both. Why did you not mention IIM Bangalore? He said, it doesn't work here. IIT is the only thing that works in the Silicon Valley. But the good part is that India has come of age when it comes to the digital world. I still recall 22 years ago when 1999, when the Y2K bug had threatened to literally put an end to the digital world then prevailing. We in India saw a number of IT companies come up to address the challenges of Y2K. I remember large contracts being given out. Most of you would have been very young at that time, so maybe something for you to do a little research on. Because to my mind, the origins of this industry, the software sector and in 99, 2000. And at that point of time, we saw a number of companies emerging, number of professionals finding solutions to the rest of the world to protect them from the potential hazards as the calendar turned from 99 to 2000. Of course, nothing happened. That turned out to be pretty much a false alarm. But the good part is that India emerged out of the shadows for all the technical strengths, for all our capabilities and talent that the world was able to see through that period. And I think the IT industry has never looked back since then. We've only seen a one-way growth. Last 2 years, we've seen the services sector grow very rapidly. In fact, our services exports, largely driven by IT, have grown by 20% between the year 2021 to 22 and 22 to 23 for the March 23 year end. Will grow another 20-22% or thereabouts. So we've really created a potentially huge sector and a huge industry, not only in terms of jobs, in terms of giving value to the talent that all of you have, but also providing India an opportunity to showcase to the world. Going forward, my own guess is that the IT industry will overtake merchandise exports. We are at about 422 billion or 420 billion of merchandise export last year and 254 billion of service export. My own estimates seem to suggest that we'll converge by 2030, 7 years from now, at about $1 trillion of merchandise and $1 trillion of goods. That's the trajectory that I can see, which will mean merchandise growing at about 9.5%, and services growing anywhere between 16 to 17%, and we'll get there. Why I'm sharing all this with you is that you juxtapose this contextually with the Startup India mission and Digital India, which was launched in 2015. So Prime Minister Modi took charge in 2014. Through his years in government in Gujarat as Chief Minister, and for that matter, even in his earlier years in public life, he has always been focused on remaining ahead of the curve. He believes that technology is going to be the driving force as the country evolves itself, wants to develop its economy, wants to become a prosperous country. We'll have to be ahead of what the world is doing. And technology will be that differentiator which will help us get there faster. So 2015, soon after he came into government, he launched the Digital India mission. And we saw the rapid strides Digital India has taken over the years. We've seen broadband now being taken to almost every panchayat across the country, so that the remotest corners of India will also have optic fiber facility and giving them high-speed internet. Mobiles is a story which does not need any repetition. 800 million odd smartphone users is not a small number. I suspect today, just like a refrigerator, or for that matter now even a television is no more a luxury, become more a necessity, or almost there in every home through the length and breadth of the country. We would probably have a smartphone, at least one in every phone, in every family, almost across the country. And if anybody was to sit and imagine what it would be like if Digital India had not been launched in 2015, if mobiles hadn't gone up in the trajectory in which they did, if 4G was not taken to the remotest parts of India, and the last 20,000 villages are currently being rapidly connected with 4G, so that we'll probably be amongst the only few nations with 100% 4G connectivity across the length and breadth of the nation. And we are a large country. I'm sure all of you would have experienced that in many of the developed countries. When you're out on the highways, on long travels or drives, you don't get good internet, you don't get good mobile connectivity. India relatively is better placed than many of these developed nations also. 5G has been launched on 1st October. I'm told that by the end of this year, calendar year 23, we'll see significant amount of cities, probably 100 plus, 125 cities and towns which would be 5G enabled. And the speed with which technologies are becoming available for Indian consumers and Indian businesses, Indian entrepreneurs, is truly the envy of the world. In this backdrop, when Prime Minister Modi launched the Startup India mission in 16, January 16th, 2016, my own sense is that, was it January 6th or January 16th? Somebody just Google it quickly. We had probably 4 or 5 startups at that time in India, which were unicorns. We would have had about 500 odd startups registered in the ecosystem, 4 or 5 of them as unicorns. 16th of January 2016. And I still remember at that time, most people were very confused, what is the Startup India mission? In fact, I think many people are even now confused. Entrepreneurship and startups are often used interchangeably. People are not able to understand the difference, or maybe are not yet fully aligned with the concept of Startup India. And I think what you are doing in your entrepreneurial journeys is significantly adding value to any thought process or any way of living or any way of working that a common person carries out in his day-to-day life, or a business conducts themselves in a particular way. The startup ecosystem is addressing the challenges of human existence, for that matter, of every human being, of every business, of every process that has been going on for many times years and decades. The startup ecosystem is finding a better way to carry out that activity, a smarter and more efficient or effective way to deliver goods, to make life easier for the common man, for the citizens of the world, to make businesses easier for business persons and industry or manufacturing or services, is helping businesses interface with the government smarter, is helping governments carry out its work smarter. So every idea using technology which helps people lead a better life, governments perform their duties smarter or better or more effectively, or businesses become more efficient, more profitable, eliminate the waste, improve productivity, improve quality, improve efficiency. That's broadly the story of startup that I would imagine is truly reflective of a startup. And I would think each one of the 100 plus unicorns that India boasts of today as the third largest startup ecosystem has brought a value proposition to the country, to whatever has been going on for so many years. I think 7 years into Startup India, the growth story has been phenomenal. Of course, we still have a long way to go. I think the biggest strength that all of young India has, all of you have, is your perpetual desire for more, your perpetual dissatisfaction with whatever you've been able to achieve. And I think that's where you derive your strength from. And I love that. I love the enthusiasm I see in today's generation. I love the ability to think out of the box. I truly appreciate the fire in your belly, the fire in your work, the desire to achieve extraordinary results. And I think that is what is driving India's digital future. And all of you, ladies and gentlemen, young friends, you are our hope to truly make India a developed nation, a prosperous nation, a nation that cares for 140 crore people, a nation that brings in inclusive growth so that no family, no person is left behind. And what we as government would like to do is only play the role of an enabler, a facilitator, handhold you through that journey, but not get into your lives, not get into your businesses. In fact, if one was to ever ask me what was the one single point which one would attribute for the success of the IT sector in India, I would probably say it's because they kept government out of their business. Unfortunately, at that critical phase, 99 to 2004, 98 to 2004, Y2K story started around 97, 98. In that 6-year period, Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee was at the helm of affairs, and he actually kept government totally out of the business of the IT sector. And that's, to my mind, the biggest strength why the IT sector worked through the length and breadth of the country and across the world, why today TCS can be the lead sponsor in a marathon in New York amongst 7 locations worldwide, why we have our startup wants to have a startup bridge with India. Not because of us, because of you. They want to engage with you. Our role has been in building the credibility and the trust that the world today has in India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has actually been able to create a situation where when you showcase your Indian passport anywhere in the world, it carries value with it. I mean, I have heard of so many instances where even NRIs or colleagues who are not living in India, and certainly many of us, have experienced the disdain with which we were treated at immigration lines in many countries. I have probably also 1 or 2 instances where I can recount some not very pleasant experiences, and the sad part is sometimes it was Indians sitting on the other side who would also treat us quite sadly. But today, you go anywhere in the world and you say you're from India, there's a mark of respect, there's expectation from all of us, there's an understanding that this is an emerging superpower, there's a recognition it's the fastest growing large country in the world and expected to continue to do so for many years, possibly decades into the future. There's a clear sense that the delta of growth that India offers from now to the future into the next 10, 20, 30, 50 years is probably more than any other country in the world can offer. Ms. Divya was very kind to remind me of the conversation we had at the Startup India Advisory Council meeting in Bengaluru about a couple of months ago, or maybe in January, I don't recall now. Just some time back, we had the Startup Advisory Council meeting in Bangalore. I had a whole set of, NASCOM was there, Debjani, number of venture capitalists, early stage investors, people associated with the startup ecosystem were present in good number. It was a closed door interaction where we were trying to lay out the roadmap for India going forward. And I would invite your organization, IAMAI, also to get together a bunch of good, smart young kids, boys and girls, well-meaning boys and girls, who can sit down and create a future in the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years for India, and do some brainstorming, maybe create some models, see what we need to do as a nation, and where we see the pathway to making India a developed nation. What do we see happening every 5 years, for example? Don't want to introduce the 5-year plan again. But at periodic intervals, what are the interventions we expect government to do? What are the interventions businesses need to do? What is it that young boys and girls and our talent pool can do? Where we see ourselves in the world order? What will be the internationalization of our economy? What impact that will have, good, bad? What we need to do in the future in terms of our geopolitical strategic actions? If a small group of people, and I'm trying to put together several groups like this, who can work on this, and then we bring them all together and dovetail ideas, dovetail suggestions, so that the country can actually work to a plan, as I think all of you do when you're doing your startups or when you're doing your work in the digital space. And my enthusiasm saw no boundary that day, because the whole team in that room was turbocharged. Each one was giving brilliant ideas. Each one was setting the bar higher than the last speaker. Until a lady in the room sitting to my right, she said the right things also probably, but she was actually there, and we were trying to 2047 in terms of GDP, in terms of India's growth story. I was laying out the historical background that 30 years back, India used to be I think little under $300 billion economy, 91. Little under $300 billion, 91 or 92, one of these 2 years, you can again check it out. We're just about $300 billion, give and take a few billion. 30 years later, we are 11 and a half times, or 11.8x. And bear in mind, these 30 years have not been smooth sailing. And I don't mean only black swan events, or I don't mean the COVID pandemic or fuel surges or the Ukraine situation. I'm talking in terms of the enabling environment for business and industry and economic activity in India. While of course we had a series of actions in 91 which we called the first generation reforms, then we had a situation of coalition governments for several years, and governments which didn't even last their full term came and went. We had political uncertainty, we had high inflation, we had huge amounts of corruption scandals, we had uncertainty about if the country could grow 11.5 or 11.8x in 30 years. Given the strong foundational work that has happened in the last few years, given the fact that today we have fundamentals of the macroeconomic character of the economy as a very strong, vibrant economy, the fact that we are considered a trusted partner across the world, the fact that countries are literally wishing to expand trading arrangements, free trade agreements, comprehensive economic partnerships with us, across all continents in the world. The fact that we have a decisive leadership, forward-looking leadership, we have technology, the latest technologies with which we engage with today. We have a talent pool which is truly outstanding. We produce the maximum number of STEM graduates in India annually. We have a huge diaspora of 30 million across the world who can add value to our own efforts, who are also in a way potentially large investors. I don't know if you have ever studied, but China's growth story came largely not out of foreign direct investment of foreigners. It was the overseas Chinese who put in the maximum money into their own country. And the overseas Indians are not wanting to be far behind. My own engagement with all of them seem to suggest they want to do much more in India. We have to grab the opportunities. We have to give good deals. We have to give good offerings. We have to give good products, services, value propositions. There are many overseas Indians, and apart from that, of course, the whole world today is looking for investment avenues. We've had a little hiatus because of high interest rates in the US and Europe, UK due to high inflation. But my own gut feeling is that it's a temporary phenomenon, which will have to be turned quickly, otherwise growth story in the developed world is going to take a big hit. And in all of this, the world recognizes India as a bright spot. The world recognizes India as the one country which can actually drive economic growth. And in this context, that lady in the Startup India Advisory Council, when different figures were being bandied around the room, raised her hand and said, "Sir, if we are talking of India at 2047, then shouldn't the target be to make it a $47 trillion economy?" And come to think of it, you look at today's $3.5 trillion. We are almost saying a similar level of growth, what we saw in the last 30 years, albeit achieving it in 25 years, which I think should not be a challenge, given the fact that so many things have happened in the last decade or so, 8-9 years, which have completely changed the way the young Indian thinks, the way India works. The fact that today we accept quality as an important factor is itself a big mindset change. Many of you youngsters may not have experienced it, but certainly some of us older people in the room, we're not too many here, but the older people in the room will remember, you go to the market, you'd always be looking for a product which said for export quality. And then you felt, yeah, this must be good. Am I right, madam? And then you would say, yeah, this must be good if it's for export quality. Are the Indian consumers, and here I speak as Consumer Affairs Minister, I don't think Indian consumers deserve a raw deal. I think they deserve the very best, whether in goods or in services. But I find the country today is willing to accept quality and its importance. I was at a program this morning at Greater Noida, and frankly, if any of you has the time, I would urge you as youngsters to visit this Elecrama exhibition going on in Greater Noida. Tomorrow is the last day. It will make you proud as an Indian. It has 1,000 exhibitors, most of them from India or foreign companies manufacturing in India. I'm told in the entire 1,000 companies, there's only one company from an unfriendly northern neighbor who's not liked by anybody in the world today. And there, when I spoke about quality and putting in quality control orders and strict quality parameters on all electrical and electronic goods, the welcome to the idea that I received in a large audience was music to my ears. And personally, I think if just quality becomes the mantra of this nation, coupled with sustainability, which in any case I think we have all accepted given what's happening in the world, we are all conscious of our responsibility as global citizens that we'll have to address the problem of climate change. So going back to what Prime Minister Modi had articulated, the Z factor, zero effect, zero defect. If we just accept this as our mantra, can you imagine how we can transform this country? How sustainability, green energy and clean planet can drive economic growth on the one hand, and how quality can become our calling card. And imagine when you go out there with trust, with quality, and with your knowledge, your talent, with a 1.4 billion people consumer market behind you in India, to experiment at scale, to give you large market spaces for you to use your talent, to use your ideas, to deploy your ideas. Just imagine the whole world will be your stage. You'll be able to capture world markets with your efforts. And I think that's the India that we would all like to see. Some of us in this room would like to leave behind, for all of you youngsters here. I don't know whether I will be there or many of us, some of us will be there in 2047. But clearly, I can see all of you youngsters powering India to become a world superpower. We'll obviously become the third largest GDP economy in the next 4-5 years. But I don't think that is what our goal will be. Our goal will be an inclusive India where everybody can enjoy the fruits of prosperity. Nobody is left behind. An India where 1.4 billion people who are today can enjoy the fruits of all of these. And I was going through all the various partners of this program. And I think collectively, all of these various offerings that they have, that you have, that Digital India has brought to the country, some of our own efforts like ONDC, the Open Network for Digital Commerce, the UPI, all the digital public infrastructure that's been created, all of this will become the perfect setting for the India at 2047. This Amrit Kal, this 25 years that we have just entered into, is going to be an area of digital transformation, is going to be an area of significant changes in the energy world. There will be huge redeployment of energy sources and a lot of flux in the energy world, which we can leverage to our advantage. And very clearly, resilient supply chains are going to determine the future world order. These, friends, are an opportunity for each one of you, each one of us, to leverage, to make India, as somebody in the morning meeting said, not only Atmanirbhar, and I love the point that he made, we should now aim not only to be self-reliant, not only to be Atmanirbhar, हमें सिर्फ अब अपने आप को आत्मनिर्भर नहीं बनाना है, हमको पूरे विश्व को भारत के ऊपर निर्भर बनाना है. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, your words are a guiding force to our ambition and India's ambition. And we thank you for sharing your valuable insights into the future of digital industry in India. Can we have another huge round of applause? And We can't thank you enough, sir, for joining us at this edition of IDS. Well, that being said, I'd now like to also invite Mr. Sahil Goel, who's a co-founder and CEO Shiprocket, to also present the closing note to this valedictory address. He's fondly referred to as de facto CPO, given his passion for products, growth hacking, and tech. And I must admit, if there are a lot of homegrown brands and D2C brands that manage to solve the why, you and Shiprocket have solved the how. So can we have a round of applause to also welcome none other than Sahil Goel.
Thank you for a wonderful speech, Honorable Piyush Goyal ji. I was going to make notes so I could recap in my closing note, but I was finding it hard because I was so raptly listening to every word you were saying. And I want to thank you for all of us here today for your speech. I could not agree more. I think India has come of age. Some of us who've been around since the early 2011-12 era, I remember India, like when I studied in the US, and for the longest time, the hottest thing you could do was to go back home, launch a business to export IT services and export. We were out to get into that sector. And while that's grown by leaps and bounds, as Sir just mentioned, it's a projected $1 trillion market soon, along with goods being another $1 trillion by 2030. I think what's also happened is what started as a knowledge outsourcing hub for India, we became an IT tech outsourcing hub, doing IT-enabled services. Then we became product tech outsourcing into India. And in the last 5 years, I feel, and I'm sure a lot of you guys in the room would agree, that we have increasingly become India tech for India. So in the last 5 years, what I have noticed is that there's a lot of capital investment, lot of intellectual investment, and lot of support, including all the initiatives from the government, as well as from the ecosystem at large, which are going behind making India and building for India. And this is across all segments. So clearly it feels like India is coming of age, sir. And through the years, all the initiatives such as Startup India, Digital India, think about it, it's only 7 years ago, it's not that long, and we have seen a rapid growth in the market basis the launch of those initiatives. Sir mentioned the difference between a startup and an entrepreneur or entrepreneurship. I think it is not a trivial one. It can sometimes be confused very, very easily. But the reality is, I think startups are more driven by a mission to change how things are done, driven by a vision of how the future of the world can look. They are much more normative in their thinking, and then putting a plan and then driving towards it of the future of how the world could look or how India could look. And I love the word dissatisfaction. I think it's such a great word that, we don't actually mention it or articulate it like that. We talk about hunger, we talk about drive, but I love that word, sir. I think dissatisfaction is a great word. It's my word for the year, setting the bar higher constantly. And I think the whole narrative around trust in India, it's a beautiful one, right? And we've all experienced it one or the other way, especially if we've been traveling overseas. That's when you get a real perspective of how India is perceived across the world. And I also agree with you, sir. India truly is making its mark. The way folks talk to us overseas, including the immigration line, all the way to our colleagues or our friends and family overseas. I do think India is emerging as a superpower. A lot of countries know that. I speak to a lot of venture capitalists across the world, and India right now is on everyone's roadmap. It is the place where all of the growth is happening. We're the fastest growing GDP in the world, and this will sustain. And I have no doubt that in the next 25 years, a 10x growth is easily achievable, given that the government continues to play the enabling role that they have over the last many years. And the fact that all of us are here in this room with Sir talking about this today is a testament to that itself. So in summary, I think to make us reach where we want to reach, Sir summarized it as trust, quality and talent all coming together. So my key takeaway today is, if we can focus on 3 of those things along with sustainability, along with being dissatisfied and really continue taking pride in India, I'm sure that we will scale any height possible. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sahil. Thank you indeed for sharing your valuable thoughts. Once again, thank you very much, Shri Piyush Goyalji. Thank you, Divya, for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, while we conclude the valedictory address, we've heard from the leaders, but it's now time to continue hearing from the leaders with our next session, another leadership talk coming your way. So I'm going to request everyone to also be seated, because let me remind you, the sessions are not done yet. We in fact have some more important leadership talks coming your way. In fact, for the next 2 sessions, we will be having a digital revolution for social impact. That's going to be the theme for our next leadership talks. Please be seated. We'll get the next session started in a few minutes. Thank you.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 90% of the money you are spending on acquisition campaigns wasted. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your business by more than 30%. By integrating the power of analytics and engagement into a single platform, CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free program designed to help startups get started and grow their business on AWS. Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate Provider Org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the pre-function area, we'd like to inform you all that the next session is about to begin. So we request all of you to please come inside the hall and take your seats. We're about to get started with the next leadership talk in the next couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the pre-function area, let's have you all please come inside the hall and take your seats. Time to get our next leadership talk started in just a couple of minutes.
वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel Amail, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud platform in the emerging markets. With inbuilt AI capabilities, it is the only full-stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes and devices.
At Exotel and Amayo, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, your applications and the telco lines can all work well with each other to create a dreamlike experience for your customers.
Strengthen the foundations of your customer engagements with cost-effective personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy enables enterprises through cutting-edge video technology to provide personalized video interactivity experiences at scale. So if you are a bank looking for an interactive way to onboard your customers, or facilitate cross-selling of other products like pre-approved loans and credit cards, an insurance service provider connecting individual customers to renew their policies, an automobile company trying to woo prospective customers and book a test drive of a new car, or an airline sending information on flight status, a business operating in hospitality requesting for feedback, or a retailer trying to make your customer browse the catalog and buy from your e-commerce or shoppable site. We make it possible with just a personalized video interaction with your individual customers. Now generate a data-driven personalized video stream for every targeted individual at scale, and engage every viewer individually through various interactive options within video along with simultaneous customer interactions at scale through multiple channels. You can also facilitate campaign tracking and performance monitoring through real-time dashboards and provide enterprise-grade APIs for seamless integration with any kind of CRM or CCM. Enhance your customer engagement with personalized video interactivity. vSpaggy, driven by personalization.
All right, welcome back everyone. And I know this is that time of the evening that after a power pack session, everyone's headed out to grab some tea, coffee, or probably even some more conversations. But that being said, I'm also informed about the fact that our speakers are also pressed for time. So let's go ahead and let's get the next leadership talk started. Meanwhile, everyone who's entering inside the hall, I'm going to request you to please take your seats. The theme for our next leadership talk is all about digital revolution for social impact. There's a wonderful saying that goes by the fact that what you do for yourself leaves with you when you leave the world. What you do for others remains immortal. And I think it would be befitting to gather a lot of beautiful insights coming your way because first up, we have with us a very renowned edupreneur, a teacher, and also a tech enthusiast. And we have with us none other than Mr. Vamsi Krishna, who's the CEO and co-founder of one of the best education platforms, Vedantu. And I think I was taking a look at one of his TEDx talks, and that's where he actually shared about how he experienced learning through the experience of teaching. So firstly, thank you very much, Vamsi, for joining us here. If I could please invite you on the stage, and can we have a beautiful round of applause to welcome the very pioneering Mr. Vamsi Krishna. And joining him on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, they often say that to get the right answers, you need the right questions, which is why you need the right moderator to spearhead. And we have with us someone who is not just a renowned moderator and also a speaker at some of the digital and tech forums, but we also know her about one of her best podcasts, one of India's best podcasts, which is Being CEO with Dipali Nair. We have with us none other than Dipali Nair, Director, Bengaluru Digital Sales Center and Digital Sales Center Growth, IBM. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? This is the leadership talk that we are eagerly looking forward to. I'm going to quickly hand it over to you, Dipali. Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the warm welcome and for the words. While the topic is digital and social impact, my observation, and I was just sharing this with Vamsi and Shubho when I was sitting there, my observation is that when you look at the whole education space and what technology has managed to do there and the digital transformation, it could not have happened but with the goal of social impact in mind. So it just goes hand in hand. So what I want to do today instead is talk to you about your journey and the person that you are, because I think that's what will bring alive for our audience the kind of journey it requires for creating social impact, of course, failures and successes. So when I was talking to Vamsi, the way he made it sound, that it was all very smooth journey. You know, I got into IIT Mumbai, I went to Barnala, I saw an opportunity there. My friends decided to teach the kids there in Barnala, which is a small town, you know, closer to Delhi. So I quit my job, and then we were very successful at doing that. And then we started this, you know, tutoring thing. We were very successful there also. We sold it to Mahesh Tutorials, and then we started Vedantu. And you know, all my co-founders are the guys, you know, who you know, taught with me in Barnala. So we've been like, almost all of us have been together. And I was like, really, you know. So I think it's about the mindset. It's about the positive mindset. And then when I really asked him and I said this to him, I said, look, just like you, I was also very, very interested in teaching. You know, I also get the adrenaline high just like you do. But I didn't quit my job. You know, he quit his job with, and then that's when he told me, I asked him, I said, you're an only child, what was your parents' reaction? So he said, there was a tsunami at my house, okay? So, you know, life is not so simple, right? And I think we also spoke a lot about relationships and how, you know, building relationships require an effort, and that's unicorn founders, okay? Which is that now that you're very successful, when new people meet with you, okay, how do you judge, you know, that there is genuine admiration, what they want from you, whether they are a company that you want to keep, because you're super successful now, right? Like what, some top 100, 200 people in India, we can count among us that, if you're a unicorn founder, right? Yeah? So how do you judge new people who come into your life today?
Spilling all the secrets here, Dipali. Anyways, thanks a lot, Dipali. Lovely being here. Thanks to IAMAI for having me here. Well, first of all, as a rule, I don't judge people, at least in my personal life and professionally maybe, but not. But anyways, jokes apart, I think everyone is different. Like, it's all about who do you share the vibe with, right? I'm more of a positive guy, so I love to, you know, keep myself surrounded with positive people. Keeps you energized. But apart from that, nothing specific. I think love, positivity, genuine people, right? And you get a sense on that. But I think most importantly, over the years, when you spend so much time, you tend to love being around with people with whom you just don't think about spending time with. You can spend countless amount of time, and that I think is the only criteria.
That's lovely. You know, I must also admit to you, we were earlier listening to, you know, Aman and how he spoke about his investors and boards. So if you were to catch Vamsi later on and speak with him, you will only hear complimentary things about the board. So I think it's also about your own mindset. You know, but you also said to me that over the years, relationships require work. You know, we need to work towards relationships, and this doesn't necessarily mean relationships in our personal life. You know, this is, of course, with your co-founders, this is with your board, you know, and even if we are corporate executives, I think, you know, relationships require work. I think I want you to explain that with an example, you know, how is it to be done, what can be done, what is the effort?
No, very rightly said. It's one of the under-indexed things, but it's very important. Any relationships, right? Personal relationships, professional relationships, any relationship which is important for you needs deliberate work on. And the challenge with almost all of us, I'm sure, is we take many of them for granted. The ones which are most like valuable, you take it for granted. So we all learned it the hard way, some of it. But I do make it a habit now, or I do personal side as well as professional side. Being an entrepreneur, you know how, you know, it is roller coaster, so you essentially don't have time for anything. So at least that's what we like to say. But it's important to slot in a time where required. So what I do, at least personally, is like me and my co-founders, we have 2 times Saturday lunch outs together, at least, right? That's what we try to do. Otherwise, you know, otherwise you just don't find space and time for talk. I go on Friday date nights with my wife. That's something which I have, at least for the last 2 years, tried doing. Otherwise, there was a risk of divorce happening there.
Yeah, so wonderful. I think that's a tip for all married people sitting here in the audience. Huh?
So yeah, Dipali, it's important. And also this is something which puts a very positive constraint on you, because you don't have infinite time and you can't spend time for 8 relationships. It also forces you to think that which relationships are more valuable for you. And that's also a good constraint to think and work on.
Lovely, thank you for sharing that with us. You know, even earlier I heard you mention the word vibe, you know, and you've actually said this, that I believe every Friday date night with the wife, but you also said energy management is very important for your personal productivity. What does that mean?
Yeah, so I mean, few years back, many years back, I was a sucker for time management and this work-life balance. I'm sure that's a concept which is talked about a lot these days, but none of it worked for me, right? None of it worked, right? It almost felt like a regimented robot at the end of the day, like following, like, you know, time management, being extremely productive, having that work-life balance, none of it worked. And what I sort of observed, and that was a waking up call for me, was at the end of the day, I was drained, right? Being just like that robot and all. Then after a few iterations and learning and like obviously relearning through it, what worked for me at least is rather than time management or work-life balance, it's energy balance or energy management, which I think works better. Conceptually, it's very simple. All of us are aware about what energizes us and what saps our energy. So it starts with simple awareness, is what I believe. Then it's about understanding what energizes you and what saps your energy. That also is easy. The third schedule, or a weekly schedule, or a monthly or an yearly schedule. So whatever that works for you. So for example, in my case, I love teaching, right? Now, but being a CEO, I don't get the time to go and teach physics, obviously, out there. So what hack I found is that I probably try to put some once or twice a week training schedules with my management team, wherein I probably teach them something. So that sort of energizes me a lot. So this is a simple example, but whatever works, right? I'm a firm believer that energy management is more important because that actually will make this long journey sustainable. Otherwise, you just burn out, right?
True. So I also want to say this. I think what you're saying is very different from what relaxes you. It's not about being stress-free. You're saying, can we actually find areas that make us high energy and energizes you?
Absolutely. In fact, just to share a story, there was a research done on like age-old people in old age homes about what actually, how was their life? And they all reflected. And then this was a question asked to youngsters that, you know, what is probably the ideal life you want? And everyone intuitively answered that, you know, stress-free life, I'll go to Goa, like, you know, I'll spend in holiday destinations. Those were the usual answers. The same question was asked with people who are above 80, right? The answers were not the same, right? Very surprisingly. So the big lesson, which sort of I've read somewhere was, it's not absence of hardships, which actually, or stress-free, which actually gives you energy. It's meaning and purpose, which actually gives you energy. So it's all about finding that meaning and purpose for oneself and indulging some time into it intentionally, right? That really energizes you and that really makes that whole long journey sustainable and also enjoyable.
So, you know, when you talk about the long journey, I always say this, that yes, you're very successful, okay, now. But on a day-to-day basis, every day is not successful, right? And there must have been some failures, you know, on the way to getting here. What do you do then? What do you say to yourself? What's the inner dialogue? How do you then pick yourself up and, you know, get on with the journey?
First and foremost, I don't consider myself very successful. Okay, on that note, what you just said happens every day. So life of a startup and startup people, a startup founder is extremes. It's all extremes. Like on morning it will be euphoria and evening it will be desperation, right? All these emotions packed into like maybe in 1 hour's time frame. So that's very interesting, part of the fun of doing a startup. It's a roller coaster ride.
So give us an example. What can happen in a day? You know, suddenly you're feeling so high and, you know, you can feel low in a few hours.
I'll give an example. In 2017, this happened with Vedantu, right? So there was probably one day prior, there was a party we organized, okay, because there was a funding announcement which was supposed to happen, and it was all fun to euphoria and all that. One day later, this guy calls in, right, don't want to take names, but this guy calls in and says that, you know what, they're overseas investors. We have lost conviction in India as an ecosystem and we won't invest. And we had some probably some few weeks of when we left. That was it. So this is like on one day, it was like euphoria, and in the evening it was like desperation almost. And that's extreme example, but yeah, stuff happens.
So then when that happens, what do you say to yourself?
I'm a teacher, so probably what I tell my students is what I tell to myself, right? So what I tell to my students is, when especially the ones who prepare for these competitive exams, same stuff happens there, right? On one day you feel that, okay, fine, I get it, and I'll like get a great rank, I'll just conquer the world, and then you give some test and you get so bad marks, and you are like you're desperate. So what I tell them is what I tell myself. What I tell them is, you know what, these small things are not something which will determine your life, right? You need to have sight on the bigger purpose and the bigger vision. As long as that is intact, don't give up. That's the only thing you can do. So that's what I tell myself. The bigger purpose and the meaning is very important, right? If that purpose is not clear and it's not very defined, it would have been impossible for me and my co-founders to have spent 18 years we are doing education, right? It's tough, right? It's the only that thing which gets you going. And I can safely say that, I think even the next 20 years is less to give to this field of education. So I think something you need, like that you need to find. And if that's there, strong enough that you can just go through any ups and downs.
Yeah, lovely, thank you. Mr. Bachchan says, jo man ka ho, to bhi bhala, jo man ka na ho, to usse bhi zyada bhala. So I tend to remember that. A lot of the times, I think we all have definitions of success, and that's a function of our experiences, how we've grown up, and some will equate that with material success, some will, equate that with purpose, and, are you walking the path? But when you're dealing with children, people will ask this question, and I know my sons ask me this question. What's a failure? What does failure mean to you? How do you define failure?
That's a very important one. And we as a society, Indian society, at least in education, we tend to glamorize that quite a lot. Okay, we don't, as parents, we don't talk about if the child is get 95, like the Indian mothers, right, especially, where did the 5 marks go?
Yes.
Will be the first instinctive answer than the thing.
I must admit that my mother did this to me, and I have also done this to my son.
We are getting better at it. But to you, that's a deep one, Deepali. What does failure mean? At least in my definition, not trying, losing entire hope, not even attempting or not even trying, is what probably I would define as failure. Otherwise, I would tag nothing as failure. Everything we should be teaching and inspiring our kids that these are experiences, so that that failure is not a taboo. Otherwise, the problem is that most of the people who come to me for entrepreneurship advice, they're mostly stuck on, should I start up? Right? Now, that's the fear of failure in their mind, so strong that that's preventing them from starting up, right? And it's not just goes for startups, it goes for many other things which we want to do in life. Trying is actually failure, then probably you're trying and ending up short, that's completely okay.
What a wonderful definition. The other thing, because you're on the teaching side, is something that I've always wondered, that a genius teacher is not necessarily a genius at the subject. A genius teacher is somebody who's great at the craft of teaching. Do you think this is correct?
This will start a big topic on what teaching and what teacher, but let me keep it short. I believe all of us are teachers. All of us, every single one of us sitting over here are teachers, and I truly believe that, because think about it like this, we are always teaching something, right? In every chapter of our life, let's say we are teaching our classmates sometimes, maybe you are one of those guys in college where everyone would come and refer to your notes, you are teaching that, you are teaching your colleagues something, right? As a parent, you are teaching your child, a wife teaches her husband every day, right? To no avail, but every one of us is teaching something, right? So we all are teachers, that's what I believe. What makes you a good teacher is a different topic altogether. In my mind, it's simply two things. One is, do you know that stuff which you are teaching well enough? And the second thing is, do you have the ability to get to the level of the other person? And it might be child, it might be any other person,
and lucidly transfer that information. So that's, and doesn't have anything to do with genius, or there is no correlation with that. And this I can tell you from my own experience. We literally did a research in which we did a correlation of the effectiveness of teaching to the qualification of the teacher, and there was absolutely zero correlation there.
Oh, that's wonderful to know. So, you're in the K-12 domain. You get students in your live tutoring system who are already products of the Indian schooling system, They've been taught at home by mothers, at school by teachers, supplemented by tutors, from the young age. What can be done better?
Oh, a lot.
Tell us.
Every one of us sitting over here have an opinion on education system, I'm sure.
Yeah,
because everyone has opinion on cricket and education. That's what I heard. So whenever I go to this investor pitches, everyone has, so Principal, start with this, that I'm no expert. I'm sure everyone has an opinion because all of us have gone through the system.
Yes.
Naturally, right? So a lot of things, Deepali, but if I were to simplify it and pick up one thing, it has to be with the quality of teachers. I believe, and I'm very sure every one of you would agree to this, unfortunately, teaching is not as glamorized as it should be. Best of the society do not become teachers. When people like us, like went into a place called Barnala, I can tell you there was a real impact we could see just because we were there. If we could create a system where the best of the society can aspire to become teachers, we as parents aspire our kids to become teachers, this society, this world will transform. So we need more teachers by choice, not by chance, right? So if there's one thing which we all probably can work towards, it is to change that perception of teaching as a profession so that best of the society can be teachers.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful thought. And I know that I have several other questions for him, but I'm going to take a break in that and ask you guys if there are any questions in the audience. Kavya, we don't have the light, so I can't see actually hands up. So if you can help me out over there. Any questions from the audience for Vamsi? Do I see any hands up? Otherwise,
Deepali, in fact, I had a question. We received one even on Twitter as well.
Yes.
So this was a question with regard to, there were in fact two questions, so let me share them with you. The first, of course, being the vision of a company, when a startup or when you start your entrepreneurial drive, there is a vision that you come up with. Do you think it changes over the years? If so, what is the current vision for Vedantu? And the second question was, what, according to you, your take on the future of education for India?
The vision thing is quite interesting because sometimes you say that vision should not change, but sometimes it needs to change for you to able to do that. The way I kind of think about this is there's something called purpose and basic belief system which comes even above vision. And I think the belief system doesn't change. Right? So for example, in Vedantu's context, the belief system is, like one of the things I said, is teaching should be made more glamorized. Let's say a belief system, right? Education is a superpower. It's something which you can use to transform societies and lives. It's a belief system. I don't think that changes, right? So belief system, not just for me, but for like 99.9% of the entrepreneurs or the founders or the startups I've seen, the belief system is same. The manifestation of that belief system sometimes in terms of vision can change, and it's okay to be that flexible. Yeah, so that's on the first one. The future of education is a very interesting topic. We can go on and on about it. I am most excited. Just to give you a sense, there is something called a linear disruption and and a non-linear disruption. Most of the times we are into linear disruption stage. There are few times when there are step jumps. For example, in transportation, in 1920 was the step jump, wherein from carts, the horse-driven carts, we moved to automobiles. In those 20 years, Ford and other companies, the kind of innovations they did was mind-blowing. But even after 1920, 1930, till date, the innovations in automobile sector is not like disproportionate, right? If I were to say. I think we are witnessing that in education. If you look at the way you and I studied, the way the kids are studying on Vedantu, it's like completely different. For something as fundamental as that to change, the way we've been doing it for centuries, it just changed in the last few years. That's amazing. I think we are in that phase. It would last for a few more years. Probably, no one can predict how many, but definitely would last for years, and lot of innovations, lot of game-changing stuff will happen in the next 5 to 10 years. So most excited about that phase, and hopefully we continue even beyond that. So.
I know it is telling me time's up here, but I have one or two questions to still ask him, unless of course I see your hands up from the audience. So because we're talking about future of education system, I have to ask you this. If you were made the Prime Minister of this country for one day, okay, what is the one change you will bring about in the education system?
That's a mad question. I would just add on to the stuff which I was telling. I'll probably increase the salary of all the teachers. Like just increase the salary of all the teachers.
Yeah, I think that deserves an applause, and that's a really good one. Okay. By the way, Vamsi spent a lot of his, growing up years in Indore, and we were doing a lot of conversation on food earlier, so I have to ask.
So there is this place called Sarafa in Indore, and there's this Gurudwara, so the Pani Puri shop opposite to that probably has the best dahi puris of the entire world.
Wonderful.
Okay,
so with
some
that,
Indorians out here.
Yeah, with that I'm going to let him go unless there's a question here once again. So Kavya, back to you. There is a question? Okay, lovely. Yes.
Yeah, hello ma'am, hi Vamsi. Yeah, I think I followed you, for some time, and you've been doing really great with Vedantu. So, my question as a parent is, life skills is something, which we feel that is not really being taught at school per se. I mean, while, he say ki bacha seekhta ghar pe hai, and I think that's fair. But, he spends a lot of his learning time in school, where he's being taught a lot of subjects which perhaps he will never use in his life. So what is your take on that in terms of, recently government came up with new education policy, there are a lot of practical learning subjects being introduced. But overall, I think life skills is something, which really need to be looked into, for future generations who are, you can look at the amount of stress people go through these days because they don't know how to handle that.
Very valid point, sir. I think one of the most important challenges we have today is exactly that what you said. The problem is multifold. I think time is short probably to touch upon all of it. The education is a socio-economic thing. It's not just like, social angle. There's an economic angle to it also. And that is where probably if we come up with some solution, right, the adoption of it becomes a challenge. So for example, we had a lot of life skill courses we launched, right? But the parents' uptake of it was not that great just because they feel that, yaar, isse fayda kya hoga? Because school mein to nahi hai, exam mein nahi aata. So it's a linked problem.
Actually, my next question was about that only. Did Vedantu look into this in terms of the course being launched online, and what was the response to that?
So I'll tell you at IIT Bombay where I studied, what used to happen is, although we went there for engineering, but there was something called life sciences, right? And there were a lot of things, philosophy, literature, sociology, which was taught. If IIT would have said that we'll teach this, nobody would have gone there, right? But they merged it, they sprinkled it in as part of the regular curriculum. I think something like that needs to be done. Government is doing some stuff around it. Sure. Like the Delhi government has introduced entrepreneurship now as part of their, I would say, I think from 8th standard, I'm not sure from 8th of which standard, it's part of the regular curriculum now. So I think government is doing their bit, all of us need to do our bit. As parents, we need to do our bit, right? Sure. So lot of these things is also taught at home. So I can't underscore the importance of that more. 90% of the stuff which is being taught, if they're not using it, will not use it. With chat GPTs and all, they'll further not use it, right? So what is more important, which is going to be, is how you essentially, like, sustain yourself as a good human being, right? How do you deal with stress, creative thinking, all those things would be required, and that's what we need to evolve towards.
Kavya, back to you, and thank you so much, Vamsi. Big round of applause for Vamsi here for sharing so freely. Personally, I was very, very impressed when I spoke with him for the purpose that they have and the number of students that they are impacting, in India today with quality education and making, giving hope and giving success to a lot of those kids. So Kavya, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepali. Thank you all.
I'm going to request Deepali and Vamsi to please come together for a quick photo. Can you have a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hear it one more time for that very interesting and engaging session. I now know where to go and grab my Pani Puri in Indore. So thank you for that little tidbit as well. I'm sure a lot of foodies here are super excited. Thank you again. All right. So it's wonderful to gather insights, at the same time also be part of some really endearing moments, and I think that's what a true leadership talk is all about. It's not just all work, it's also good, fine balance. And that being said, we are actually inching closer and closer towards the end for the day 2 of the sessions, and that leaves us with our final leadership talk that features none other than Mr. Sahil Goel, who is the co-founder and CEO of Shiprocket. In fact, we also had the delight of hearing him during the valedictory address, and it will only be befitting that we have this particular leadership talk in a way to close the second day for the 17th edition of IDS, featuring Mr. Sahil Goel once again. So that's the plan. I'm going to request everyone to please be seated. One final leadership talk coming your way, so let's look forward to this. It's all about the evolution of the e-commerce ecosystem. We've seen the massive changes that have taken place in terms of retail, in terms of businesses, and we've seen how logistics, for that matter, has powered or given that kind of movement that we were all eagerly looking forward to. So with that, I think we're all set. I'm going to get a quick thumbs up. Yes, we are. All right. And then on that note, ladies and gentlemen, our final session, can we have a final round of applause? Please help me welcome our next speaker, Mr. Sahil Goel.
Hi everyone, pleasure to be here today. So, I run a company called Shiprocket, and we pivoted almost twice to get to our model. We started trying to help SMBs build websites and kind of do the full stack offering, then realized that the desktop was a very quickly dying breed and had to pivot to the mobile. And then when we went to the mobile, we just had massive distribution on the user side. That got us to the understanding, in terms of what the key pain points were, what the problems were. But I think, what I'd love to talk about today is how this has evolved, because, I'm a firm believer of sort of history in some ways predicting the future. And I don't know what the mix is here, and would be great to get a show of hands if are there any D2C brands, aspiring D2C brands in the audience? None? Is it all? Okay, how many of you guys are startups? Okay, a bunch. Okay, great. I'll try and keep it more general, okay, but this is largely talking a little bit about how e-commerce and D2C brands have grown in the country. It's only 10 years ago in India where we had only a 150 million user base, only $16 billion of e-commerce. This is as early as 2013. This is the time when Amazon had just entered. They had bought Jungly. They were trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Flipkart was very much present. They gave India free shipping and COD, which were very important to kind of open up the market. Pre-Flipkart, we had eBay kind of taking a large part of the market, but eBay was very much platform-like, because that's what the put a bunch of things together and they would just work. But the India of 2013 was not like that. The India of 2013 needed nurturing. It needed, we're still a low trust economy. We're even lower trust back then. This was a time when merchants that were going online were questioning why they should go online and why is this not just a fad. Consumers weren't shopping online. Forget next day delivery. Like, apart from books and electronics, I don't think anybody was buying anything online at that moment. So very, very early on for India e-commerce. But if you look at sort of how it scaled in the next 5 years, very rapidly, it almost more than doubled. Customer experience was better. This was again still led by the marketplaces like Amazon and Flipkart, really driving a better experience, driving better trust in the market, optimizing to kind of build more categories. This is when fashion had started to become somewhat available in the market. We became almost 600 million internet users, almost 300 million smartphone users, and growing. And I think if you look at what was happening with D2C, D2C had not really started as early as 2018. It was probably less than 1% of the market. Right? And I'll just quickly qualify what D2C is, just so everyone understands. There's really two meanings to D2C. There is, traditionally, the way retail works is, there's a manufacturer, You build products, you manufacture them, import them, source them, and then you have a network of distributors, wholesalers, retailers that will eventually move your products and get you sales. And then over time, as the internet became more prevalent, as e-commerce started to show up, it became apparent that there was a better way of doing this. You know, you could cut out the middleman, so to speak. You could go direct to your customers, both in terms of the distribution capabilities as well as in terms of the channels. So what I mean is, you could be selling on a marketplace like an Amazon, where Amazon becomes the middleman, so to speak, but it's fewer middlemen. You can be producing your brands, the cost of entry is very low. You can really get up and going very quickly. Or you could have your own website or your own channel on Instagram and so on, where you can sell directly to your customers, right? Build a story, build a brand. So we were focused as a business on trying to develop that part of the market, because we believe that, India in its truest form, or Bharat in its truest form, in the offline world has not reflected what's happened in other parts of the world. What I mean by that is, we are very vibrant, very demographically diverse, and we continue to have a high touch and feel, continue to have affinity for the diverse. Sort of the retailer there, or there are certain kinds of goods that are procured in a certain retail store, we continue to kind of want that experience. We don't want no-faced big box retail. That's just not the way India shops, really. So our hypothesis continued to be that if that is the way India is going to shop in the offline world, why would it be any different online? And as the retail market starts to boom, or digital retail starts to become more prevalent, consumers will want similar experiences in their digital shopping experience as well. So that's kind of how we started narrowing down on D2C, and it was a good vision, but I think a lot was broken. I still think a lot's broken today, but even more was broken back then. The market was evolving. There was now at least platforms like Facebook, Google, that were sort of now available at mass. People could use them easily. But at the same time, distribution, supply chain was broken. Tools were not really designed for India. A lot of the toolkit was really global, and it was still very much a few player, marketplace led kind of digital retail. But I think over time what has happened is, the issue has become much narrower, right? As the market evolved, the issues have become much more centralized around experience, right? So for example, in the beginning, if you wanted to be a D2C seller or a retailer, you would almost always have to do all of your fulfillment and packaging yourself, right? You would have to manage inventory yourself. They were very, very early stage and almost retrofitted problematic systems to manage inventory. Even as a small retailer, if you do even 10, 20, 30 orders a day, you still need to be able to manage that throughput in an effective way, in an error-free way. And all of those things were pretty much unavailable. Address is a huge problem in India. If anyone's done e-commerce as a merchant in the room, you cannot imagine how much of a problem codified addresses are in India. We get addresses like behind Mata Mandir in such and such state, and that's a perfectly good address. Stuff delivers there, right? Because that's the nature of that locality, or it could be a perfectly bad address. So how do you distinguish that, right? How do you distinguish that as a brand or as a retailer? It's not the first thing you think about when you wake up, right? How do I fix this? And more than that, I think the whole experience post-checkout in many ways has continued to be pretty poor. As you guys may not be retailers, but I don't know how many of you have ever shopped outside of Amazon, on a Shopify website or over a chat on Insta or something like that. There's this almost like a fear. ये आएगा कि नहीं आएगा? Should I order? Is this real? And because you get such a good connect with the brand and the product, you still end up ordering, because you don't discover that on Amazon anymore, or you don't you've just landed on it. It's like an impulse. You like the product, you probably look at the reviews, and especially if it's on social media, and you kind of go with it. But the reality is that it's still a very low trust, a very almost like a cumbersome way to buy compared to what you can get on the marketplaces. Even with all of these parameters or all of these showstoppers to some extent, we as a country today have almost 50,000 brands. So if you look at the last 5 years of evolution on the supply side, even on the marketplaces or on digital storefronts, you'll find a lot more products. I don't know how many of you guys have noticed this, but we actually have a variety of products now for a variety of use cases, very personalized niche product, which today, thanks to the evolution of D2C, has scaled massively. India D2C today is as large as all of India e-commerce was 10 years ago. That's a big achievement. It's sort of like something that was so small as early as 5 years ago. Today is representative of what India e-commerce totally was back in 2013. And many brands have crossed their first 100 crores in now as early as 3 to 5 years. So big testaments to sort of consumption patterns, big testaments to growing demand. The early wave of e-commerce got solved, as I said, by the likes of Amazon, Flipkart, to help really evangelize this model in India. But I think we are moving to the 2.0 of this model, and I think a lot of things changed, right? If you think about, for example, fulfillment in the US, in the US, long before they had digital commerce, they had something called catalog shopping, which was basically you would get catalogs in the mail and you could fill out a form, post it, and then you would get the product. You put your credit card number on the form, whatever, right? You would get the product in shipping. And even as back as, when that was happening, third-party fulfillment has been around in the US, which means there are big fulfillment centers in Texas somewhere, and people store their goods there, and then somebody else does the actual picking, packing, fulfillment of the products. In India, it still doesn't happen today. Right? The larger marketplaces will do it, but as a brand, your first thought would be to do it yourself. Right? And that's a big challenge because the ecosystem has not been there. The tech has not been there. There's a very high cost of kind of entry. So that's not been there. So warehousing, which is more tech-enabled, right, has changed. It is now available. Faster delivery timelines, very, very important. Consumers are now spoiled for choice like anything. I often joke about this. People ask me, will this whole 10-minute thing, will it work? Will it sustain? Is it real and is it not? And so on. And no one really knows the future. But all I know is, as consumers, 10 years ago, like we were simply fighting the battle to go online to shop. Right? Just getting people to trust that, chalta hai, things come home, like just shop. And then the categories which worked well were low-touch categories or no-touch categories like books, and then electronics, and then hard goods, and so on. When fashion first started, I remember a lot of VCs would say that it will never work. It will never work in India, it's too diverse, we have too many styles, too many attributes, fashion will never work. And it did. Over time it did work. Then it became about saying, okay, I want to buy fashion, I want to buy all these things online, but I want it tomorrow, I want it in 2 days, right? And over time consumers have made that same day, and now consumers want it in minutes or in hours, right? And I think that's the way, eventually I feel consumers will prefer instant gratification over selection, right? Today also I find, at least myself as a consumer on Amazon, where I may change the product I'm buying because I can get it in 2 days versus in 5 days. So that is clearly showing a shift in behavior in the consumer. So how do you bring the same experience out to somebody who's running their independent brand and give the same experience to them? When India launched e-commerce in 2013-14, cash on delivery was about 90% of the market. So 90% of transactions were happening via COD. Cash on delivery has lots of problems. It's also been a boon and bane at the same time. But still, how do you bring the rest of the market onto digital? I think UPI has been a big driver there, and I think it continues. Today, I think it's about 50-50 broadly. And I think in the next sort of coming years, it will further skew towards digital payments as trust goes up and so on. So there's a bunch of things that changed, right? One of the things that we understood is, when you think about conducting a transaction on something like an Amazon, there's a bunch of systems that come together to make that transaction happen. And it may not be obvious, it's like when you press a button on Ola and a taxi appears, it seems pretty simple, but the reality is there's a bunch going on in terms of systems, data, technology, and logistics in the background to make that happen. And if I break down that transaction on a platform like Amazon, there are systems which are around payments, around checkout, around customer service, engagement, order management. So basically, when you have an item in your cart, if you are a Prime user, right, and there's two users looking at the same item, and assume both users are in Delhi, and there's only one piece of inventory in Delhi, right? In that use case, how does Amazon decide what to tell you? Do they tell you it's coming tomorrow? Do they tell you I'm going to fulfill you from Bombay? How do they make that decision? And that is the level to which that commerce has to be enabled, right? So as an independent brand who's just starting out or who's thinking of launching their own business or who is scaling independently on their channel, how do they get that level of systems available to them? It's a very fragmented market. There's lots of blocks in this which are honestly blank. And that's kind of the mission, Shiprocket is on, where we're saying, look, we'll stitch this together, we'll build what we have to, we'll integrate what we have to, but really it's about getting the ecosystem of all of these things together to be able to drive that experience and make it available to brands to run themselves. And we go through the action, I'll talk about a few case studies where how and what we've done for some of our customers. Sublime Care is a D2C brand in skincare. Their key problem was sort of, delivery experience or delivery performance, where basically they were using poor decision making on which couriers to use for what kind of orders, and honestly, not to their discredit, but they did not sufficiently understand how logistics really works in the back end. And I think by using Shiprocket's courier platform, they were able to get operational efficiencies. They were able to use data to be able to decide which lanes should be given to which carriers. So that's one example of what we did. RTO is a big problem in the market as well. I don't know how many of you guys know what RTO is, but it's basically when you place an order on cash on delivery and it goes back. And it's a huge P&L loss because you've got two-way shipping costs going away. You're not sure whether you made this sale, so you're waiting in this 10-day limbo to figure out what's happening. Your stuff is moving around in the supply chain and not really going anywhere. And it's a huge P&L loss eventually because your Facebook pixels are trained all wrong. So there's a bunch of things that go wrong when you have an RTO COD transaction. We do a bunch of things around prediction using our data. We are able to fingerprint a customer, we are able to fingerprint a transaction, and we're able to almost tell the user using a WhatsApp bot saying, we helped Winston reduce their RTO using tech like that. Mamaearth is a key customer for us. With Mamaearth, the key expectation was to be able to get same-day delivery, next-day delivery from their own channel. While they sell on the marketplaces in a big way as well, one of the key things they wanted is I want to have a similar experience on my own website as my customer. And for that, they needed to place their inventory in our fulfillment centers across India and then use a specialized network of delivery partners to be able to make this possible. And Sneaker is a very interesting product. They actually help with the cleaning supplies for your sneakers, for those of you who are passionate about them. And their issue was largely around a lot of customer service calls saying, where is my order, when will I get it? And also sort of the inability to interact with the customer post-delivery. While they built a bunch of things on their own website to capture feedback, but how do you continue engaging with the customer once once the order is shipped out? So we kind of help them with that by giving them a branded post-shipping experience, like a tracking experience, where customers can go and leave an NPS score, leave reviews, as well as get very proactive communication on where their order is. Ketch is another interesting apparel brand. All of us know apparel leads to sort of something called returns, which is another problem potentially with the e-commerce market in general. And Ketch's large problem was to be able to manage those returns efficiently, have the pickups happen in a cost-effective way from the customer's doorstep, and be able to kind of give them we call it the Myntra style experience, which is basically give them a refund at the doorstep. But that gets enabled by being able to QC the product or quality check the product at the customer's doorstep and then do a back-to-back refund transaction using something like a Razorpay. And with Bata, if you walk into one of their stores and they offer you, suppose they're out of stock on your particular size, they will offer you the option of saying we can get it shipped from the nearby store. So we are behind that. We help power their omni-channel experience, where we unify Bata's inventory across their warehouses, across their stores, and we're able to kind of create a single inventory view of what's lying where. And ultimately, any of you who've traveled outside of India, this is a very common experience in a lot of fashion retail. In India, given there's so much assortment in fashion, it's hard to keep everything in sort of distributed stores. So being able to do a quick delivery from the nearest store or the nearest warehouse really creates an endless aisle kind of experience within a store. So we're helping them do this as well. And there's lots of other brands. honestly, there's a lot of headroom available. You know, India is still about 6-7% penetration of total retail. India is about 80 billion as a total market, of which D2C today is about 12-15 billion roughly. And the thing is, if you compare this with the US is already a 6 trillion retail market, but they are at 15%. Our GDP is growing massively, right? So today, if India GDP is about $2,000 per capita, expected to be about 8,000 in the next, I think, 8-10 years. So there's all of that sort of new disposable income that's going to get generated, which is going to go towards consumption. So I think it's a great time to be building in India, and it's not just about e-commerce or about D2C in general. Of course, this was more targeted towards that, but in general, it's the right place. You know, it's a great time to be building for India, for Indian consumers, and playing a role here, because eventually this is where all the action is. You know, it's about taking India to that next level, and I think a lot of us in the room can make that happen. Thank you so much for listening, and I wish you guys all the best, and thanks for your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sahil. In fact, it's amazing indeed to sort of know the journey and exactly understand how Shiprocket has been powering a lot of D2C and for that matter startup brands. Thank you once again. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also going to once again urge all of you to please do connect with all of our speakers in case of any further queries. I do see that happening post the session immediately. But with that leadership talk that we just witnessed, including Mr. Sahil's and Mr. Vamsi Krishna's session, with that, we actually now come to the end of the India Digital Summit. We've had some phenomenal sessions, so I'm going to thank you all. Can we have a round of applause for all of you as well, for all of our phenomenal speakers, for our fabulous partners for helping us put this together. So with that, we literally do call it a wrap to these sessions at the India Digital Summit, and I believe that's the plan, 6 o'clock. Yes, I'm getting a quick signal from here. 6 p.m. Now you're wondering what's happening at 6 p.m. Do we have another session? I'll tell you what we have. We have the India Digital Awards, ladies and gentlemen. That's about to begin at 6 p.m. So I guess now we're going to give a quick makeover to the hall. That's a plan. So I'm going to request you all again to please take your belongings along with you and kindly proceed to the pre-function area so that you can all come back all set, all rejuvenated, all set for the India Digital Awards. So please ensure you take your belongings along with you, most importantly, and don't leave them behind. We're going to give a quick makeover to the hall, change the setup of the hall, and gear up for the awards. Thanks again.
It's a beautiful thing, change. And Embrace it, and your business can improve our climate. Give more people a place to call home. Inspire a global workforce to be a force of innovation and growth, and help reduce food waste and combat hunger. See how the value we bring to your business can create more value in our world. Accenture, let there be change.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands in conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry. Patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पड़ताल, वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The average app loses 90% of its daily active users in just 4 weeks. That's 90% of the money you're spending on acquisition campaigns wasted. Acquiring users that don't stick around is like trying to fill a leaky bucket. Unless you fix the leak with better customer retention, those acquisition dollars will continue to go down the drain. Plus, increasing retention by just 10% can boost the value of your engagement into a single platform. CleverTap's marketing suite helps brands engage and retain their customers for life. Join over 10,000 global brands that use CleverTap to increase retention and grow their business. Visit clevertap.com to learn more and get a personalized demo.
AWS Activate is an exciting free... Take your business further with free AWS credits, support credits, training, exclusive offers, personal content, and more. Applying for AWS Activate is easy and only takes a few minutes. If you don't have an existing AWS account, you can create one for free. Then you're ready to apply. To begin, simply go to the Activate website and click on Apply Now. From there, you'll be prompted to sign into your existing AWS account if you're not already signed in. If your startup is self-funded or funded through pre-seed, angel, seed, debt financing, or Series A, and you have an Activate Provider Org ID, select AWS Activate Portfolio. If your startup is self-funded and not associated with an Activate provider, go to AWS Activate Founders. Next, fill out the application form providing some basic information about your startup. And that's it. You're ready to submit your application to AWS Activate. Once approved, AWS credits and AWS support credits will be added to your AWS account. You'll also receive an email from AWS Activate highlighting all your new benefits. So, sign up to apply for AWS Activate today and take your startup to the next level. For more information, visit our website.
जागरण प्राइम मतलब हर बड़ी खबर की गहराई से पर्दाज। वो सब कुछ जो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो भी जो आपके लिए जानना जरूरी है। आपके जीवन से जुड़ी हर गंभीर समस्या पर सार्थक चर्चा, जिसमें राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक्सपर्ट बताते हैं समाधान। जागरण प्राइम यानी सोल्यूशन जर्नलिज्म, एक कंप्लीट रिपोर्ट।
The world around us is changing. People are connected more than ever before. And to deliver exceptional customer experience to them, omni-channel conversations are a must. But multiple vendors, numerous communication channels, and disconnected data often leads to less than optimal customer experience. Meet Exotel Ameo, industry's first AI-powered cloud customer engagement platform. It is the largest customer engagement cloud stack customer engagement platform that enables intelligent omnichannel conversations across all channels, processes and devices.
At Exotel and Ameo, we're bringing together all the tools that you need for customer engagement under one umbrella and from the cloud, so that your bots, your employees, the dreamlike experience for your customers.
ladies and gentlemen, a humble request. We're going to change the setup of the hall. So if I could request you to take your belongings along with you and kindly proceed to the pre-function area. Sorry for that inconvenience, but we're about to start with the India Digital Awards. So I'm going to request again. Thank you.
नहीं बस हो गया, लग गया। हाँ टेबलों पे लगवा दो, हाँ लाके पीछे ना वहाँ टेबलों पे, हाँ टेबलों पे I've seen that studio, I'm like, I just want to go to visit. I don't know, that's not cool, but I
ठीक है
All right, members of the audience, my apologies again. I'm sure we informed you 6 p.m., but we still have a little more setup to do, which is why we're hoping to start at 6:15. That being said, because there is still a lot more setup that's about to take place, I have to once again please request you to proceed to the pre-function area. Sorry about the inconvenience, but I'm going to request you all to please do so. We'll open the doors formally for all of you to come back for the India Additional Awards. We'll welcome you and we'll do so, but by 6:15, if I could please request you all to head to the pre-function area. Sorry for the inconvenience, but thank you for the understanding. A quick request to all the ones who are seated inside. We're about to start only by 6:15 p.m. So if I could request you to take your belongings along with you and kindly proceed to the pre-function area. We still have a little more of the setup to take place. So I'm going to request you to please do the refill. We'll welcome you back again at 6:15. Thank you.
spend so much time with us.
and gentlemen, the program is about to begin in the next 5 minutes. We're going to request everyone in the pre-function area, let's have you all come inside the hall and take your seats. We're about to get started with the India Digital Awards within the next 5 minutes. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all of you to the 13th India Digital Awards. My name is Kavya R. Shavali, and I'm guessing this is the exciting bit that we've all been waiting for, right? And if you're all equally excited as much as I am, I'm like super smiling right now and still trying to say or share some words, but if you're all really excited, can we have an exciting round of applause? Let's bring that energy back in the evening. Amazing indeed. Well, that works like an energizer to us, to all of us. We'll be right here on stage to ensure that you all have a mighty good time and that we go ahead and announce the awards, the eagerly awaited awards. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, the last 2 days of the India Digital Summit have been truly phenomenal, with stalwarts and leaders from the industry as well as policy makers addressing the audience, also on the theme, which is to do with Amrit Kaal, Digital India at 100. And indeed, there couldn't have been a better way to conclude the summit than the India Digital Awards itself, and it gives us immense pleasure to be hosting this annual digital extravaganza. Now, that being said, we're also going to request all of you to join the conversation and the celebration using the hashtag 13IDA. I repeat, the hashtag 13IDA. And don't forget to tag us at @IAMAI Forum. Let me now bring some numbers. I think we all are fans of numbers, right? So let me actually tell you the fact that we managed to have an overwhelming response of more than 800 nominations this year. And we'd actually like to thank all the entrants for their efforts, but 800 nominations, can we have a round of cheer for that? And in fact, this year, the India Digital Awards has 9 main categories and a total of 57 subcategories. So first up, before we get started, we'd actually like to thank the jury members of the 9th India Digital Awards. In fact, we'd like to thank them all over here for the 13th India Digital Awards. We'd like to thank them all. Let's introduce them, and let's also introduce our grand jury. But first up, our jury members, can we keep that applause going one more time? Absolutely amazing. All our amazing jury members. We also have had the grand jury that has managed to join to select our winners. Our grand jury as well, we've had Ashok Hariharan, Chief Executive Officer ID5. We had Devang Nirala, CEO, NTT Data Payment Services. Deepak Khurana, founder and CEO, VServe. Naveen Kukreja, co-founder and CEO, Paisabazaar.com. Puneet Gupt, Chief Operating Officer, Times Internet. Rajesh Kalra, Executive Chairman, Asianet News Media and Entertainment. Vinod Tharani, Chief Digital Growth Officer, Tensu Media Group, and Chief Executive Officer, iProspect India, and Vishwadhi Bajaj, Chief Executive Officer, Value First. So can we have a grand round of applause for our grand jury as well? Because I'll tell you what, one thing that I really get excited about the award season is that when we have jury, I am always very curious to know if there were any fireworks while deciding the winners. Were there that kind of group discussion? What was really going on in their minds? So here's what we're going to do. Come on the stage. To please join me on the stage. If I could request all the jury members, I know so many of you are seated right here in the very first few rows. If I could request you to please come on the stage. Yes, that's right. Let's have you. We got to see who the names are, but we got to now witness your presence live. All right, I'm going to invite the jury and the grand jury as well to please come on stage. The jury members, the grand jury members, please come on stage. All those who are present here this evening. Yes, first up we're going to have a photo op, so please don't leave the stage as yet. All right. We're done? Not yet, not yet. As they say, it's not over until it's over. Like, I was super curious to know what really went in the minds of the jury members, while selecting the winners. So I'm going to come to all of you one after the other. I want you all to please share. Okay, this is interesting. I suddenly feel like a class teacher. Shrikant. But that being said, we're going to hand over mics to all of you. Just very quickly, of course, for the benefit of our audience members, you can please share your names, the organization, but most importantly, in under 30 seconds, the one thing that you're looking forward to in this evening and what was the process while selecting the winners. So, you'd like to start? Yes.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Neha Kulwal. I'm the Managing Director of Admitad, now called as Midco, our parent company. And the jury process was really transparent, and it was really exciting to see so many entries, especially in the mobile and the pragmatic division. Amazing process, very transparent, and it was really nice to see so much work going on and so much ideas, so many case studies. Really good. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Nidhi S. Mittal. I am from the Geo7 team. I head the B2B marketing for them. So I think one of the most exciting part was the amount of effort every brand took in terms of the submission itself. Because we as a brand also do a lot of submissions for our campaigns. So we really work on the detailing of the submission itself. So I think that was very exciting. And one of the challenging parts was judging Spotify, which is our competition. But yeah, I mean, being very transparent about it. So yeah, it was a pretty transparent and a very value-added process. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vivek Bhargava. I'm a co-founder of a company called Profit Wheel. It's in consumer intelligence. I think awards is the best way to get sort of a summary of the whole year that has gone by. So I love being on a jury because what it does is it tells you the great campaigns, it tells you the ones which made it, and I think every time that 3 to 4 hours you spend, you come to know exactly what has happened in the entire year. So the way I look at it is I just look at it as the process by which I learn what is happening in digital, and I think being a jury is the best way to do so.
Lovely.
Hi, my name is Dipali. I work for IBM and I also run a podcast. I think for me was reading up on case studies that otherwise are not in public domain. Because a lot of the work, thanks to digital, is experienced only if you are a certain client or a client cohort or a customer category. And I'm not a consumer of all the categories that are submitting the work. So some of the work that I read about innovation is opportunity for me.
Hi, good evening everyone. I'm Meghna. I work with ICICI Bank. The best part about being a jury for IDA was the learning that I got from all the case studies that had come through. I think especially the entries had so much passion, so much elaboration of the work that was put in. And it was a tough task to judge and say, okay, this is the best amongst everything else that has come. So I think that it was a very, very tough task, but I learned a lot from everything that I judged. Thank you.
So hi everyone, I'm Adishri. I head marketing for UiPath. So going through the entries, I think was, as a lot of people have highlighted, has been a tremendous learning experience. I think there's so much innovative, transformational work happening, and getting a peek into what's happening across industries. We were looking at public sector, education, logistics, stuff that probably I wouldn't have otherwise gotten an insight to. Being part of the jury really gave me an opportunity to be a part of some of this work and really experience it firsthand. There was a lot of detailing that went into it. People had put in a lot of effort in terms of AVs and a lot of content. So overall, it was a great experience, and of course, I agree with the others. It was also very tough because some of the entries came so close, and they were all so good. So congratulations to all of you for doing some fantastic work, and look forward to this. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Vesh Bajaj, CEO of Value First, and as part of grand jury, I had to choose person of the year and the startup of the year. So that was really, really tough, and there was, in fact, we were like a dozen people debating as to how to, first of all, evaluate. And then we were torn between so many names, like, okay, and we were asking IAMAI, can we have 2 winners? And then we were told, no, you need to select 1 winner in each category. And it was a lot of fun, a lot of debate, and I really enjoyed the process. And good luck to all the nominees, but I think once the winners are announced, you will perhaps appreciate why they were chosen. Thank you.
Lovely.
Oh, you have.
Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Ankit Prasad, founder and CEO at Bobble AI. Indeed, it has been amazing learning experience for all of us, like many of us mentioned, and it was indeed a difficult task. It took my entire weekend, I must confess, to go through so many entries, especially in advertising where I was looking at the entries. And each one of them had some new innovation, right, which was worth recognizing, which was worth appreciating in a public domain, in a public forum like this. And I must say that this happens to be one of the very few fair awarding system that IAMAI has built, in the industry, where there are so many jury members making, rating each entries, and then it gets consolidated to come up with the final winner. And we ourselves don't know, I believe, who are the final winners, right? Yeah, so looking forward to celebrating with all of you today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shrikant. I'm co-founder of a couple of companies. Mic open? Yeah. Thanks. Hello. Yeah. So I'm Shrikant. I'm co-founder of a few companies. 800 एंट्री आया ना, बहुत बढ़िया है. So I feel that marketing is growing because I always feel sad that India में marketing का कमी है. That by looking at 800 entries is marketing as a department, like marketing is born much before technology in India, but marketing went behind and technology took over in India. So now I think marketing is also pushing and it's growing. But एक चीज बता रहा था यार, मैं जब entries पढ़ रहा था, बहुत ज़्यादा entries, the guys are too creative to write the entries more than the masala inside the campaigns. So, and it's good in one way. Somewhere they are very creative, and all the best for the हमारा company भी है 4-5 I think. So thank you so much and all the best for everyone.
Thank you so much again to all the jury members.
Thank you so much.
How are you?
All right. So we got to hear from the jury as well, and once again, we'd like to thank them for their time, their prudence, and that being said, it was also interesting to see what they were looking forward to in the entries and how so many of the entries turned out to be super creative as well. So on that note, what we're now going to do is march ahead. That's a plan.
All the mics here only.
That being said, while we'd like to move ahead as well, I'd also like to invite Mr. Rajesh Kalra, Executive Chairman, Asianet News, Media and Entertainment, to please come on the stage, sir. We got to hear from the jury members and some of the grand jury members, and you've been part of the grand jury yourself, so we'd love to hear from you. On it. It's good.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. I thought Bajaj had said everything that happened with the grand jury. Puneet is also here. We were all part of the jury. It was not very easy, simply because we actually had those 10-12 names, which were, all of them were very, very good. What kind of things people have been doing. And being a part of the jury also helps in getting to know things which you did not even know, even though you think you know everything. Puneet is here. In fact, we were discussing before the jury meet also the kind of things which we should look at, but the jury was very, very accomplished. It was not very easy, but I don't think there was any disagreement or a debate. We were absolutely, all of us zeroed in on the names. It was very easy to get down to, the top three. A bit of debate for the winner after that, but I think everybody deserved to be a winner. We did get to a stage where in one of the categories we said, can we give it to 2 people? You guys said no. We are fine with it, and that is how the names were discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to request you to remain on stage so that we can get started with the first category for the evening. So we're going to request you to please do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also inform you all, what we're going to do is showcase the main categories of this year, and under that we've had the subcategories, but the main categories of this year are Best Digital Advertising Awards, Best Digital Content Awards, Best Affiliate and Programmatic Awards, Best Brands for Bharat Awards, Best Mobile and App Awards, Best Technology Solution Awards, Best Social Media Awards, Best Social and Economic Empowerment Awards, and Best Special Achievement Awards. Now that being said, what we're going to do now is start off with the Best Special Achievement Awards. And under that, the very first category for the evening is Digital Person of the Year.
And the winner is Nitin Kamath, Zerodha.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nitin Kamath of Zerodha, the recipient of the Digital Person of the Year award. But I've been informed that he's not here, so if I could request the team from Zerodha to come on stage. Or else, then on that note, let's move on to the next category, the next subcategory as well. We're going to request you to announce as well. Let me inform our members of the audience that the next subcategory coming up is Digital Startup of the Year.
The Digital Startup of the Year winner is Zepto.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about 10 minutes delivery, so can we also have the fastest? Now, I'm not going to let you go that fast. So, Digital Startup of the Year, we'd love to hear from you.
Good evening. I'm actually hoping Zepto was a clear decision, but that's not where you had to actually deliberate much on. But yes, this means a lot to us. It comes second only to the customer, the wow that we get from our customers, and that will always be a focus, but this is an achievement. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks, jury.
Well, coming on to the Best Special Achievement Awards, let me inform you that the Digital Agency of the Year award will be announced a little later. So while it features under this particular category, we will be announcing the winner a little later. So let's now move on to the next category, which is Best Technology Solution Awards. Under that, our next category coming up is, the next subcategory coming up is Best Tech for Advertising, Marketing. And let's find out the winner.
Hello. Yeah. The winner for the Best Tech for Advertising Marketing is Johnny Walker by PhD Media.
Johnny Walker by PhD Media for the campaign A Mysterious Walker in the Skies of Goa. I could tell the team keep walking so that you can come forward and receive the award, but I'm guessing probably the team isn't here. Nonetheless, congratulations to the team, PhD Media, for the campaign A Mysterious Walker in the Skies of Goa. So let's now move on to our next subcategory. This is Best Tech for E-Commerce. And let's find out the winner.
The winner for the Best Tech for E-Commerce is Infibeam Avenues.
Congratulations to Infibeam Avenues for the campaign CC Avenue Mobile App with Tap Pay feature. Congratulations to the team. Alrighty, the plan is to go back to back with the categories, so without any further delay, the next subcategory, Best Tech for Education. And the winner, let's find that out.
The winner for the Best Tech for Education is the National Skill Development Corporation.
Ladies and gentlemen, National Skill Development Corporation for Skill India Portal. What a win. Huge congratulations to the entire team. Mighty congratulations to the entire team. And with that, thank you very much, Mr. Kawa, for doing the honors. I'd now like to invite on stage Mr. Puneet Gupt, Chief Operating Officer, Times Internet, to please come on stage to present the next set of awards. Mr. Puneet Gupt has also been part of the grand jury. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Alrighty, with that, ladies and gentlemen, the next subcategory is Best Tech for Logistics. My apologies, I think it's Best Tech for Health. That's right.
The award for Best Tech for Health goes to Dell International Services. One more time now. Dell International Services brings the best tech for digital life care.
Dell International Services for Digital Life Care, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. And with that, the next subcategory, ladies and gentlemen, Best Tech for Logistics. Let's find out the winner.
The award for the best tech for logistics goes to Bigfoot Retail Solutions.
Bigfoot Retail Solutions for ShipRocket. We have it as Mr. Sahil Goyal. And now the next subcategory, Best Tech for Media.
The award for the best tech for media goes to Pocket FM.
Pocket FM it is, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Moving ahead, up next, let's hear it for the best tech for payments.
The award for the best tech for payments goes to PhonePe.
PhonePe, ladies and gentlemen. I know somewhere or the other we've all been consumers as well of PhonePe, so let's come together, have a very, very enthusiastic round of applause. Let's hear it. And on that note, let's move ahead. It's time to find out the winner for the best UI and UX design.
The award for the best tech for UI design goes to SOS Children's Villages India by Connect.
Do we have a team here? Yes, we do. Kudos and congratulations to your team. And moving ahead, let's find out the winner for Best Use of Emerging Tech.
The award for the best use of emerging tech goes to 197 Communications.
197 Communications for Paytm Soundbox. Let's have the team on stage to receive the award. We have Mr. Samir Kapoor to receive the honor. And with that, I'd like to thank Mr. Puneet for doing the honors. Thank you very much for joining us. All righty. We're now about to move ahead towards our next category for the evening. And before we do so, I was just wondering, I was curious, I see a lot of you who are still standing there with that enthusiasm. I see so many of you seated over here. Let's probably just change the dynamics of the claps and the applause a little. Here's what we're going to do. I want all of you to please take your left hand up in the air and say hello. That's right. Hello. Look at that. Let's keep that left hand a little more up there. I want you to take your right hand, 3 fingers, and start tapping your left palm. Everyone, 3 fingers, and let's start tapping it. 3 fingers. Ooh, we love the sound of it. It's like it's suddenly drizzling, right? But we just don't want drizzles. We love rain. So let's take 4 fingers and start applauding using the 4 fingers. Well, why are we going to just stop at that? We're going to have a mighty round of applause. Now all the 5 fingers, let's put it all together. Bring that smiles back in the air. Look at that. Wow. What an evening it's turning out to be. Thank you so much. We truly love that. So what we're going to do now is move ahead really quick to our next category, which is the Best Social and Economic Empowerment Awards. Now, to do the honors, I'm going to invite on stage Mr. Samir Kapoor of Paytm. We've had him come here to receive the honor, but now it's his turn to present the honors. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's quickly move ahead to find out best use of internet for social and economic development. Let's find out the winner.
Hi. The award for best use of internet for social and economic development goes to Plum Goodness by Interactive Avenues.
Plum Goodness by Interactive Avenues, a reprise network company. For the campaign, Plums, hashtag empties for good shelters, do good for the planet and for our furry friends. Moving ahead, best use of mobile for social and economic development.
And the winner is Project Concern International.
Congratulations, Project Concern International, for the campaign Using Entertainment, Games and Video Bot for Changing Nutritional Behaviors. Congratulations to the entire team. Let's quickly move ahead. Up next is the best use of technology to drive, execute CSR initiative.
And the winner is L&T Financial Services.
L&T Financial Services for Digital and Financial Literacy Program, Digital Sakhi. Congratulations again. And with that, let's now move ahead towards our next category. This is Best Digital Content Awards, under which let's find out the winner for B2B Content Campaign.
The winner is PayU Payments.
PayU Payments for Forge with PayU. Well, let me inform you all, first up we're announcing the bronze for the B2B content campaign, and the bronze winners are PayU Payments. And now, let's find out the silver winner for the B2B content campaign. The silver winner is...
The silver winner is Intel by Dentsu Media.
Intel by Dentsu Media for Build Intel AI Solution Stories. So in this particular category, we have the bronze winners, the silver winners, and now let's find out the gold winner for B2B content campaign.
The gold winner is SOS Children's Villages India by Connect.
SOS Children's Villages India by Connect for Chapat. Congratulations to the team again, and with that let's now move forward to finding out the bronze for B2C content campaigns. So let's find out the bronze winner.
And the bronze winner is ICICI Securities by Content Advisory Group.
ICICI Securities by Content Advisory Group for Investonomics by ICICI Securities. Do we have the team here? All right, then let's move ahead and find out the silver winner for B2C content campaign, the silver winner.
The silver winner is Amazon India by Interactive Avenues.
Amazon in season 1 and 2. Congratulations and thank you very much, sir, for doing the honor. Mr. Vishwadeep Bajaj. Mr. Bajaj, let me please invite you on stage to also do the honors for the next set of categories. Well, it's time to now find out the gold for B2C content campaign. Here we go.
And the winner is Go IBO Make My Trip India.
Go IBO Make My Trip India for Go IBO merch. It's ridiculously practical. Interesting indeed. Do we have the teams here? All right, then let's move ahead. And with that, let's find out now the bronze winner for Best SEO Marketing Campaign.
And the bronze winner is Confluencer.
Confluencer for RoboCraze SEO, the bronze winner. So now we all know the drill. Our body here to find out the silver winner for best SEO marketing campaign.
And the silver winner is Clovia Purple Panda Fashions.
Clovia Purple Panda Fashions by ATDB Communications. For Clovia. And that brings us to finding out the gold winner for best SEO marketing campaign, and the gold goes to
And the gold winner for SEO campaign is LG by AdLift.
That's a golden cheer that we all hear. LG by AdLift for search marketing campaign for LG by AdLift. Wow, we got the entire office over here. I love how our photographer is now going to optimally utilize the stage space and plan it out. Can we have a golden round of applause, let's say, for the gold winners? Woo! All right, we'll take those smiles forward, because up next, let's find out the bronze winner for best use of mobile for content marketing campaign.
And the bronze winner is the Coca-Cola Company Sprite by Bobble AI.
You know, we need to make that applause super fizzy, just like the drink. The Coca-Cola Company Sprite by Bobble AI for Sprite screen time. And now for the silver winner for best use of mobile for content marketing campaign.
And the silver winner is Upgrad by InMobi Technology Services.
For Upgrad married data science to the sport of cricket on screen 0. Interesting indeed. Do we have the team here? All right, then on that note, let's move ahead. And let's find out the gold winner for best use of mobile for content marketing campaign.
Once again, the gold winner is the Coca-Cola Company Thumbs Up by Bobble AI.
The Coca-Cola Company Thumbs Up by Bobble AI for hashtag Wicket Say Cricket. Thank you very much, sir, for doing the honors. And with that, it's time to invite on stage Chaya Bharadwaj to please come forward to also present the next set of awards. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Alrighty, so with that, let's move ahead because it's now time to find out the bronze winner for best use of real-time streaming.
And for the best use of real-time streaming, the bronze goes to Proteum Finance.
Proteum Finance for Proteum Amped, #Feel the Vibe. And with that, let's find out really quick the silver winner for best use of real-time streaming.
And the silver goes to Hansa Security. Heartiest congratulations, Hansa.
Hansa Security for real-time Sensex movement campaign. All right, I believe the team isn't here. So then let's move ahead and find out the gold winner for best use of real-time streaming.
And the gold goes to ITC India by White Rivers Media.
ITC India by White Rivers Media for ITC Jugalbandi. All right, so then on that note, then let's move on. And our next subcategory coming up, it's time to find out the bronze winner for best user-generated content used for a campaign.
And here the award goes to Sony India by Interactive Avenues.
Sony India by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. This is for Sony Alpha India, #Create with Sony, best UGC campaign. And with that, let's find out the silver for best user-generated content to use for a campaign.
And the silver goes to Bajaj Alliance Life Insurance.
Bajaj Alliance Life Insurance for Bajaj Alliance Life Plank to Plank. Interesting. But it's only during a plank that I realize the value of 1 minute. Do we have the team here? I'm guessing they're busy building some abs, doing planks. All righty, let's move ahead then, and let's find out the gold for best user-generated content used for a campaign.
The team that's going on coming up here. Any guesses? Spotify India by Interactive Avenues.
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. This is for Spotify On, Mood On. Yeah, music ke sabhi fans, let's have a round of applause one more time. Everyone, woo! Lovely. Congratulations. Now let's quickly move ahead. That's right. Time to now find out the bronze winner for in-house content campaign. That's coming up next.
And once again, calling Proteum Finance.
Proteum B. ahead, the silver for in-house content campaign goes to
Z Entertainment Enterprises.
Z. All right, I believe the team isn't here, so then let's move on and let's find out the gold winner for in-house content campaign.
And the gold goes to Bajaj Alliance Life Insurance.
Once again for the campaign, Bajaj Alliance Life Plan to Thank. But I believe the team isn't here. That's right. They are busy. Yes, we know. You're right, ma'am. So that being said, but thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you very much for joining us. And with that, let's now move ahead because it's now time to also invite Adishri Chawla, who's the Vice President, Marketing India, UiPath RPA. Thank you so much, Adishri, for joining in. And let's have you also present the next set of awards. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the category Best Mobile and App Awards. Under that, let's find out the winner for the Best Consumer Mobile Service.
And that would be Reliance Jio.
Best Consumer Mobile Service, Reliance Jio, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Mentioned the data plan I have, but that wasn't functioning, and the first thing my team tells, hey, Jio Lena. So I can totally understand why it's the best consumer mobile service, and I think maybe I'm also going to make that shift. But that being said, let's move on to finding out the winner for Best Enterprise Product or Service.
So the winner is Zapads Media.
Zapads Media for performance redefined programmatically via Xerxes by Zapads. Moving ahead, let's find out the winner for Best Entertainment App.
And the winner is Arha Media and Broadcasting.
Arha Media and Broadcasting, Arha OTT app, sorry, for Arha OTT app by Arha Media and Broadcasting Private Limited. The team isn't here, then let's move ahead and let's announce the winner for Best FinTech App.
And the award goes to PhonePe again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Best FinTech App, and the winner is PhonePe. Congratulations. Well, I can notice the fact that when our winners are coming up on the stage, we have a photographer who's doing the photos, but if we are doing the most millennial thingy that is taking on the phone, then don't forget to use the hashtag 13ideas. Please keep tweeting. That being said, let's move ahead because it's time for us to find out the winner of Best Innovative Mobile App.
And the winner is IDBI Bank.
IDBI IDBI Bank for soft token-based authentication in IDBI Bank Go Mobile and application. Huge congratulations once again. Moving ahead, time to find out the winner for Best Productivity Business App.
And the winner is IndiaMart Intermesh.
IndiaMart Intermesh for Best Business App, IndiaMart. And with that, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for doing the honors. I'd now like to invite on stage Abhishek Nigam of Times Internet to please come forward to do the honors for the next set of awards. We in fact will be announcing the next category, which is Best Affiliate and Programmatic Awards. Well, and with that, let's find out the winner for the Best Affiliate Marketing Campaign.
Hello. Vote by Admitted Media.
Vote by Admitted Media. For Admitted, vote the affiliate group. Moving ahead, let's find out the winner for Best Affiliate Marketing Platform.
Flixtree Productions.
Can we keep that applause going, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hear it for Flixtree Productions. And now it's time to find out the winner for Best Use of Programmatic Advertising.
KFC India by MediaSmart, an Apple company.
KFC India by MediaSmart and Affle Company, and this is for KFC 7 Minutes Express Pickup in association with MediaSmart. Do we have the team here? All right, then let's move ahead, and this time we're about to announce the Best Social Media Awards. That's coming up next, the next category, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, let's find out the bronze winner for Best Social Influencer Campaign.
Asian Paints by Connect.
Looks like the team decided to paint the town red with that really loud cheer, so let's also have a round of applause for them. एक और बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Let's hear it for Asian Paints by Connect for Asian Paints Royal Glades. And now for the silver winner for Best Social Influencer Campaign.
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues.
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. This is for Spotify hashtag Wrapped Memes. it's time to find out. Well, up next, time to find out the gold winner for Best Social Influencer Campaign. Here we go.
HDFC Bank by Connect.
HDFC Bank by Connect, and this is for Vigilante. I'm a huge Lola Kutti fan and a Vigilante fan as well. Can we have a round of cheer for this killer campaign? Let's hear it one more time for HDFC Bank by Connect, the team here. Alright, coming up next, it's time to find out the bronze winner for Best Use of Facebook.
Cipla.
Yes, the winner is Cipla, and we have the team here. So let's cheer for the team. Let's have a round of applause. Cipla, for the uncommon cold, is it cold or is it allergy? Oh, the big question. Very, very important, very pertinent there. A very interesting campaign as well. And before we move ahead, I'd like to thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you very much. And with that, let's move ahead and invite Meghna Chetri of ICICI Bank. Let's have Meghna come on the stage to also present the next set of awards. All right, I've just been informed that she's left for the day, so then let me also invite our next jury member. While we do so, I just thought let me again get some energy from the audience. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to say ha, and I want all of you to join me in saying ha. It's really simple. Okay, that's it. It's as simple as that. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, I know I sound like a bakasura, but can you all just come together and do a ha 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 ha? Everyone, 1, 2, 3, go. How nice is that? Look at that. I see all of you smiling again, just making this evening super duper awesome for me, for you, for everyone. That's wonderful indeed. Good. So on that ha 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 and ho 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 and happy note, let's move ahead because it's time to invite our next jury member as well. And I know if I invite him right now on the mic, he will definitely do the loudest ha ha ha. I'm going to invite none other than Shrikant Reddy to please come on the stage. Thank you, Shrikant, for joining us. And I'm going to request you not to do the ha ha ha, but to give away the awards. All right. Let's move ahead with the next category. In fact, the next subcategory, we already announced the bronze. Let's find out the silver winner for best use of Facebook.
Aditya Birla Group by Mindshare. कोई है? कोई नहीं है.
Still checking, sir. Aditya Birla Group by Mindshare. This is for the Big in India moments, but I believe the team isn't here, so then let's move ahead. Let's find out the gold for best use of Facebook. And the gold winner is
HDFC Bank by Connect. This Connect is Social Connect? Is the same company or a different company? It's the same. It used to be. Oh, nice.
And once again, it is for this super campaign, which is Vigilante.
मेरे को लगता है आप लोग इधर ही खड़ा हो जाओ. चलो बाय बाय. थैंक्स. ये फोटो जरूर दिखाना आपका फाउंडर को. Because I know him very well, both.
So now that we're done with Facebook, let's move on to Instagram. So let's find out the bronze winner for the best use of Instagram.
My favorite channel, 4 hours in a day. I'm on Instagram. Okay. Man Force by Interactive Avenues. यहाँ पे social connect, यहाँ पे interactive awareness. Be here for some time.
Man forced by Interactive Avenues, a reprise network company. This is for hashtag Make It Epic with Epic Condoms.
अरे चलो, everyone is proposing you. From the client side. Nice, congratulations. Thanks.
And with that, let's find out really quick the silver winners for best use of Instagram.
Wow. Go Ibibo, make my trip India. Go Ibibo, basically. कोई है? Can I take this award because I travel bookings on Go Ibibo?
You have all the points, all the miles, everything, so you only take the award then.
ओ आ गया, आ जाओ. मैं सोचा मैं ही ले लूँ. I am your one of the regular client our company. चल.
Go Ibibo, make my trip India. This is for the Go Ibibo merch, which is ridiculously practical. Interesting indeed. Congratulations. Moving ahead really quick, the gold winner.
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues. I love the YouTube video. I saw this. It's beautiful.
Not yet, Srikanth, because now that we're done with Facebook and Instagram, what do you think would be the next channel? LinkedIn. So now let's find out the bronze winner for the best use of LinkedIn.
Wow. Protean Finance.
Ladies and gentlemen, Protean Finance for Women of Change.
Yeah, someone is there. Come. Congratulations, guys. Sure. Everyone nominating you.
Definitely, because we want you to also tweet using hashtag 13 ideas. Really important. So if you're taking photos on the mobile, please keep tweeting. And on Instagram, and on LinkedIn, yes.
Great job, congratulations.
Alright, so moving ahead really quick, the silver winner for best use of LinkedIn.
यार Interactive Avenues again. हाँ तो इधर खड़ा हो जाओ. For Amazon India. Nice, good job.
So, Amazon India by Interactive Avenues, a reprise network company. This is for the campaign hashtag We Are Amazon that establishes Amazon India as a trusted partner and great place to work. Congratulations again. All right, they're gathering enough metals right up there on the table. So let's then move ahead. Time to find out the gold winner for best use of LinkedIn.
Guess. मैं नहीं बोलूँगा. SOS Children's Village by Connect. Good.
That's right.
Nice.
SOS Children's Villages India by Connect for Chappat.
Very nice. Fantastic. आ जाओ, कब आ जाओ. चलो. Nice, nice, very good.
Shrikant, now let's move to the next channel. We are done with LinkedIn, right? So now we're going to find out the bronze winner for best use of Twitter. Cool.
Twitter. CNBC TV 18. Anyone is here from CNBC?
This is for the campaign Ready, Steady, Grow.
Nice, I think no one is.
All right, so congratulations to CNBC TV 18, but let's move ahead and find out the silver winner.
Magica Sports Ventures by Interactive Avenues.
Magica Sports Ventures Tamil Talaivas by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. And this is for Tamil Talaivas 280 character tackle.
Nice, nice. अप्रेजल के टाइम पे अवार्ड्स मस्त है.
All right, then on that note, let's find out the gold winner as well. For best use of Twitter, cool.
Spotify India. Interactive Avenues. टू गुड यार, टू गुड. मजा आ गया. रात को फुल पार्टी यार. Nice, so happy.
Congratulations once again, and with that, Shrikant, thank you so much.
Thanks.
For doing the honors and for that enthusiasm. And with that, let me now move ahead and let me please invite Neha Kulwal of MITGO to please come on stage to do the honors for our next set of awards. May I please invite Neha on stage? Well, hello there. And with that, let's find out the bronze winner for best use of YouTube.
And yet again, Amazon India by Interactive Avenues.
Amazon India by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. This is for Amazon Fashion Up Season 1 and 2. And very quickly, let's find out the silver winner for best use of YouTube.
And the award goes to Mahindra & Mahindra by Interactive Avenues.
I think Neha, the team can just wait here for some time, you know? Mahindra & Mahindra by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. This is for best use of YouTube, a big bang launch of Mahindra Scorpio N. All right, Bari, we have to find out the gold winner. Here we go.
And the award goes to Amazon India by Interactive Avenues. Wow.
And this time it is for the campaign Hail Alexa with social media star with Janice. All right, then let's move ahead. It's now time for the next category, which is Best Brands for Bharat Awards. That's our next category, ladies and gentlemen. So let's move on to find out the winner for the Best Campaign for Product Service Launch in a New Regional Market.
And the award goes to Dettol by Affinity Global Advertising.
Dettol by Affinity Global Advertising. This is for Dettol Cool, hashtag shower cooler. Can you have a cool round of applause? It's been a while since we heard the sound of a good applause. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, let's find out the winner now for Best Multilingual Campaign in Bharat.
And the award goes to Versa Innovation by App Labs Media.
Versa Innovation by App Labs Media. This is for hashtag begging, hashtag dance, Josh CPI campaign. And now it's time to find out the winner for Best Use of Content Creators for Bharat.
And the award goes to HDFC Bank by Versa Innovation.
HDFC Bank by Versa Innovation. This is for HDFC Bank, Josh. V for Vigilante. And with that, let's now very quickly move on to the next category for the evening. This is Best Digital Advertising Awards. Time to find out the bronze winner for Best App Game Used for Marketing.
Yum India by Blink Digital.
And the bronze winner is Yum India by Blink Digital. This is for Munch the Burger Filter. All right. I guess the team isn't here. Then let's find out the silver winner for Best App Game Used for Marketing.
And the award goes to Aditya Birla Group by Mindshare.
Aditya Birla Group by Mindshare. This is for Unveil Your Big Year Through Music. Do we have a team here? All right, then let's move on and let's find out the gold winner for Best App Game Used for Marketing.
And the award goes to Amazon Prime Video by Interactive Avenues.
This is for the campaign Prime on Your Plate. And with that, thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, let's quickly move on to the next set. And to do the honors, may I please invite Mr. Ankit Prasad of Bobble AI to please come on the stage. Ankit, let's have you on stage as well to do the honors. But before I let you do so, I'm going to request you to share a few words. And then probably we can go ahead.
Thank you, IAMAI team. I don't know what to say now. I'll quickly introduce my company, Bobble, maybe, using this as an opportunity. It will take 2 minutes. But yeah, it's good to see the kind of celebrations, celebratory mood we are all in, and the kind of innovations, efficient use of advertising budget to make sure that the client gets the ROI, and then the charm and the fun and pride of raising the award at this stage. At Bobble, we have built a platform on top of keyboard service, the smartphone keyboard that we use to chat with our friends and family members on WhatsApp, Instagram, etc. Right? Just like Instagram and Snapchat have built a platform on top of camera utility, or just like YouTube has built a platform on top of video player utility, we thought, why not utilize an asset on smartphone which is such a strategic real estate, a smartphone keyboard that has real-time understanding of the consumer intent, that has the ability to share content with friends and family members on WhatsApp, and that has the ability to engage the consumers almost 100 times a day. With that, we launched this keyboard in 2016, and till now we have got around 80 million plus users using our keyboard platform. Thank you. And then we keep coming up with new marketing innovations, and I would love to demonstrate, for which I think we have also won an award for the Coca-Cola company Thumbs Up score bar campaign that we did on top of Bobble keyboard, where we literally showed real-time score of a live match while people were chatting on WhatsApp, and thus engaging them with various content, with various contests around it. So I would request IAMAI team if we can play that quick 1-minute video. So,
show me something Indians love the most.
Shadia.
Even more?
Cricket.
Oh yes, our love for cricket is undeniable. Maybe that's why we're always texting and tweeting about it, from sharing frustration over a wrong move to celebrating one that saves the game. Cricket continues to be a part of millions of conversations. And guess what? This T20 season, TVS Eurogrip tires, Thumbs Up and My 11 Circle became part of these conversations with Bobble AI's live score bar. These brands got right in front of cricket lovers and enriched all cricket conversation. But there is more. With Bobble AI's cricket themed stickers, these brands capture true emotions of cricket fans, creating brand recall and delivering true expression to cricket fanatics. Well, we can say that TVS Eurogrip tires, Thumbs Up and My 11 Circle is the perfect innings. Bobble AI.
thank you. Since the IPL season is about to come, this inventory opens up again for bidding.
Thank you very much, Ankit. Thank you for sharing that, and quite interesting indeed, so we're eagerly looking forward to it. With that, I'm also going to request you to remain on stage so that we can also continue with the presentation of the awards. And that brings us now to our next category, our next finding out the bronze for best brand awareness campaign using mobile. So let's find out the bronze winner.
We've heard this name already so many times. HDFC Bank Buy Connect.
That's right, HDFC Bank Buy Connect, and once again this is for Vigilante. So congratulations to the team one more time. And with that, let's quickly find out the silver winner.
Not at all a surprise. Amazon Prime Video by Interactive Avenues.
Chris Pratt's Terminless the 360 experience. Congratulations. That brings us to finding out the gold winner.
So the gold goes to Rajasthan Royals by Interactive Avenues.
For becoming the most loved handle during IPL mega auctions, Amazon Prime Video. My bad, Rajasthan Royals buying. And with that, let's also move ahead because now it's time to find out the bronze winner, and this is for best campaign with the use of marketing automation. That's coming up next. Best campaign with the use of marketing automation. Time to find out the bronze winner.
So the bronze goes to HUL by Affinity Global Advertising.
HUL by Affinity Global Advertising for Domex Toilet Wars. Coming up next, silver winner for best campaign with the use of marketing automation.
And this one goes to Wellspun Group. Wellspun Group.
Wellspun Group, ladies and gentlemen, for Independence Day video. Do we have the team here? All right, so then let's move ahead and let's find out the gold for best campaign with the use of marketing automation.
And the gold goes to William Penn by Netcore.
William Penn by Netcore. William Penn achieves 10.68x return on investment done on Netcore Cloud's AI-powered personalization and customer engagement suite, spent versus outcome. I know we have a marathon list of categories and subcategories, so let's hold on to that energy and let's continue cheering the winners. Up next, let's find out the bronze winner for best data-driven marketing strategy.
This one is for Spark Foundry by TLG India.
Spark Foundry by TLG India. This is for WhatsApp changes public perception privately, the campaign. So do we have the team here? Yes, we do. Can we have a round of applause because I see all the energy right at the start and somewhere in the middle it just gets sandwiched. So let's continue that applause and congratulations to the team. We'll go back to back, the silver winner for best data-driven marketing strategy. Let's find out the silver winner.
Spotify India by Interactive Awareness.
And this is for Spotify and cricket, a combo that won over all of India. What a combo, what a team. Moving on very quickly, let's find out the gold winner for best data-driven marketing strategy.
Actually, you don't have to go back. You need to come again. Spotify India by Interactive Awareness.
For campaign bhi, I mean, it's absolutely suiting. Dil filmi to suno filmi. Very nice. Okay, quickly moving ahead, the bronze for best digital integrated campaign, that's coming up next.
Titan Company by Interactive Avenues.
Titan Company by Interactive Avenues, a reprise network company. How a smarter strategic planning helped Mia by Tanishq. own the narrative of cultural gifting. How beautiful is that? Congratulations to the team. With that, now let's move ahead. For that, I'm going to thank you very much for doing the honors, Ankit. And I'm going to quickly invite on stage none other than Manu Kumar of Hero Electric Vehicles to please come forward, sir. And with that, let's move ahead to find out the silver winner for Best Digital Integrated Campaign. The silver winner.
Wavemaker by Affinity Global.
Wavemaker by Affinity Global Advertising. This is for Netflix Ranveer. We work together. Love that camaraderie. Thank you. Congratulations, and with that, let's now find out the gold for Best Digital Integrated Campaign.
Mondelez International by Amazon.
Mondelez International by Amazon for Cadbury Silks Valentine's Day 2022 360-degree Amazon Ads campaign. Congratulations, and with that, let's move ahead to announce the bronze for Best Display Campaign.
Verse Innovation by App Labs.
Verse Innovation by App Labs Media. This is once again for the hashtag Begin, hashtag Dance Josh CPI campaign. Congratulations. And now it's time to find out the silver winner, but I've been told that there are 2 silver winners for Best Display Campaign. Let's find out.
Silver to PepsiCo brand, Quaker by Amazon.
PepsiCo brand Quaker by Amazon. Quaker Oats Muesli launch. Muesli ki baat ho rahi, can we have a healthy round of applause, everyone? Come on. Superb indeed. But as earlier announced, we have 2 silver winners in this subcategory. So Best Display Campaign, let's also find out the next silver winner.
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues.
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company, and this is for the custom AI-supported display. Now really quick, the gold winner for Best Display Campaign. Amazon Prime Video by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. And this is for decoding Chris Pratt's terminal list, the 360 experience. All right, now really quick, time to move ahead to Best Execution of Performance campaign that's coming up, and let's find out the bronze winner.
Max Life Insurance by Hive Minds.
Max Life Insurance by Hive Minds Innovative Marketing Solution, and this is for Max Life Leadership in Online Customer Acquisition. Do we have the team here? All right, so then let's move ahead. And let's find out the silver winner for Best Execution of Performance campaign.
Marico Limited by Hive Minds.
So congratulations again, Marico Limited by Hive Minds Innovative Marketing Solution. But again, I think the team isn't here, so then let's move ahead and announce the gold for Best Execution of Performance campaign. And the gold winner is...
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues.
Spotify India by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company. This is for custom AI supported display. All right, really quick, let's move ahead. Time to announce the bronze for Best Lead Generation Campaign through mobile.
One MobiQuick Systems by AppLab Media.
So I think what happened is we announced the next one. This is actually supposed to be, my apologies, Swiggy India by InMobi Technology Services. This is bronze. So the bronze goes to Swiggy India. We ended up announcing the silver, so don't lose your heart. We're going to come to you. We're going to bring you back on stage. Let me just clear the air. Best Lead Generation Campaign through mobile. We're announcing the bronze, and the bronze goes to Swiggy India by InMobi Technology Services. So do we have the team here? All right. Swiggy India by InMobi Technology Services. I guess the team isn't here. So then let's go ahead and announce then the silver winner. And I'll announce the silver. You can just present the silver. We're putting an end to that curiosity because we already found out who the silver winner is. One MobiQuick System by AppLabs Media. And this is for the campaign Refer Your Friends MobiQuick CPR campaign featuring AppLabs. Okay, so moving ahead, it's only obvious that now we find out the gold for Best Lead Generation Campaign through mobile.
Wonder Chef by Amazon.
Wonder Chef by Amazon. It's Nutri Blend range. Many of us are already fans of it. Congratulations to the entire team. Congratulations, and now really quick time to find out the bronze winner for Best Online Interactive Marketing.
Himalaya Wellness by Motivator World.
Himalaya Wellness by Motivator World. For Himalaya, Muskan. यार मुस्कुराते हुए जरा applause भी हो जाए. Can we have a round of applause? Let's hear it for Himalaya Wellness by Motivator World. We're almost inching closer and closer towards the end, so let's hold on to that energy. Time to find out the silver winner for Best Online Interactive Marketing.
Amazon Prime Video.
And now really quick, let's find out the gold for Best Online Interactive Marketing, and the gold goes to
Bajaj Alliance Life Insurance.
Bajaj Alliance Life Insurance for Bajaj Alliance Life Superstar After Retirement. Do we have the team here? Not here? Then let's move ahead really quick. Bronze winner, let's find that out for Best Paid Search Campaign.
Philips India by Amazon.
Philips India by Amazon. Philips Sonicare electric toothbrushes, Amazon ads. And moving ahead, let's find out the silver winner as well.
Nivea India by Amazon.
And the silver winner, ladies and gentlemen, Nivea India by Amazon. And let's find out the gold winner as well.
Wonder Chef by Amazon.
Wonder Chef by Amazon. Once again for its Nutri Blend range, congratulations. And with that, thank you very much, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you for joining us. We're moving ahead for our next few categories. May I please invite on stage Mr. Rajesh Kumar and Mr. Vivek Bhargava to please come forward and let's have you do the honors. We're about to find out the bronze winner for Best Search Marketing Campaign.
The award goes to Emeritus India by TLG India. Are they here?
Emeritus India by TLG India, how Zenith helped Emeritus India to win an organic search. Congratulations, moving ahead. So they left the award with you? They left the award here? How nice. All right, let's quickly also announce the silver winner for Best Search Marketing Campaign. Here we go.
The award goes to Apollo Cancer Center by Neil Patel Digital India.
Apollo Cancer Center by Neil Patel Digital India. For increasing leads by 98% and qualified leads by 525% in just 3 months for Apollo Cancer Center. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? I mean, we're talking about some really staggering, amazing numbers here. And with that, let's quickly find out the gold winner.
And the gold award goes to Atria Convergence Technologies by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company.
That FiberNet through a smart data-driven approach. Congratulations. And now for the bronze winner for Best Trend Moment Marketing. Aditya Birla Group by Mindshare. This is for the Big in India moments. Okay, then on that note, let's quickly move ahead and find out the silver winner for the best trend moment marketing.
And the award goes to Hershey India by Interactive Avenues, the Reprise Network Company.
Well, this is for hashtag Your Forevers by Hershey's Kisses. And that now leaves us with finding out the gold winner for best trend moment marketing.
Award goes to Spotify India by Interactive Avenues.
Well, it's time for the campaign Spotify hashtag wrapped memes. All right, going really quick now, we'll announce the bronze winner for best use of native advertising.
And the award goes to Acer India. Congratulations.
Acer India, ladies and gentlemen. All right,
Only I pitched to Acer, yeah. I'll keep this award and give it to him when I meet him.
All right, then let's find out the silver winner for best use of native advertising, and the silver winner is
One more award to Prime Video Interactive Avenues.
This is for the camping Prime on your plate. While I see trophies on your table, that's what's happening. Lots of trophies on your plate right now. A platter. And now for gold, for best use of native advertising.
And the award goes to no other than Amazon. Is the team here? I don't think so. So congratulations.
All right, so congratulations then to the team of Amazon. That being said, thank you very much for doing the honors. Thank you for joining us. And with that, we'll now move ahead. It's time for our final set of categories as well. So let me go ahead and announce our next presenter who's about to join us. If I could please, and let's have you do the honors. So let's find out the bronze winner for best video campaign.
And the award goes to Motorola Mobility by 21N78E, Creative Labs. Very new name. Congratulations.
So congratulations, Motorola Mobility by 21N78E, Creative Labs. Are those the coordinates? Those are the coordinates, so we got it right, Sean. Now this is for the campaign hashtag Find Your Edge. Congratulations. Let's quickly move ahead. Silver winner for best video campaign.
And the award goes to Rajasthan Royals by Interactive Avenue.
Padharo Mare stage. Rajasthan Royals by Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network company for the Royals record-breaking Reels season. And time to find out the gold winner for Best Video Campaign.
Another one for Spotify India by Interactive Events.
This in fact is the gold medal that they're winning for Best Video Campaign, and it's for a campaign Paint the Town Purple with Spotify. Alright, time to find out the bronze winner, and this time for the Best Viral Marketing Campaign.
Award goes to Go IBIBO, Make My Trip India.
Go IBIBO, Make My Trip India. Congratulations to the team, but as they're not here, so let's quickly move on to the next, which is finding out the silver winner for Best Viral Marketing Campaign.
I think the team should come here only. It's again Spotify India by Interactive Events. Many, many congratulations.
Congratulations once again to the entire team. And with that, let's then move ahead and find out the gold winner for Best Viral Marketing Campaign.
It's a beautiful campaign indeed. SOS Children's Village India by Connect.
And with that, thank you so much for doing the honors. All right now, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, all those present, let me tell you, I have just the last few, and I repeat, the last few categories, subcategories. And to do the honors, I'm going to invite on stage none other than Dipali Nair. Dipali, let's have you on the stage. And this is time for the last bit, the finale. Best Special Achievement Awards, and first up, Digital Agency of the Year. We've got 2
awards they've won already, and the counting, and I see a table which is, very, very big in terms of the trophies lying there. So is that a guess? You guys therefore want to guess? You guys therefore want to guess? Okay, so the bronze award first. Okay. So the bronze award goes to Mindshare. I don't think they're here.
Yeah.
Big round of applause for them, please.
But yes, let's have a round of applause for Mindshare. But we have 2 bronze winners in this category of Digital Agency.
But I got only one card, Kavya.
Yes, because the next one is incoming.
Okay.
Right here. Yes.
See, at moments like these, I have appreciation for all the people who go and give the Filmfare Awards away.
True that.
So this bronze award for the category Digital Agency of the Year is for Affinity Global Advertising. Are they here? Is that okay?
This is awesome. They just heard your name and there they are. Woof! Love that. So congratulations, Digital Agency of the Year, bronze winners. Well, that's only obvious that now we'll announce the silver winner for Digital Agency of the Year.
Is this working? Okay. Silver Digital Agency of the Year award. So the agency is Connect.
Mighty congratulations to the entire team. Digital Agency of the Year and the silver winner is Connect. Everyone, let's have the entire team right here on stage. Woo! And Deepali, it's time to announce the gold winner.
That should not be a surprise, right? That should not be a surprise, right? So the gold award goes to Interactive Avenues.
And the team is back. Woo! Come on, let's make that super loud. Okay, wait a minute. Check, 1 second, one. Okay, Acha, first they'll take a selfie, then they'll put it on Twitter. Please use hashtag 13ideas. Okay, 1 second, hello. We all need to know exactly what is going on in your mind winning this award. Hello, some words? Valuable words, please.
We are just going to grab ourselves a drink. Thank you so much.
Best thing to do. They've already raised the bar of the evening, so thank you so much. So let's just hit the bar. That's a plan. But Deepali, thank you so much for doing the honors. With that, we call it a wrap to the 13th edition of the India Digital Awards and 17th edition of India Digital Summit. Thank you so much for being super duper awesome. And we're going to see you all in the next edition. That's the plan. And as shared by the winning team here, let's just hit the bar, grab your drinks, grab your conversations and celebrate. Thank you.